Your name is John Egbert, you'd think. Lately, you've been hearing voices or something. Voices and visions, and you don't know what else. After all, everything is crazy. Right now, you're sitting in front of the fridge with a craving for tab. This, of course, is odd for two reasons. The first is that you've never, to your knowledge, had a can of tab before in your life. And the second is that there isn't any in the fridge to begin with. Odd, but you don't have time to ruminate on this. You and your 4 friends had played a game called Sburb, a game that was supposed to save you from the apocalypse on Earth, but inside the game, things are no better. In fact, they suck ass. For starters, your house is on a giant pillar above the clouds on what appears to be a different planet. You can tell it's a different planet because there's only one solitary star in the night sky, and the clouds below are a billowing, deep navy blue. You think you're inside of the game. You decide to dismiss how insane that sounds and just try your best to rationalize it. Because as you're well aware, if you die in the game, you die for real. Says the clown. Oh, right. You have a clown now. Hey, you say, motioning towards the inside of the fridge. Do you need to eat anything? You turn your head toward the clown, a baby blue jester in the shape of your dad's birthday gift, torn arm and all that had erupted from one of the game constructs earlier.
Sure don't, buckaroo!
The clown says jovially. He can only say things jovially. Oh, you say, munching on a pack of fruit gushers. So far, you hate it here. On top of an imp assailing you in your room, your dad is MIA. Furthermore, the pillar of rock your house now sits on top doesn't seem particularly stable, and a while ago, the garage where your father presumably was inside of plummeted through the clouds early on. Your heart hammers when you think of him, so you try not to.
I'll be concise. Need some advice?
Says the clown again, jovially. You cringe. He's been giving you advice from time to time, but it's at best a confusing mess, and at worst it's aggravating gibberish. No, you say, but he cuts you off. His color and disposition remind you of Navi from Zelda.
You're in the game, and you're doing fine. Now prototype me a second time,
he says. He's said that particular nugget of wisdom several times already, and it hasn't gotten more funny. Okay, you say dejectedly. You know that prototyping refers to the process by which he became a clown, but you're not sure how to do that, or how you did it in the first place. Fuck, you cry as you enter the living room. You notice, now that things have settled down, relatively, that your Nana's ashes are scattered all over the floor. You don't know why that upsets you right now. Probably because it's the only thing you can give your attention to at the moment without going fucking crazy.
I'll be concise. Need some advice?
Asks the clown in the same tone, interrupting your panic.
Now that you've turned those imps to fluff, you can use the grist to buy some stuff.
You feel like you're trapped inside a game tutorial. Well, you guess you literally are. You don't bother responding this time. You walk into the washroom to get a broom to scoop up Nana's ashes with. It's gonna bug you if you don't. Nana's photos are all so pretty. The one above the fire is her close to when she passed away, but she still looked elegant in her old age. You wish you could have looked like that.
I'll be concise. Need some advice?
You growl and shove the jester out of the way, but then you think of something. You could help by sweeping the ashes back into the urn, I guess, you offer. If this is a help character, maybe he can be used to, help.
If I did that, I'd do more harm. After all, I've just got the arm.
The jester waggles his arm, pointing to the socket where one is missing. Fine, then just hold the urn and I'll sweep.
I'll be quick and won't be rude. I only do a job that's good,
he says cheerfully. Good and rude don't rhyme, dipshit, you say, rolling your eyes.
I guess you're right. You speak quite true. For that I say, a hearty fuck ye.
Before the jester can complete his insult, you have to avert your eyes due to the blinding flash of light that appears like a stun grenade. What the? You pat the fireplace shelf like they'll appear if you feel around. Your Nana's ashes in the urn are just gone.
You! What did you do to my Nana's ashes?
You demand, wheeling on your heel to face the jester. But to your shock, you don't see him at all. Instead, you see a different figure, still colored a ghostly baby blue, wearing the same jester's hat, but now in a fancy lace cardigan, sporting a pair of horn-rimmed glasses, with mischief bursting from the eyes underneath. Nana? You stare, slack-jawed, but before you can react, the figure speaks. It says cheerfully, and in the next millisecond, a cream pie blats you in the face, your vision turning white. You are no longer John Egbert.
Hello, everyone.
Sup?
Hiya.
Has anyone heard from John?
Yeah, but that was a while ago.
Terrific. I'll check on my server copy. Huh.
He's okay, isn't he?
He's occupied. For time's sake, let's just say he's safe but can't be reached.
Is he jerking it? Nasty.
No, he's currently getting cream pied.
Lol.
Let's move on. It appears we've made it. Into the game, I mean. Thereby avoiding fiery death by meteor.
We did, against all odds.
Are we safe now?
I think the answer to that should be clear. It appears that each of us is stranded somewhere at present, inside the world of the game. John is on a precarious cliff. I am in the middle of an ocean.
Yeah, my apartment got zapped to, lava.
Lava?
Yeah, but it's chill. Me, not the lava.
And my whole island got transported, even the Mr. Froggy.
Who?
Oh, sorry, even the ruins in the lagoon and the volcano, but it's all snowy and I can't get out of my bedroom right now.
Don't fret. Being stranded might be a boon. Imps are making their way to us, somehow, and I fear once we reach larger, less remote areas, we'll be facing more of them.
The little gremlin-looking dudes, right?
Yes. It also appears each of us has a companion formed from the orb that emerged from the Crux Truder combined with something that we offered it. John offered a jester doll, so he has a clown. I offered a doll of my own, so now mine is complicated.
Yeah, I see yours, and it's fucking... It's something. Mine is a bird.
Ooh, a nice bird. We both have animal ones, Dave. Mine is my dog Beck. He's green now. Well, greener, I should say.
It appears you are able to make a second offering once you're inside the game. This is prototyping, according to what my sprite said. John has prototyped what appears to be an old woman. I would choose what to prototype wisely. Something sentient, ideally.
Yeah, my crow dude can't talk. It's hella annoying.
Indeed. I prototyped a doll, and that seems to be sufficient enough. Something humanoid.
Humanoid. Ugh. I just got a bad idea.
No rush. There's no time limit on this. But your sprite seems to be built to help you inside the game. Like a help character.
Like Navi from Zelda.
She's not the only help character, you know, Dave.
Okay then, gamer genius. Name another one.
I would, but my sheer breadth of knowledge would knock you straight upon your rear ass.
Sure.
Regardless, job number 1 is to get more information out of these sprites and secure your area from imps.
Tight.
Okay.
You are now John again. Soon enough, you'll be able to read that chat backlog, but for now, you're getting cream pied. You wipe cream from your face, falling on your ass on the floor.
Oh, that's the oldest trick in the book, dearie,
says the voice from above you. Readjusting your glasses to make sure you're not seeing things, it's your Nana, in the flesh. Well, sort of. She's made out of the same ghostly shimmering goo the jester had been made from. Nana? You say incredulously.
That's right, John. The very same. Joanna McAllister, Chesterfield, Roosevelt, Crocker, Sassacre. But that's Nana to you.
Nana looks around, her jester hat jingling.
Where's that son of mine?
Your incredulity turns to sourness. You wince. Nana seems to understand that expression, and she offers a hand, helping you to your feet.
Oh, now that won't do, dearie,
she says kindly. She's just like you remember. Well, minus being half clown, of course. She's kindly and soft, sweet and elegant, all in one, with a twinkle in her eye to boot. You've always missed her, and seeing her now makes you choke up a little bit. She was always one of your most aspirational figures. Your hero. Even if that was due to some poorly recalled childhood memories. She pats your back and walks you to the kitchen.
Don't you worry about your dear old dad, Sweet Pea. He's got man grit to boot. We'll track him down later, but for now, you need some good old-fashioned sustenance.
You haven't slipped in one word since your Nana materialized, and now that you've gotten the chance, you're caught off guard, managing to choke out one syllable.
How did I, a long-dead old hag, suddenly appeared all gesterified in your very house, inside a magical game, after escaping a meteor?
She asks, waggling her eyebrows. All you can do is nod. Are you really my Nana? You ask.
Well now.
Nana thinks for a moment, reaching some pots and pans, getting the water boiling. You're not sure how your home is still getting water or electricity, but you get the feeling that it doesn't matter.
I don't rightly know.
Nana searches the cupboards, frowning, managing only to find a box of macaroni, shredding some cheese from the fridge.
I do believe so. After all, I have her memories and beliefs and ideas, but there's something else up in this noggin too, John dear. I know stuff I didn't before. Things about where we are and what this is, and...
She snaps her fingers, realizing something.
Your quest!
My quest? You ask dumbly. You have a feeling most of your questions will be dumb ones. You're grateful that your Nana is more forthcoming of a help character than the Jester. Nana is more sympathetic to your stupidity.
Yes, I'm afraid. I know you just got out of danger, but there's more to come.
Nana is cheerful, but she's careful about giving words the right weight, like she's trying to break news gently to you. You mean to save the Earth? You think back to the meteor, to the screaming faces of your neighbors. For the first time, you realize they're not there anymore. Your Nana speaks quietly. Up until now, she'd been grating a block of cheese, but she pauses.
I'm afraid that's not possible, John dear, she says.
Then what? You suddenly feel frustrated again. What's the point of this game? If we escape death to get here, but then what? We just have to live out our lives on wherever we are?
I'm afraid the Earth is gone, John,
Nana says more sternly now, trying to quell your irritation.
But that is precisely why you are here. Your old world had died, just like all things die.
Nana dumps the macaroni into the pot, stirring the grated cheese with milk in a large bowl. The kitchen is warmer now. Your breath is slowing down like a great weight is being pushed on you.
The point of the game, John, is to make a new world, a new universe.
Your jester sprite Nana gives you macaroni and cheese, which you eat gratefully. Your main question is answered, and it's grim. Your grandmother doesn't eat, and you reason that jester sprite Nanas probably don't need to. Where am I? You ask through mouthfuls of delicious yellow goop.
The land of wind and shade,
she announces grandly, giggling girlishly, tugging at the drawstring on the kitchen blinds, revealing the dark clouds beneath.
It is your land, John. You must complete its quest to move on to Skya. I know this might sound confusing, but do not worry.
Nana beckons you to follow her out the back door, where she points to the sky. The single pale star shines high above your house, and you notice an intricate ring in the sky above you, glowing gently.
High above us, dear, is Skya, where you'll be able to meet your friends and fight for your new world. But first, you have to complete the quest on your land. And to do that, you need to access the first gate.
That glowy thing? You ask, pointing. Nana laughs.
The glowy thing! You're quick on the uptake, young man.
She now points down at the clouds surrounding the precipice.
Down below is your land, which your gate will take you to. From there, well, that's up to you.
You understand. Sort of. So I go up to go down. But how do I get up there? You ask, squinting up at the gate. It looks quite high, but it's hard to tell due to how unreadable the size of it is.
You build, Nana says cheerfully. Or more accurately, your friends build.
Mac and cheese bowl in hand, you follow Nana back to your computer.
See now, your friend Jade has a first gate high above her house, too. And see, you can use the game to build higher and higher for her. You build using the grist you get from defeating those pesky imps. See there?
She points to an indicator on Jade's screen that now reads, 100 meters to go. Okay. Again, you think you understand her instructions. You're just not sure how these things are supposed to make a new universe, as she said. Still, it's not like you have anything better to do.
Eat up, dear. You need some rest. These old bones don't need to sleep. So while you catch some Z's, I'll take care of those rascally imps. They won't be much of a threat. Until later on.
You are pretty tired. You feel like you can trust Nana to take care of the imps. Or maybe that's just wishful thinking.
Oh, one more question, this time for you, dear, and I do hate to ask this of a family member, she says, poking her nose back into your room. Your name is John, right?
Oh, you hesitate responding. You're not sure why.
Yeah. I thought that's what my son named you, but...
Nana trails off, seeming to brush off an intrusive thought. You're not sure what to make of that. Nana leaves once more, leaving you with an even more confused feeling. Before bed, you decide to check the forum.
Hey, anyone still here?
Hello, friend. I've made landfall in a strange new place after entering some fashion of portal in the sky. Oh, no one has made a post in the last several hours. I fear for the planet.
Oh, geez. I'm pretty sure the Earth is gone, FF. I'm sorry.
I don't think I'm long for the world either. I'm running out of my piss reserves.
Sorry, you're what?
For the love of God, June, give it the fuck up. The piss guy is going to die on his shitty land because his other players didn't get in the game.
How do you know my name? Wait, that's not my name. How do you know the thing people call me?
Shock of the century! June Egbert once again displays a patented lack of any and all reasoning skills. The thing people call you is your name, you walking sack of piss.
Where can I obtain this walking sack of piss? I am willing to give chase, if need be.
Shut the fuck up, piss boy.
You're really aliens, aren't you? Ugh, Jesus Christ, I can't believe the elite-speaking trolls weren't lying. For some reason, that's the most depressed I've felt all day.
The feeling is mutual. Just hurry up and find a hole to perish in.
You have no idea how the forums are running, as there shouldn't be internet away from planet Earth, but you have a feeling it doesn't matter. In spite of saying you're depressed, something about CG's reflexive antagonism makes you smile. He's alive, like you. Maybe this isn't so hopeless after all.
Hey guys.
Jono, how was getting cream pied? What?
He means how was reconnecting with your Nana.
Oh, it was weird. She knows about the game for some reason.
Good. We should consolidate information. Though I think after that, we should all get some rest. It's been a long day.
Hear, hear.
Isn't it here?
Whatever it is, it's unanimous. So, what have you found out, John?
Well, apparently we need to start beating imps and making our way to our first gates. They're little portals in the sky. We use the grist from defeated imps to build up each other's homes, then finish some quest, I guess. So job number 1 is defeat imps.
Still, only you've actually seen an imp up close, John. It will take a while to get enough to build. I advise we work towards getting one of us in at a time. Through our gates are likely more imps, possibly more difficult monsters.
There'll be no match for me.
Same.
That leaves the question. Who will enter their gate first?
I'll do it.
That was almost reflexive. Statements like that, John, are why you're our leader.
Come on. I'm more like one of those red shirt wearing guys. In Star Trek, those guys were the leaders, dude. You're thinking of the Yellow Jackets.
No, yellow jackets are mean. Their nests look like bumblebees, but there's not even honey inside. You have to learn to spot the difference.
We're getting off track. I suppose that leaves me to build your house high enough to reach the gate. Which means Jade and Dave are on main imp wrangling duty.
Roger.
Got it.
I have more questions, but first, we should rest. Good night, all.
Night.
Nighty-night.
Good night. You stretch. God, the exhaustion is starting to set in. Worst birthday ever, you mutter, looking towards your trusty hammer, which is leaning on a wall. You're distracted by a sudden ping. Yo, can we yak? Sure, Dave. Okay, tight. I'm sure I don't need to outline all the ways this is Mondo fuck John, my dude, but like, I'm kind of freaking out here. My Bro is MIA. My other friends are, I think, just gone. It's dire for old D-Money.
Don't you have your Sprite?
My Sprite is, let's not talk about that. I don't want to be alone for another hot sec, you feel?
Well, okay. Let's jam, buddy.
Cool. I think I'm good now. I actually just... Earth is gone. Like, we avoided the apocalypse, basically by accident, and I think we might be the only ones.
I don't really know what to say about that.
I'm starting to think, like, what's the point of this? Of the imps and shit. And of the gates. If we're just dead meat anyway. Why not just hunker down and live our short lives chatting it up with each other?
Dave, Jesus, don't talk shit.
I'm not talking shit. This is an honest-to-God existential question. Why should we participate? Everyone is dead, bro. Chad is dead. He was messaging me when it happened to him.
Dave, this isn't what I was talking about when I said I'd jam. Look, can you promise me something?
Yeah.
I don't think I can process this right now. And I don't think you can either. I don't know what to say, and I think if I tried, it'd make you feel worse.
Fair.
So just live until we can process it, okay?
There's a long pause. I can do that.
You're my best friend, Dave. You said you're alone, and you are alone in that room, but not like in general. Okay?
Okay.
You hope Dave means that. You can never get a read on the guy, but you trust him. You slide into bed, laying on your back, drifting to sleep. Your name is June Egbert. You awaken slowly, staring at your hands, blinking blearily. Where are you? You remember talking to someone on a computer? It's also hazy, like a dream. You fumble on the bedside table for your glasses, sliding them on, clutching your head. Hello? You call out. The room you're in is golden and bright, the bedsheets matching your yellow surfaces. It's rather harsh on your eyes, but after some adjustment, you manage to see clearly. You stand up trying to remember anything. All you know is your own name, a vague recollection pulled from somewhere in your memories, of which you seem to have none. None except faint dreams where you can barely grasp. You exit the room. Hello? You repeat into the hallway outside. It seems like no one is there. Odd. The room you woke up in and the hallway look almost too pristine, not lived in, like no one has visited in ages. You step out into the hallway, stretching tiredly, and to your right, you hear footsteps. Someone is coming up the staircase. Hey! You cry out. I'm June Egbert. Can you tell me where I am, please? You watch as a burly man in a suit appears from the staircase corner.
You the air of breath?
The large man asks. He strikes you as odd and out of place, his skin made of shining black carapace, dressed in a plain suit, holding what appears to be a club. Yeah, you stammer. June Egbert, the air of breath, I think.
Thank goodness. We've been looking all over the place for yous.
The shiny man says, raising his club and beating you with it.
Your name is Parcel Mistress 413. You're presently inside of a cart, in handcuffs, being dragged before the White Queen, your sovereign, for the biggest blunder of your entire life. Your mind races over the previous day's events, full of regret. For one single day, you were the Post Minister. It's a title you earned from your service as a parcel mistress, delivering mail throughout the medium for time immemorial. It's not a title you ever wanted, mind you. It's one you inherited. Your first day on the job was a hectic one. Before you could so much as be shown your new office, you were whisked in front of one of the heroes of Prospect, who gave you a personal request, deceptively simple. A note, scrawled in plain writing, from the witch, Jade, to her friend. John, talk to me as soon as you can. From the Witch of Space. The only issue was that the name John was a complete mystery to you. Still, it was a request from the witch herself, one that you couldn't pass up, one that you needed to see through yourself. Any male person worth her salt knew how to find an obscure address, but just the single name John was far, far too obscure. You recall resorting to extreme means. There was one person in the medium who could track down anyone. The problem was, it wasn't entirely above board. Using your standard issue mail PDA, you hesitantly typed in a name. Authority Regulator 828.
Hello. My name is Parcel Mistress 413. My apologies. My name is Post Minister 1, as of recently. I understand you can find people.
How did you get this number?
I'm sorry, never mind. I never should have contacted you.
Don't be so hasty now. What's a big shot from the Piss Kingdom doing talking to a Dursite like myself?
I need to find someone. I understand you do such services. You use your connections in law enforcement to track people.
All right, enough. Don't talk shop over the airwaves. We need to meet at a secure locale. Meet me on the roof of the Land of Heat and Clockwork.
The roof?
You'll know it when you see it, toots. Be there in an hour.
By nature, you're a somewhat nervous person, but it's times like these you need to be brave. After all, you can't let down Jade, otherwise what good are you at mail? An hour later, after securing transport, you fly to the Land of Heat and Clockwork. It certainly lived up to its name as you brought your interplanetary vessel to a halt. AR had been correct. The rooftop was easy to find. It was the only structure in the area that jutted so high into the sky. Sure enough, a Dursite man was waiting for you there.
You got the dosh?
He asked dryly. You nodded, withdrawing a large sack of cash from your craft, placing it at his feet.
All right, let's do business,
he said. The roof was made of soft, black material, alien to you.
Where are we? You asked.
Funny you should ask. This is the so-called Night of Time's place, he said.
Your eyes widened. At the time, he seemed amused by your reaction.
Relax, he said. He isn't around now, and I already did a perimeter sweep for bugs, crawlers, walkies, radios, and scoopers. Come inside.
The regulator led you down into the place until you reached the lowest floor, entering what appeared to be someone's bedroom.
Should we be in here? You nervously asked.
Just don't mess anything up, and we'll be fine. I use joints like these and exchange points all the time.
He leaned on the doorframe.
Talk. Who do you need to find?
I need to find John, you said.
Okay,
AR said, squinting.
Who's John?
That's why I'm here asking you, he replied irritably.
I'm not a freaking magician, lady, he cried, scoffing. I need more than just a name.
Tell that to my boss, he said bitterly. Look, I got asked by the Witch of Space. Does that ring any bells now?
Let's see.
The authority regulator seemed to ponder this new fact for a moment before snapping his fingers.
Hang on.
The AR fiddles with a nearby computer. Is that his? You suppose that it doesn't belong to him. He doesn't care. Nearby on the desk, though, something caught your eye. A pair of envelopes labeled Dave. By nature, you are a mail person. You live for mail. You love it. You might not have been thrilled about your position of authority, but there's something about marked parcels that called out to you. You swiped the envelopes, tucking them away safely.
Here we go, AR said. John. Apparently he's on the Land of Wind and Shade, according to some correspondence I just intercepted.
You mean that you just read on the computer, you corrected.
Sure, whatever. Just head there to deliver your stuff. He's on top of the tallest peak in the place. Can't miss it, just like this roof.
The AR shook your hand, grinning like a fool.
Pleasure doing business with you, m'lady. Don't go telling anyone we met, capiche?
After the meeting with AR, you recall speeding towards the Land of Wind and Shade. Prospidians, as a rule, tended to avoid the lands. They generally were patrolled by Dursite imps, the animalistic goons of the Durs forces. Able-bodied Prospidians generally were sent to Skya to fight the Black Queen instead. Luckily for you, you found the house in question fairly quickly. Foolishly, you thought at the time that the end of your quest was in sight, and approached the front door, tentatively knocking. "Hello?" you called nervously. "John?" No answer. You recall your next steps with some difficulty, simply opening his mailbox and sticking the note inside. Sadly, it seemed the mailbox was too broken, causing you to wedge the note between the door and its frame. "I'll just leave the note here," you answer loudly, ready to wash your hands of the business. Unfortunately, as you boarded your vessel to head back to Prospect, you saw something that made your blood run cold. Across the broken lawn, you saw an imp grab the note and begin chewing on it, entering John's house boldly. What you did next makes you shiver with shame. Instead of engage the thieving imp, you simply left. Now, in the present day, you're in a Prospedian jail cell, looking out at Skya high above. You've been here for a few days now, your trial having just concluded. Bitterly, as you gaze up to the moon of Prospect, you recall what truly sealed your fate. It was your own fault, really, your guilty conscience preying on your weak mind. You'd fessed up, requested an audience with the White Queen to tell her yourself. You remember kneeling on the hard yellow floor before her throne, her cold eyes looking down at you. "My queen," you said, voice already begging. "An imp took the note I was to deliver. I couldn't stop him." The White Queen, your beloved monarch, the leader of your people, just said one word that day. Exile. Your head swam, your throat dried. Exile. To be sent away from Prospect, launched through some foul Skyan portal to parts unknown, never to return, to be disposed of like trash. "No, please, your highness, you don't understand," you'd pleaded, but it was no use, and now you're in prison. Over your stay in jail, you've come to hate the queen. Her 2 syllables had doomed you to a life of misery. Of course, it's no use feeling regret. The king, the queen, both of them are just senseless monarchs, sending Prospedians like you to die. Their word is absolute. As you've demonstrated, defying them leads to exile. So you wait, festering in a cell of your own design, through no fault of your own but circumstance, cursing the queen and her king and their war uselessly. But as you peer out of the window to your cell, you see something that shocks you. High above, the moon rattles and shakes as if it were a giant egg about to hatch. "Come with us," you hear behind you, a burly guard grabbing your shoulder. But the moon," you insist. It's no use. The queen's orders guide the guard's hands, tossing you roughly on an exile craft, packing you inside, kicking and screaming. As you feel the pod violently eject from the planet's surface, a porthole gives you a glimpse of the golden streets below, inching further and further away as you're shot towards Skya. And as you pass the moon high above, you can only watch in confusion as before your eyes, it explodes in a shower of green light. A moment later, a portal high above Skya swallows your pod up, and you plummet towards a sandy, tan planet below. Left with questions and bitterness alone, you slam into your new, obliterated home, the home of every exile, the apocalyptic wasteland known as Earth. You were a parcel mistress, then a post minister, but now you're nothing but a peregrine mendicant. Your name is Rose Lalonde. After a fitful night of sleep, you awaken blearily. You say night, but it appears that night doesn't exist on whatever planet you've ended up on, light beaming down from the sky into your windows, mercilessly.
All right, I'm up. Status?
No responses, just your luck. Appears as though you've woken up first. Terrific.
Hello?
Comes a creaky voice from outside your bedroom door.
Come in, Jaspers.
You say patiently. Your sprite, Jaspers, enters. Back on the dark, rainy roof of your house, before your foolish leap off the building and into a river, you'd haphazardly tossed a doll into your kernel sprite, making the orb transform into a large-scale living replica of Princess Cthulhu. You came to know this act as prototyping. Upon entering the game, however, you decided to take a chance. Inspired by John's own grandma prototyping, you put the remains of your dead cat Jasper's into yours, and to your astonishment, you watched as he returned from the dead.
I don't think I ever thanked you, Jaspers.
You say, watching in amusement as his whiskers twitch, ghostly pink body wriggling in excitement.
Thanked me? For what, Miss Rose?
Jaspers asks earnestly. The kitty appears to have retained Princess Cthulhu's tentacle arms, which he uses to wrap you in a tight hug.
For saving my life. Catching me before I fell into that river.
You hug Jasper's back, amused. He's just as sweet as he was in life, though your memories of him are a tad fuzzy. How apt, as he's fuzzy in and of himself.
Of course. It's my job as a kitty, and also your sprite, Miss Rose.
He bonks his forehead into yours before playfully springing away. You look out the window, drawing your curtains, eyes squinting. No use. The obnoxious light still seeps inside.
Can you tell me where I am, Jaspers? You mentioned the land of light and rain.
Deciding to make use of your wakefulness, you grill Jaspers for game info.
Of course, Miss Rose,
he says eagerly.
The land of light and rain is your land. It's a wonderful place. Or it was, before that mean Cetus moved in.
Cetus?
You ask.
Mm-hmm. He's a nasty brute. Look.
Jaspers points one tendril hand out your window. Jaspers appears to have retained his shape from joining with your plush Princess Cthulhu, giving him an amusing appearance, 2 tendril appendages and a lovely princess's gown wrapped around his cat-like body. If Dave saw this, he'd definitely call you a furry or something. You reluctantly reopen the curtain and look out over the vast multicolored ocean upon which your house now sits.
Those waters used to be just full of fish, which the people of this land ate. Mean old Cetus hoarded all of them, and now he slumbers in the depths,
Jaspers chirps. You blink.
Hold on. This is a game world, not a real one. It was created when we started our suburb session. Cetus didn't do that, did she? It's just a story to move the game.
Well,
Jaspers wriggles, unsure how to respond.
I guess that's all the info I have.
So, what? The point of the game is to beat Cetus?
Sort of.
Jaspers looks uncomfortable again.
I mean, Cetus is the end of your quest, but not of the whole game.
What's the point of the whole game?
You ask straightforwardly.
Oh, well, I can't tell you that unless you take care of Cetus and...
Why?
Your questions seem to baffle Jaspers, who flattens his ears to his head. You relent. You don't want to hurt his kitty feelings, after all.
I don't know, Miss Rose. I just know what I know. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jaspers, come here.
You insist. You have a feeling that he's telling the truth. No, Jaspers isn't being vague, it's the game itself being vague. You scratch behind Jasper's ears gently. Still, you really don't want to fuck around with some quest if you can help it. It sounds like busy work to you. You look towards where your computer once sat, now crushed by the machine David foolishly placed there.
Ugh. I said I'd help John with his house, but I don't know if I can even connect. I've only been able to talk to everyone on my phone.
You speak aloud mostly for your own sake, but Jaspers responds cheerfully.
Why, Miss Rose, you can use the ectobiologizer.
Jaspers hops up and points to the machine Dave so kindly provided.
I can?
You quirk a brow.
How does that work? Can I connect with this?
No, silly. You can use it to fix your laptop. Here.
Jaspers taps on a panel, one of the ectobiologist's screens flickering to life.
All we have to do is go into the past and find your computer before it was broken and take it.
Take it? Like, from time?
You watch him curiously. Jaspers uses some controls and dials to fast-forward the view on screen, which is a view of your own room, the very one you're standing in now. Jaspers rewinds to a few weeks ago.
Now, we hit the button, and...
Jasper slams his tentacle onto a button, and one of the 2 tubes on the ectobiologizer fills with a green sludge. It looks to you like your mother's lime jello shots.
Jaspers,
you say, amused.
I'm afraid I cannot use goo to contact my friends.
No, dummy, Jasper says, giddily grabbing the busted computer from the floor. You can't steal what's in the past, because it's in the past. Duh. But you can steal its, instructions. A copy, made of ecto-goo.
Is that the official name? Ecto-goo?
You watch amusedly as Jaspers loads the broken computer into the other one of the two tubes. Using the ecto-goo clone as the instructions in the broken computer, we can exbiologize something new. A working computer. Jasper slams another button located between the ecto tubes with a bright flash, and the objects vanish. Where's your alchemizer, Rose? Jaspers inquires. You both traipse to the roof, and there, sitting on the alchemizer slab, is your repaired computer, pristine as it was when you first got it.
Jaspers, you fixed it.
You say breathlessly, patting his head proudly. Hee. Do you forgive me for not knowing that other stuff now, Miss Rose? Jaspers asks, bonking his forehead into yours.
Of course.
You say, and you mean it. The ability to repair items is one thing, but you can also see the use of combining items to make new ones. Your mind is already racing. The only rule is one of the two things has to be a real item. Otherwise, the result will just be more goo. Back in your room, you snag your book, Grimoire of the Zoologically Dubious, and plonk it into the tube. With the ectomachine, you zoom back in time and select Princess Cthulhu before she had been tossed into your Colonel Sprite. When you and Jaspers return to the roof, there on the alchemeter is a miniature-sized, real-life Cthulhu, roaring cutely in a little pink princess crown and tutu. You pick up the little creature, tickling its face, amused.
This could be very useful, Jaspers. Thank you very much. My friends and I will get a lot of use out of this.
Jaspers purrs loudly, bonking his forehead onto your shoulder. You walk back to your room with mini Princess Cthulhu and place her gently on your bed next to the laptop. She seems content to stomp around on your bed sheets, for now.
I'm up. Anyone else awake?
So it seems.
Up and at 'em. It's really cold in my land.
Lucky you. Looks like Egbert's still snoozing. Can you see him, TT? Wait, shit. Is your computer fucked? Can you even see him anymore?
Yes. My computer is fucked. Now, how could such a thing have come about, I wonder? Lucky for you, Dave, I found an alternative. I'll appraise you all later. Yes, I see him sleeping. Good lord, he's having some kind of terrible dream.
He is?
He's thrashing in bed. I can't blame him. We've all had a rough past day. Is that of meaning, Jade?
I don't know yet, but I feel like that's not just normal bad dreams.
I'll leave that mystery to you then. Meanwhile, like I said, you two work on Imps. I'll work on John's house. He can sleep in for now.
Already on it.
Okay.
Looks like your teammates are working well. Good. You turn your attention to John's abode, zooming out. A readout says 100 meters left. You assume this means the remaining height until John can access his first gate. Just like The Sims, you're able to not only influence John's environment, but build upon it too. Walls and staircases and floors all using drag-and-drop capabilities. Through some careful experimentation, it becomes clear that you do not have to regard conventional building practices, as John's house appears to be mostly anchored in place supernaturally. The end result is a somewhat greebled-looking house that spirals into the sky. Sadly, you run out of grist almost immediately. You check the readout. 88 meters to go. Lovely. All you've managed to do is place a few platforms on the staircase. You watch the grist counter. John obtained grist from imps, but you haven't actually seen any in your time in the land of light and rain. Maybe your friends are having better luck.
How goes the grist collection?
Bad news. I haven't seen any yet. In fact, I haven't seen any, at all. I think my land might not have them.
Dave?
It's slow going. They mostly try to climb up the side of my building, but they fall into lava before they get up here, and my dumbass sprite just knocks them back down so I can't nab the grist. Sorry, Rolal.
Perhaps we could make some form of trap for them? This is all rather annoying.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it goes.
Yeah, it's a game, so we have to grind and stuff for a little while.
But grinding is boring.
Well, sure, but that's the game.
Well, the game sucks.
You cross your arms.
Jaspers?
You call out.
Any imps?
Sorry, Miss Rose. None nearby. You frown, sighing.
Jaspers? Where does grist come from?
You ask. Another question that makes Jaspers a little nervous.
It's okay if you don't know.
You hastily qualify. Well, it comes from the imps?
Do you know how it gets in the imps?
No, Miss Rose.
Do you know where the imps come from?
Sorry, Miss Rose.
Jaspers?
You pat him on the head before he gets insecure again. This makes no sense. This is a game, sure, but every game is built somehow. They're code, rules, data. This is a real-life game, but even real life has rules. Yet no one will tell you how this game ticks.
Jaspers?
You ask. You decide if you can't answer your esoteric questions, you'll have to come up with some he can answer. Yeah, Miss Rose? He asks hesitantly.
What's that?
You point towards the sky, to a single star still lit and visible even against the bright sky of your land. Jaspers perks up.
I know that one, Miss Rose. That's Skya.
He leans on your shoulder, purring.
What happens there?
Oh, Skya is a magical place. It's where the forces of light battle the forces of darkness. And it's your final goal in the game.
He looks so eager to talk about something that he knows about, and you make sure to affect attentiveness as you listen.
High in Skya, an eternal stalemate wages between the Black King of Durs and the White King of Prospit.
He begins. You're already lost, but you don't speak up.
Those imps you're fighting come from Durs too, I think. They're sent to prevent you from finishing your quest, but the forces of light and darkness are locked inside a struggle that neither can win.
Jaspers pats his chest.
That's where I come in.
You?
You quirk a brow.
Yep,
he says proudly.
Before you enter the game, you prototype your kernel. That's me, with an object from your old universe. In your case, it was that cute doll. That's why you still have these funny tentacle arms.
Jaspers wiggles them for good measure.
Once you pass through your first gate, the kernel's data gets sent high into the sky and empowers your enemies.
So, they gain tentacle powers too.
You rub your chin.
So after I go through the gate, the imps we're fighting will be stronger?
That's right, but the forces of light will be stronger too. This process and your entrance into the world is what will finally tip the scales.
What if we hadn't prototyped anything? And what if we don't enter our first gates?
You ask.
Wouldn't it be better to not empower our enemies?
Well,
Jasper sits back down.
It would be easier to fight, sure, but if you don't prototype anything, the fight can never finish. The game can't be won unless you first make it winnable. Does that make sense, Rose?
I suppose.
You say. It sounds a bit arbitrary to you, but it's not like you think Jaspers is lying.
Where do the imps come from? And these forces of light you speak of?
Oh, they live on Prospit and Durs, Miss Rose. They're the big moons that orbit Skya. Prospit orbits inside, and Durs orbits past your land.
Prospit.
That name sounds familiar. You think you've heard Jade say it before. Jaspers continues.
Durs is a really bad place, though.
Jaspers shudders.
That's where all the imps and bad guys live. But once you defeat the mean king and queen of Durs, that's when you get your ultimate reward, Miss Rose.
So, power up through the gates, beat the Black King and Queen, claim the reward.
Yep, there are other steps, but them's the basics.
Jaspers purrs louder.
In fact, you don't even have to kill the king, just break his big nasty scepter. That's where all his power comes from. But be careful.
Jasper's voice gets low and mysterious, like a very spirited narrator of a puppet show.
Once the Black King is in danger, he'll start the reckoning.
The reckoning?
You ask. Jaspers is on a roll now. He points to the sky. Around Skya, there is a thin gray line that slices the horizon in half.
Yep. See that big line, Rose? That's a ring of meteors called the Veil. The Black King can use his scepter to call the meteors down to crash into Skya. It's a big mess.
You shudder. You've had about enough of meteors lately.
Well, We probably have time before that.
You say.
Plenty.
Jaspers agrees. Before, your house sat atop a river in New England. Now it sits atop an ocean in the land of light and rain. Outdoors, you notice that the house is situated on a tiny island, near which is a dock. It strikes you that you haven't seen your mother all day, and a pang of guilt makes you realize that it took you all morning to even think of that. You walk out into the grass that used to be your yard, checking the coast of this new island you live on now. You think over what Jaspers was able to tell you. Prospect, the name of the land Jade dreams about. A big gold city floating in the sky. You wonder about Durs, where the forces of evil come from. Durs. Sounds more fun than some goody-two-shoes prospect. With a smile, you wonder what they're doing around Durs. You are no longer Rose Lalonde. Your name is Jonathan Egbert, Senior. Some might call you Dad. At present, you're in jail. You never thought you'd find yourself in the Slammer of all places, being a strictly law-abiding fellow, but you're not in America anymore. A hot-blooded patriot like yourself could be jailed for all manner of things, such as exercising too much freedom or speaking out in a way the man didn't like. Frankly, as the years go by, however, you find it harder and harder to be patriotic, as things like freedom in your country give way instead to being warmongers and imperialists, but you're no politician. That, and you're fairly sure America doesn't exist anymore. Hey, you say, squeezing your face to the bars of your jail. For some reason, everything in here is purple. The walls, the floors, the ceilings. A dark, handsome shade of the royal hue. You narrow your eyes. Royal purple, the color of kings. You feel sick. You bet this place doesn't even know what a democracy is.
What is it, you?
Asks your jailer, patting a baton against his black-shelled hand. All of the funny people in this godforsaken place are weird carapist guys. You don't have anything against the carapist, of course, and in fact you think they all look rather dapper, all clad in smart black and reasonable suits. Out of respect for the foreign national, you take the reasonable hat off your head. What is your name? You demand. Be polite but stern. That's the way of the dad.
I'm Authority Regulator number 828,
he says. Your heart sinks. These poor bastards don't even get names? That's a mouthful, you say.
Well, you're a handful,
he responds bitterly. He's of course referring to your numerous jailbreaks in your past few days of captivity. Turns out, compared to these Carapace guys, you're pretty strong. The bars of your other cages tore clean off. Now, though, you're in a high-security lockdown, alone in a cage that could contain an elephant. You're a little proud of this. I'll just call you AR. Is that all right, son? You ask. AR shrugs indifferently. When's dinner around here? You ask. AR seems disarmed by your cooperation. No doubt people have told him all kinds of stories about you busting out of jail recently.
An hour,
he says curtly. He's stopped patting the club against his hand and now has his arms sternly crossed. He's a big fellow, you think. Maybe not all these carapaces are cream puffs. You doubt you can fight this guy, but he does appear to have a key ring on his person, one that you're ready to steal at a moment's notice. How did you become an, authority regulator? You ask politely, trying to establish rapport to get him to come closer. AR sheepishly grimaces, taking the hat off, placing it on a table nearby.
Queen's policy,
he says simply.
I got other side gigs if you're worried about my quality of life.
You can tell the last part is sarcastic, but your suspicions are confirmed.
A monarchy.
You shake your head in dismay. Sorry she's making you do all this. Watch some problem case like myself, you say. AR leans on the bars of your cell, sighing loudly.
You're not half bad, guy,
he says gruffly.
Yeah, the Queen's a hard ass about that sort of thing. Though no one's more pissed off than her archagent, the Sovereign Slayer.
As your guard talks, you crack your knuckles. Your mother, The famous stage musician Jane Egbert taught you everything you know about sleight of hand. You miss your dear mother so much, but something about tactfully lifting the keyring off the guard's belt and knowing just how to hold it so it doesn't make a jingle makes you think she'd be proud.
So the Slayer's on grunt duty until he shapes up. It's a farce if you ask me,
he says, letting another sigh. He nudges you with the elbow through the bars.
But hey, they're not paying me to yak. They're not paying me at all.
Your heart breaks. You hate to have to betray a noble laborer like this AR fellow, but you have no choice. Before he traipses off down the hall again, you call to him. You should consider joining a union! As you shout, the guard turns back.
What's a union?
God damn if that isn't the saddest thing you've ever heard. Once AR is gone, you fiddle with the keys and unlock yourself, shutting the door carefully behind you. Using your fabled dad vigor, you sprint in the opposite direction of AR and hoof it up a flight of stairs. You're underground, you know that much, so getting higher is job number 1. Hiding out of sight of a few other guards, you make it to the exit of the building, or at least near it. The only thing standing between you and the streets outside now is a room full of carapaces. Looks like there's nothing for it. You roll up your sleeves. Gangway! You bellow, hands outstretched like a football star, toppling carapaces like bowling pins, slamming the door open as the alarm begins to blare. But by the time they've raised hell, your feet have hit the bricks. You're free. Free in a hostile foreign city, that is. Catching your breath in a side street, you slow to a jog, patting your head to make sure your hat is still there. Good. A little bent, but still serviceable. You decide to take a break and regroup, ducking into what appears to be an abandoned bar, the storefront shattered and crumbling, the booths and tables inside long since coated in purple dust. You are no longer Jonathan Egbert, Sr. Your name is now Roxanne Lalonde, or as some call you, Mom. You've known this day would come for a long time, 18 years to be precise. If you were a better mom, you would have told your daughter, but as it stands, you're not, and so she never knew of her fate. Presently, you're trying to help your daughter however you can, and the best way you think you can do that is to get out of her way, a place you always seem to find yourself being. A few days ago, once you found yourself in your home in the land of light and rain, you ectobiologized yourself a boat and sped across the pastel ocean for the nearest port. The nearest port, however, turned out to be a shitty island in the middle of the ocean, where your gasless boat is now docked. Right now, you're skipping white stones across the pastel waters in your dirty lab coat, trying to solve the puzzle of your continued survival. There is no day and night on Lolar, but you're getting sleepy. The island you're stranded on is about the size of a room in your old house, but it does feature a small opening in the ground leading to what appears to be a cave. Maybe down there is some decent place to get out of the glaring light of the planet. To your surprise, though, the hole features a ladder of iron attached to the wall, a little like the opening to a manhole. You climb down carefully, feet hitting what feels like stone or concrete at the bottom. You can't see a damn thing, and you didn't bring a flashlight, so while your eyes adjust, you stumble around, feeling at the walls. The cave below appears to be fairly large, and odder still, your hand finds a light switch, clicking on a massive light high above. Now illuminated, you can see the room is cavernous, like your lab at home, dotted with what appears to be gargantuan ectobiology tubes, each one filled with the familiar paradox slime you've worked with for years. You wander forth, looking into the slime, seeing faint silhouettes of what appear to be humanoid figures. What have you just stumbled upon? Your musings, however, are cut short by a brusque voice.
Just what are you doing here?
A voice from behind you cries out. It's stern and stentorian, of a familiar accent you haven't heard in decades. To your abject shock, you turn around, recognition dawning on both your face and the face of this mustachioed intruder.
Mr. Harley?
You say, dumbfounded. Jacob Fitzgerald Harley steps out of the shadows, hands on his hips. He's wearing a pith helmet and leaning on a rifle, his mustache twitching from side to side, eyeing you up and down, one eye closed behind a monocle.
What in blue blazes are you doing here, Roxanne?
He demands. You scoff, crossing your arms.
That's my line, big guy. You're supposed to be dead.
You remember it distinctly. A sad obituary. Jacob Harley dead. Read online long ago.
I am dead.
He insists belligerently.
Oh, fuck.
You say, bewildered.
A ghost?
Not a ghost, you giddy girl.
He says.
What I mean is I will be dead, more than likely. Don't tell me how. I don't want some spoiler to ruin my mind for however long I've got left.
So, a time traveler?
The pieces slot in. You've seen weirder stuff.
Bingo, he says. And a space traveler as well, it seems. I'm far afield this time, and let me tell you, young lady, I've been far afield.
Jacob beckons you closer.
Now do tell me, Miss Lalonde, what are you doing now? Last I saw of you, you were babysitting my rugrats back at home at the Clare house.
You wince. Those aren't the most pleasant memories for you,
That was 30 years ago for me.
you say.
Now, I'm working at your company, Skynet.
Hot diggity,
He says, raising his eyebrows.
they must have lowered their employment standards 30 years ago, and I thought you were getting up in years. I always knew you'd be an old spinster.
He elbows you in the ribs and you squirm, laughing politely. Jacob never was the most self-aware man and had a habit of stating things rather bluntly at best and unintentionally malicious at worst. You think that was a joke? He's sure grinning about it.
I'm actually the head of
Am
regional...
I living on the island yet, from your perspective, kitten?
He asks, cutting you off rudely, stroking his mustache. You wince again. No one has called you some derisive pet name in years. He has a way of making everyone around him feel small.
As far as I know.
You reply, clipped. Jacob shoulders his rifle, striding briskly towards a panel at the opposite end of the room. You recognize it as a transportalizer colored a deep purple.
Come along then, dear, he says with a characteristic impatience. No use reminiscing for me, I'm afraid. The game's afoot. Literally.
You both step on the panel, and in a flash, you are somewhere else. The walls around you are a deep royal purple, and the place is layered in dust. It appears to be the back room of some kind of purple-hued store, the shelves stacked with wine, which Jacob catches you ogling.
Oh, there's a time and a place for the sauce, you,
he says, pushing open the door. You linger, however, slipping a small bottle into your jacket pocket. From further in, you hear Jacob exclaim, which makes you run to his side.
Who the devil are you?
He demands. The front of the store is some kind of bar, unused stools and tables dotting the place. Behind the counter is a dapperly dressed man in a hat. A quite handsome man, to boot.
That's my line, bozo, the handsome fellow says. Put that thing away or you'll shoot your other eye out, Grandpa. Well, I'd never.
Jacob bristles, but you put your hand on the barrel, lowering it. Your eyes meet the stranger and your heart suddenly hammers.
This bar is a front for the local mafia. They use my teleporter in the back for nefarious deeds. I hijacked it in order to sleuth out the secrets of this mysterious land. This man, he says, indicating at the dapper stranger, is new. I'm on the lam, thank you very much, says the man. Just broke from prison. A dangerous criminal. So I suggest you don't mess with me, see? Huh!
Jacob suddenly looks jovial, sitting at the bar.
Well, in that case, a foe of the Queen is a friend to me. He sticks out his hand. The name's Jacob Harley. At your service, sir.
Surprised, the man shakes it.
John Egbert, he says.
What?
You suddenly cry, slamming your hands on the table. The surprised-looking man cries out as you smack his face.
What the... Woman, what are you doing?
Jacob demands, holding your shoulders. You're fuming now, seeing red.
You've been sending my daughter messages for years? John Egbert, her little friend online. You're sick! Posing as a child to talk to my daughter?
Hold on now, ma'am, he says, holding a fearful hand to block any further slaps.
I'm John Egbert Sr. My son is... Look!
He takes out his wallet, opening it. Out spills a folio of photos of him and a small son.
Look, my son's your daughter's friend, so just relax, all right?
Oh,
you say, immediately cheerful again.
my mistake.
As the two boys chat, you look at some photos of John's kid. This child looks normal and does resemble some of the photos Rose keeps. John Sr. doesn't seem to mind your outburst, and you catch him glancing your way a few times. Listen up, you two, Jacob says, snapping you from your distraction. You eye the bottles behind John on the shelf. They'd make a terrific aperitif for a date. You're probably wondering, particularly you, Miss Lalonde, why I'm here. Jacob unshoulders a rucksack. And how to get home. Now Jacob has your attention. A way home? To a non-destroyed Earth to boot? I know a way back to Earth. One of my informants has agreed to help me, but on the condition that we complete a little mission for her. An assassination mission, see? Jacob withdraws a Polaroid from his pocket, depicting a black carapaced woman wearing a stern expression and a crown. This is the Black Queen. She's the one who locked me up, John says bitterly, lifting the photo to inspect it. And she's terrorizing the people of this land, Jacob continues. But more importantly than that, she has something I want.
More importantly than terrorizing people?
You scoff. Jacob was always something of an egoist. That thing, Jacob ignores you, withdrawing another photo, this time of a ring with 4 pearls inset on it, is this. The Ring of Orbs Fourfold. One of a set. The other is elsewhere in safe hands, but this one is presently on the finger of the dastardly Black Queen. And you want our help? John asks. Sharp man, Jacob says eagerly. You help me square away this big shiny bitch, and the 3 of us will coast on back home. But home is... John begins his sentence, but Jacob cuts him off. For you, home is gone, but I'll be taking you back well before all that nonsense. You can live out your lives any time in history you like, see? John seems to think this over. You do too, and while thinking, your eyes meet. You both look away hastily. Jacob scowls at this. What about my son? John asks. To this, Jacob actually looks somewhat forlorn. Listen, John. Jacob puts a hand on John's shoulder. Your son and Roxy's kid are part of something else now. You're going to have to let him go. John doesn't appear happy about this, but you have a strong sense that, like yourself, he hasn't felt like his child needs protecting for years. I have to at least see him before we go. John relents. Jacob nods curtly. And I suppose you want to see your little girl too, Roxy? Jacob's question makes you off balance.
Huh?
Your girl. You just said you had one when you nearly assaulted this gent here. Jacob looks impatient.
Oh.
You swallow.
I don't think she'd want to see me.
There's a long, dusty silence in the empty bar. Well, that's a fucking downer, Jacob announces, clapping his hands together. We'll rest here for the night and set out to take the ring come tomorrow. I'm happy to bring democracy to this great nation, says John rather patriotically. Something about his conviction makes your heart swoon, in spite of Jacob's buffoonery.
I'm coming too.
You say hastily, stepping close to the strapping fellow in the fedora.
You know, for, democracy and such.
Upon saying that, he smiles warmly, and you think you might gasp out loud. You might be in your 50s, 40s on your driver's license, but he's making you feel like a schoolgirl. Sounds good. Operation Regicide is a go. Before bed, let's talk Jacob's jovial words are cut off by silence, however, as outside you hear voices. Ah, shit! Jacob hisses, grabbing you on the shoulder, tugging you towards the back from whence you came. That must be the place's earnest owners. We have to hide. The 3 of you rush into the back room, just as the door opens and 4 figures burst in. The time is 11:31 a.m. Your name is Derek Strider, but you hate that name. Most people just call you Bro. You've known about the apocalypse for some time, tipped off by a friend of yours who works at Skynet, an international research conglomerate. Still,
Seeing something coming doesn't prepare you for the reality, no matter how many rocket skateboard-propelled bombs you craft. Even so, now you're on the other side of the apocalypse, standing on the roof of your apartment building, which is now perched high above a lake of lava. Roxanne didn't tell you about this. You consider going back downstairs to confront your brother, but something stops you. For years, you've been trying to make your little brother stronger, to build him into the man he needs to be, to overcome the challenges waiting for him in this strange land. Your memory drifts to the fight you both had on the roof just this morning, to the way he merely laid down to take a beating. From below, you see a small skiff skipping across the lava, manned by two little gremlin-looking things. The beeline they're cutting in the gloopy hot mess indicates their target is your apartment, and if they're coming now, more will come later. You look towards the entrance of the stairwell, walking towards it, your mind reeling over the decision you have to make. Dave isn't ready. In fact, he's less than not ready. He's a cream puff, a weakling, a liability. You hate thinking that about your own flesh and blood, but deep down you know it's true. You hold your puppet little Cal in your hands, an heirloom you one day hoped to pass on to him, but you suppose that day never came. You slip into his room, undetected due to your mastery of stealth. Your fingers let go of little Cal, placing him on the empty table across from Dave, behind him, exiting the room. One final gift to your brother. You did all you could. You reassure yourself, adjusting your shades on your face, feeling tears sting behind your eyes. You know you did. You fought with him every single day on the roof, and in spite of all those fights, all that adversity, he never rose above it. Back on the roof, the alien skiff is approaching faster now, no longer a dot on the horizon, but an audible presence. It's time to leave. Now is the time to throw Dave into the deep end, even though you know he'll drown. There's no hope for him, but still, you have to suppress your own instincts. Either those imps will tear him apart, or something else will. In that moment, your brother dies to you as you lean off the side of the roof, feet planted on a rocket board, speeding off into the dark. You shed a bitter tear that sizzles into the lava below. Your name is Dave Strider. Turning from your computer, you scream.
Fuck.
Behind you, sitting on the table where your broken turntables once sat, is your brother's stupid fucking puppet, little Cal. Heart pounding, you smack the leering mannequin from the desk, fuming. The orange crow sprite lights beside it. Rose did say you need to prototype the thing again with something humanoid. You grit your teeth. For some reason, you feel like you're making the wrong choice, but you wave your hand bitterly. Go for it, you tell the bird. In a flash, the bird lights on Cal, and before your very eyes, the most horrible thing you've ever seen in your life is born. How was the smug orange visage of Cal Sprite, wings spreading triumphantly?
Better watch out, Mr. Dave. There's some imps coming at you from the window.
It cries, pointing a jittery puppet finger towards the window. The sound of Cal Sprite's voice is so obnoxious that you can barely think. As you draw your broken katana, you peek out the window. Sure enough, two black-colored creatures with leering teeth and claws are climbing the side of the sunken apartment complex.
Don't you worry, Mr. Dave. I'll take care of these guys quick.
Cal says, shoving you away from the windowsill. From his gaping eyes, beams shoot out and the imps fall back into the lava, howling animalistically, where they explode into grist. Don't do that, you say, annoyed. We need the grist, dipshit. You pinch the bridge of your nose, pushing your shades up. This was a fucking mistake,
Sorry, boys.
Cal says, but he doesn't sound sorry in the least. While you argue with your sprite, your computer pings, but you're not there to read it.
Dave, do you know anything about Gallows Calibrator? She offered to help, but I think I need a second opinion. She says she knows a shortcut to the first gate. Dave? Dave! Dave! Whatever. I'm just overthinking things. By the way, you know why these troll guys keep calling me June? I think it's a cool nickname.
June, you mean John, already logged off by the time you're able to respond. Whatever. He's dealing with some shit of his own now. Just, you huff exasperatedly at Cal, make yourself useful.
How's that, big man?
Cal asks, cocking his rictus grinning head at you. Can you fix turntables? You say sarcastically, pointing your thumb at the broken set on the floor, turning back to the computer. Rose, I think I, fucked up.
Dave, any grist progress?
No.
Looks like none of us are. John is awake, but he's been screwing around away from his computer all day. It's maddening.
He says he's been talking to a troll.
They do seem to know about the game we're playing.
I think it's fucking stupid personally, but whatever. They're aliens. That much is certain now, since, the planet that we're all from is kaput. Oh, God, listen to me. Kaput. I'm already jaded. Am I jaded, Rose?
I don't know. I think you need a nap. Frankly, we all do. Just keep an eye on John. He's been ectobiologizing things all day long. It's starting to worry me. We shouldn't toy with those machines. They could be dangerous.
I'm sure the dude is gonna be fine. After all, that's his name. Ectobiologist.
Don't you find that odd? The fact that John's username is the very thing we're now doing in-game? That my mother had one of those machines in her basement? I mean, ectobiologize isn't a word.
I don't know. I guess. In my experience, coincidences happen, even wild, crazy ones. Until it turns out they weren't, all along.
Have you been doing any of it?
Ectobiologizing? No.
You should. Jade said she put a machine on your roof, so we can all have one.
You decide to check out this machine, noticing that Cal Sprite is gone. Far from put you at ease, this makes you nervous, even though it is now quiet. Cal? Don't fuck anything up, you shout, hoping he can hear you, but highly skeptical he'd even heed that warning, peeking around the house before hoofing it to the blacktop roof. To your dismay, you see the ectobiology machine, the dismaying element being Cal crouching in front of it, laughing as he presses buttons like a mad scientist. What the hell? You cry, rushing towards him as he dumps the two halves of your turntables into a tube, hitting a button. To your horror, they disappear with a melodic noise. What the fuck, man? You demand, swatting Cal on the back.
Boss!
He cries excitedly, slinging his weird limp puppet arm around your shoulder. You recoil, but he's surprisingly strong.
I fixed up your turntables with a little bit of ecto-hoosits.
You didn't do anything. You just made them disappear, you brainless, puppety jackass. You shove him off, getting sick of this.
No, they're just over here, boss.
Cal insists, bounding over to the alchemeter. On the platform sit, you're not sure what. They appear to be turntables, but they're floating in midair at hand level off the ground, two records spinning in each. They're still split in half, and instead of mounted on a table, the records are set into two red discs that look like gears.
See? All fixed up.
Cal beams.
And with some extra features, too.
As soon as Cal speaks, there's a flash behind you. You've had enough with fantastical flashes today, so when you turn around, it's irritably, your growing anger making your face red hot with confusion and embarrassment. Alright, what the fuck is... Huh? Instead of being jump scared, this time you're creeped out. Behind you, about 2 steps away, is... you. A clone of you or... something, staring back just as dumbfounded as you are. Holy shit, the other Dave says, incredulous, looking down at his own set of turntables floating under his own hands. Cal grins wider at you and your new doppelganger. Shut up, Cal, you say in tandem, head swiveling toward the other. Who the hell are you? You demand, confused. It's surreal seeing yourself outside of a mirror, like this is some unruly reflection that won't obey you. It should piss you off, but anyone that isn't Cal is welcome in your mind at the moment. Those Other Dave says, nodding at your turntables. Something happened when Cal fixed him up. I don't know if I should explain, just try it, he says, and you feel your hands moving to scratch the record tentatively. Other Dave nods reassuringly, and you set your fingertips on the glossy ribbed surface, moving the smooth discs with a scratching noise. As you do, something odd happens. The whole world suddenly goes wrong, like a rewinding tape. Other Dave and Cal move in of their own volition before you break out of it as you let go of the record. Alright, what the fuck is... Huh? You hear a familiar voice from in front of you. More than familiar, it's identical to the thing you just said moments ago. It's Other Dave again, or... No, that's Dave, and now you're Other Dave. You stare at him, aka yourself, dumbfounded. Cal grins wide again, and you find yourself saying, Shut up, Cal, just like before. Who the hell are you? Other Dave says, but you cut him off. You know your lines. They're written into you. I don't know if I should explain, just try it, you say. As you from 10 seconds ago places his hands on the tables, he vanishes. What the hell, Cal? You say, not angry at the puppet bird for the first time today. What did you combine these with?
I don't know, boss,
he says, shrugging.
I knew they was yours, so I took a clone of you and combined them with your tables to try and fix them.
You look down at the tools still floating at your side, ready to be used. For the first time lately, instead of annoyed, you're excited. Holy shit, you say in disbelief. I'm a time traveler. The time is allegedly 11:31 a.m. Your name is John Egbert. After waking up from an alarming dream, you feel a little disoriented. You feel like in spite of sleeping in, you're not very well rested. Even still, you have a job to do. It's time to beat this shitty game. According to Rose, everyone has a job except for you, so you're stuck waiting, and it makes you feel sort of useless. Everyone's risking themselves getting grist for you, but you're trapped on your house. Worse still, no one is available to chat. So against your better judgment, you decide to take a chance and message the trolls through VG Fax. Hey, are any of the trolls still here?
Unfortunately.
Can I message you on Pester Chum? I have some questions.
You already have my handle, wise ass. We've spoken before.
Oh, right. You're on my block list, yeah. Sorry.
Well, take me off.
Before I do any other trolls want to chat with me?
June, I am your only option. I am the only one of my group magnanimous enough to lower myself to reason with lesser creatures like you. Your only hope, as it were.
I'll message you, June.
Fuck!
After exchanging handles, you open communique with GC. You feel bad about blowing off Mr. Geneticist, but you don't feel like getting yelled at. Maybe the leet-speaking one has more insight.
Well. Finally, you've come crawling to us for advice. It's not like we didn't warn you.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, to be fair, you did kind of seem to hate us from your posts.
Humans are an absurd species. Allowing something as shallow as dislike to affect your interactions with a person.
Are you gonna help me or roast me?
They're not mutually exclusive, June.
And another thing, why do you keep calling me that?
June? Because it's your name.
It's not.
Oh, really?
No, it's John.
That's not what you say later on.
What do you mean later on? Holy shit, are you time travelers?
No, more like time readers. Well, okay, one of us is a time traveler, but she's irrelevant.
So you're saying that later on I start going by June?
Yes.
I guess it is a nice name, even if it is for girls.
Why would it being for girls matter?
Yeah, you're right. I should just go by any name I like.
That's not what I meant. But this doesn't matter, June. You wanted advice.
Ah, right. We need help getting grist early on to reach the gates.
Oh, that's adorable. getting grist like wigglers. You're doing it wrong, June. That's the loser way to reach the gate. You can do that without building your house up.
Holy shit, really?
Of course. All you need to do is have your body pass through it. Easy.
Easy! Except it's not, dipshit. What do I do, just fucking jump 100 meters in the air?
Ha, one of our guys did that. Everyone else flew, except Carcat. He insisted he wanted to do it the right way, so he built his hive up like a petulant turd.
Oh my god, is that CG's name? Car Cat?
It is an exceptionally shitty name.
Oh man, this is so great. But anyway, how do I fly there? I don't exactly just have a plane lying around.
Well then, I can help you out there. Look at your ectobiology matrix.
You walk to your ectobiology machine, looking over the inscrutable controls. Okay, I can combine stuff to get new stuff, right? Like crafting loot in an RPG.
Exactly. But if you know where to get really good loot, you can skip over the process entirely.
And I take it you have this good loot. So what, you're just gonna give it to me for free?
June, I know you like pranks. Consider this one of my own pranks.
I do like pranks. But I don't get it. How will giving me a free flying contraption be a prank?
I'll put it this way, June. It will get your body through the portal at the very least. The rest is my little secret.
Okay, GC. I accept your help.
Great. Now enter these coordinates and combine the item with something to make it airborne viable.
Oh, I forgot to ask. You know my name, but what's yours?
Joe.
Oh, okay.
Joe Lucis.
Got it. Joe sends you some coordinates, which you enter in the machine. Oddly, it says, out of range error. Mr. Lucis?
That's Mrs. Lucis to you, June.
Oh, sorry. Joe is normally a boy's name where I come from.
My name isn't really Joe, dingus. It's Terezi. That was one of my pranks.
Well, your pranks are shitty.
Wrong. You're just too simple to understand them. Maybe Carcat was right.
I roll.
Hang on, I have a solution. I'll send you a different set of coordinates. Just give me a sec.
After a long moment, Terezi sends you another set. Curiously, the indicator screen shows a red-colored rocket ship floating in space. That's weird. The rocket's just floating. How did it get there?
I'm glad you asked. At great personal risk to myself, I placed it there.
In space?
Look, it's not my fault it's floating in space, okay? I can't access your stupid universe because of the demon you sent us.
I'm not entirely sure what that sentence means, but okay. What is this thing, anyway?
It's the red rocket.
Haha, another prank.
No, that's the object's name. I ectobiologized it myself. Why? Does red rocket mean something else to humans?
Don't worry about it. You decide to combine the, Crimson Jet Propulsion Unit with a backpack lying around in your room. You slam the button, and there it is, just like Terezi promised. Your very own red jetpack. Oh, alright! I didn't expect anything to actually happen. This baby will fly me to the stars!
Good luck, June.
Here I go! You say here you go, but you're still not sure about this. Something about this leaves too many unanswered questions for you. Why was there a rocket floating in space? What did Terezi mean by demon? Maybe you need a second opinion. Dave, do you know anything about Gallows Calibrator? She offered to help, but I think I need a second opinion. She says she knows a shortcut to the first gate. No answer. He's probably busy. You hitch the backpack to your back and decide to take a test flight. Hesitantly, you hover above the ground a little bit, moving back and forth. No horrific accidents so far. This thing is great. From indoors, your Nana sees you.
John!
She says, hands on her hips.
What on Lois is that thing?
It's,
You hesitate, almost saying, red rocket. Changing course, you correct.
It's a jetpack. This baby will take me straight to the gate.
Good heavens, Nana says.
What about building up your house?
Screw that, you say gleefully. You're having way too much fun on this thing, zipping about weightless, now quite high above your home.
Come down this instant, you!
Your Nana says with a warning in her voice, but she's already a distant blue glow as you rocket towards your first gate, eyes stinging from the wind. You're not sure what Terezi meant by prank. This thing works great. If it gets your body through the gate, that's good enough for you, and as you approach the blue ring in the sky, you hoot with triumph as you pass through. You're doing it. You're flying for the first time in your life. Before now, you saw this game and the trolls as horrible and scary, but wearing this backpack, you feel invincible. You feel unstoppable. Wind whips your hair, and freedom blossoms in your chest. Haha, so long, son! Sadly, as soon as you pass through the ring, you explode and die. The time is allegedly 12:42 p.m. Your name is Dave Strider. Being a time traveler rules. You've been spending the past hour messing around with it, zipping to different moments on your roof, amusedly high-fiving your past selves as they zip away to become you, all the while obtaining high fives from your own future selves. The high-five economy is booming. Breathlessly, you end the festivities, feeling a little self-consciously silly. You've always loved time travel in movies, from Back to the Future to, well, that's the main one you always liked. You even got a puffy vest just like Marty when you were younger. Still, time travel in movies is always different. No two have the same mechanics. It makes you curious. Hey, Cal, you ask your bird puppet help character. Help here being used quite loosely.
Yeah, boys?
He asks in that Harley Quinn-esque squeak of his. What happens if I, go back in time, but then I don't become myself? You can already feel yourself brushing against the limits of human speech to explain this stuff. When I go back, I remember what to do because I just saw it happen, or when I go forward, then I know what to do later. Cal cocks his head at you. I have to become my future self, right? But in time travel, I can accidentally not become my future self? Cal cocks further. Say, if a future me appears right here and says, fiddlesticks, I have to become him later down the line, otherwise it wouldn't have happened. You follow? Cal doesn't. You're not getting anything out of him.
Sorry, boss. Your brother didn't give me enough fluff in the head.
Cal cackles, but you're suddenly nervous. You're not eager to try to find out what you just outlined. Maybe it's time to ask someone else. Yo, does anyone here know about time travel?
Shouldn't you, Mr. Knight of Time?
Anyone? Anyone at all?
Don't ignore me, you bulge nuzzler. You won't get any answers here. GC is already fooling around with June.
Hot.
You're disgusting. Just give it up. Maybe if we're all very, very lucky, you'll accidentally start another doomed timeline.
I am familiar with time travel myself, Dave. Feel free to message me, please.
Oh, come on.
You've never seen this troll before. You feel a strange wave of apprehension. Moments before you'd been so eager to try out your powers, but now they feel a little scary. What did Carcino meant by doomed timeline? You message this apocalypse person.
Hello, Dave.
Yo. Kinda creepy that you know my name already, considering we've never met.
I'm sorry.
It's cool. Just tell me your name so we're even.
It's Aradia. I'm the time player of my session, like you.
Whoa. So every Spurb game has, a time-traveling guy?
Yes, actually.
Wow, lucky me. I do have some questions. From, one time-traveling guy to another.
I am not a guy.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
It is not a big deal to we trolls.
Oh. Right, so, I don't want to accidentally fuck something up. Time-ways, I mean.
That is very wise. I was not as careful as you were, and it caused a lot of problems for me.
Shit. Okay.
The mechanics of time travel are quite simple, yet hard to describe linguistically. Basically, you need to always make sure, if you move in the timeline, you always become yourself later. I'm explaining this poorly.
You're really not. I think I get it like 100%. If I say get an apple as a gift from my future self, I would have to eventually find that apple and give it to my past self. Otherwise a paradox would happen and fuck things up, right? Or if I wanted to give my past self an apple, I would have to like already obtain an apple from my future self.
Yes, good job. I'm very happy to be speaking to someone who gets this.
So it's Bill and Ted rules.
I do not know what that means.
Oh, remind me to send you a DVD later. Oh, okay, but what happens if I don't become me later? Like if I fuck up and never become future Dave?
You will enter what I have come to refer to as a doomed timeline.
Oh, fuck. I'm glad I didn't mess around and make one of those.
Oh, well, I'm afraid you are already on a doomed timeline, Dave.
Wait. Shit, really? What?
Some doomed timelines are unavoidable. I'm very sorry. The chat client software I use can see your main timeline, which we call the alpha timeline, but it can also see the doomed timelines, which is made up when any mistake occurs, which creates a paradox. Let us say you see your future self appear, and he says, for example, fiddlesticks. You would then need to become him and finish what we call the loop. If you finish it, all is well. But if you do not, problems arise. You are no longer the Dave who said fiddlesticks. It becomes impossible.
But you said the rules, and I've been following them.
You have. You did not cause the paradox you are presently on.
What happens to a doomed timeline?
Nothing.
Oh, what, I'm just gonna be off the timeline forever?
No. When I say nothing, I mean it in an active sense. The doomed timelines terminate and disintegrate. You will die.
Fuck. What about my friends?
They are still alive and well. On the alpha timeline, that is.
I'm confused.
No, you are not. You are refusing to reckon with the fact that you may soon die.
You're one blunt bitch. Okay, how do I fix this?
There's nothing to fix. Your timeline will terminate, eliminating all the beings inside it. You are no longer real.
You can't just fucking tell a guy he's not real, Aradia. Fuck. How did this happen? Where did I fuck up?
It might make you feel better to say that you did not make this mistake. It was one of my friends, actually. Her interference caused issues. Issues that in this case do indeed need fixing.
You feel yourself starting to breathe heavily. Something deep down inside you knows that Aradia is telling the truth. You felt like something is deeply wrong ever since. Oh god, it was John, wasn't it? He got help from GC and that fucked everything. Oh, I didn't stop him, shit. God, I'm such a fucking bozo. I shouldn't have been fooling around, I should have responded.
Yes, GC interfered and made your friend explode, which is not how the alpha timeline should have gone. Your friend John needs to survive, otherwise your entire existence comes undone. Now that he is dead, well...
So you're saying she, like, fucked up the alpha timeline by killing my best friend? That's... shit, he's dead? John is... dead?
Yes.
No, fuck. This keeps happening. GC is gonna fucking pay.
Calm down. She can be... difficult. But though the alpha thread has been broken, it can be mended. In fact, you are in a unique position to mend it, Doomed Dave. John does not have to die. In a sense, he has not at all.
Tell me how. Now.
You must go back to where the Alpha timeline broke. You have to prevent John from dying. Since you are doomed, you are irrelevant to the Alpha timeline. This means you can act any way you need in it. It is a strategy I used many times.
Right. Okay, I go back, stop John from talking to GC. Bing bang boom, I'm not Doom Dave anymore.
Incorrect, I'm afraid. Since you hail from a time paradox, the Dave in the Alpha timeline will never become you. Therefore, he will not leave his post as Alpha Dave. You will be a spare guy. A one-up.
Oh. I guess that's better than, dying.
I tend to think so.
Okay, well, fuck.
You know what to do, I think.
Okay. Thanks, Aradia. You do know what to do. You look out your window over the lava, towards the darkness of the land of heat and clockwork. The horizon looks a lot closer than it did before, like the planet itself is shrinking, like you're looking to the end of an incredibly small universe. Details around you look fuzzy, and Cal, behind you, sits silently, uncannily staring into the distance. You can feel it. Your world unraveling, just like Aradia said. It all feels so suddenly pointless, so idiotic, so maddeningly horrible. Your mind shifts to Chad's last words, and it makes your whole body feel too heavy to move. What's the point? Why bother? Why fix the Alpha timeline? You're already dead, your peripheral vision beginning to blur. But then you think of John, your friend, your leader, a goofball, a dope, an idiot, a person who you can save. Your hand touches your turntables, and with a hefty spin, you toss them back, the world around you reversing. The time is 11:31 a.m. Your name is Derek Strider, but you hate that name. Most people just call you Bro. You've known about the apocalypse for some time, tipped off by a friend of yours who works at Skynet, an international research conglomerate. Still, seeing something coming doesn't prepare you for the reality, no matter how many rocket skateboard-propelled bombs you craft. Even so, now you're on the other side of the apocalypse, standing on the roof of your apartment building, which is now perched high above a lake of lava. Roxanne didn't tell you about this. You consider going back downstairs to confront your brother, but something stops you. You look towards the entrance of the stairwell, walking towards it, your mind reeling over the decision you have to make. Dave isn't ready. In fact, he's less than not ready. He's a cream puff, a weakling, a liability. You hate thinking that about your own flesh and blood, but deep down you know it's true. Then suddenly, as if exploding out of thin air, Dave appears, panting haggardly. At his side are two floating records. "Bro," he exclaims, grabbing your shoulders. "Where am I?" You balk. Dave's never laid his hands on you before, let alone taken you by surprise. You fix your shades, which went askew when your brother shook you. "You're on our roof." "No, jackass." He cuts you off, to which again you're shocked at. "The other me. Fuck this." Dave whips his head around, hastily dashing towards the stairwell, but he seems to reconsider, dashing back, and before you can blink, he wrenches little Cal from your hands and tosses him off the roof into the lava below. "What the Dave?" You cry, hastily chasing, but it's no use. You watch helplessly as your beloved puppet, your Cal, sinks into the lava below. "You're dead, you little..." you begin to say through gritted teeth, but when you turn around, Dave is gone. Back on the roof, the alien skiff is approaching faster now, no longer a dot on the horizon, but an audible presence. It's time to leave. You thought you knew your little brother, but something is starting to gnaw at you. The feeling that you don't actually know the boy you raised one bit. You set off into the darkness. Your name is now Dave Strider. You turn from your computer screen, half expecting to see a little cow leering at you, but it's just your orange bird sprite. You remember Rose saying that you ought to prototype the little guy again, preferably with something that can speak, so he can be a decent help character. You look around your room, but nothing comes to mind. You have a few weird bugs encased in amber on your shelves, but that doesn't really sound great. A weird bug is fine to look at dead, but you don't want your questing buddy to be a fucking millipede. Then suddenly, your bro kicks in your door. "What the fuck, man?" you say defensively, hugging yourself. "Wait, that's not your brother." "No time to explain," says the guy. "You're..." you stammer out as this blonde, beshaded stranger grabs your shoulders. "I'm you. Yes, that shit can wait, you beautiful dipshit. Now listen to me." Your doppelganger grabs you by the shoulders, lifting his shades above his eyes. You're not sure what the fuck is going on right now, but this guy seems to be you, and you figure who better to trust than yourself. From behind you, your computer beeps. It's John. "Gah, fuck!" the other guy cries.
Dave, do you know anything about
are you
Gallows
sure?
Calibrator?
"John's just being a dork. He can wait," you say hesitantly. "No," the Dave clone insists. "Tell him not to listen to the troll." The urgency in other Dave's voice shakes you. You turn to the screen without another word.
She offered to help, but I think I need a second opinion. She says she knows a shortcut to the first gate. Dave?
Hey man.
Hey, what's going on?
You look over your shoulder at your wide-eyed copy. I'll tell you later, okay, man? Just don't listen to the trolls. We shouldn't trust those clowns. The four of us have got this shit on lock.
Even if she really helped me out with a cool piece of loot?
Come on, dude. The only reason they'd give that shit to you for free is because it was some sick joke.
She did say something about a prank. Let me talk to her.
Don't mess around with that shit.
Heh, okay, Dave. You're right. You doing okay, by the way?
Oh, geez, John, you do care. I'm shedding a single manly tear down my rugged cheekbone, all catching the camera and glistening and shit.
I'll take that as a yes. See you soon.
With that out of the way, you turn to Clone Dave. "Yo," you say. "Sup," he replies. Things are silent between the both of you. It's a comfortable silence, one that you break. "So, are you actually, really me, or some fake me about to, kill me and take my place?" "I'm you from a doomed timeline," replies the other Dave. "Okay," you say, already lost. Basically, we're time travelers. I'm like whatever the opposite of the Terminator is. I'm a guy who's gonna save your ass from dying." "Yeah, but that was what Terminator was in T2, remember?" "Yeah, exactly. I'm Arnold in T2. Tight. Tight." Another long silence. Alt Dave points at the crow. "Didn't you prototype this thing yet?" he asks. "No. I prototyped mine with Lil Cal. It was a fucking mistake." Alt Dave runs a hand through his hair. It's surreal watching your own habits play out on another person, like listening to your voice on a recording for the very first time. "That sounds shitty," you say, "but I can't think of anything better." Alt Dave blinks, getting a look on his face. You watch curiously as he silently leans down, a hand extended to your crow, who hops into his hand. A moment later, there's a flash of orange light. Before your eyes, Dave is transformed. You can't help but look in awe as wings spread from his shoulder blades, his skin and hair glowing orange. He looks at his hands, then over his shoulder at his wings, and then he looks back at you, and you both speak in unison. "Oh, hell yes." The time is 11:31.
a.m.
Your name is John Egbert. After waking up from an alarming dream, you feel a little disoriented. You feel like in spite of sleeping in, you're not very well rested. Even still, you have a job to do. It's time to beat this shitty game. According to Rose, everyone has a job except for you, so you're stuck waiting, and it makes you feel sort of useless. Everyone's risking themselves getting grist for you, but you're trapped on your house. Worse still, no one is available to chat. So against your better judgment, you decide to take a chance and message the trolls through VG Fax. Hey, are there any trolls still here?
Oh god, this is miserable. You have no idea how miserable this is.
Can I message you on Pester Chum? I have some questions.
You already have my handle, wise ass. We've spoken before. Twice now, as a matter of fucking fact.
Ooh, right. Yeah, you're on my block list. Sorry.
This is so fucking pointless.
Do any other trolls want to chat with me?
Yada yada yada. We all know you're just gonna talk to Terezi. I already watched all this play out in your stupid doomed timeline.
I'll message you, June.
Fuck!
After exchanging handles, you open communique with GC.
Well. Finally, you've come crawling to us for advice. It's not like we didn't warn you.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, to be fair, you did kind of seem to hate us from your posts. After trading barbs with GC and ascertaining her name, she sends you some coordinates, which need to be fixed before you can get her gift. To you, this all feels pointless, but there is a promise of sweet loot. After some shenanigans, you finally see what Terezi sent. That's weird. The rocket's just floating. How did it get there? One unfortunate naming convention later, you are ready to ectobiologize. You decide to combine the Crimson Jet propulsion unit with a backpack lying around in your room. You slam the button, and there it is, your very own red jetpack. Oh, all right. I didn't expect anything to actually happen. This baby will fly me to the stars.
Good luck, June.
Here I go. You say here you go, but you're still not sure about this. Something about this leaves too many unanswered questions for you. Why was there a rocket floating in space? What did Terezi mean by demon? Maybe you need a second opinion. Dave, do you know anything about Gallows Calibrator? She offered to help, but I think I need a second opinion. She says she knows a shortcut to the first gate. After an odd pause, Dave responds.
Hey man.
Hey, what's going on?
I'll tell you later, okay, man? Just don't listen to the trolls. We shouldn't trust those clowns.
Dave is right after all. You look at your new jetpack forlornly. It was so cool, too. But you should beat this game without help from dubious weirdos. Hey, Joe.
Aren't you zipping around the skies yet, June?
Thanks for the gift, Miss Troll, but I can't accept it. I'm sorry.
That's the sound of me snoring from what a lame person you are, June.
You chuckle. This Terezi person is annoying, but in a funny way. You're not sure how you feel about her. Well, you made this stupid jetpack. Might as well use it for something. You perch it on the guardrail of your balcony and flip the switch. Gleefully, you watch it sail high into the air at a skyward angle, before, to your horror, it explodes mid-flight. What the fuck? Hey, dipshit.
Uh-oh, looks like the jig is up.
You sent me an exploding rocket. I could have been on that thing. Are you trying to kill me?
Of course we are, June. It's the least we can do.
I don't even know you. None of us do.
You don't yet, but you're the reason our session was ruined. I'm well within my rights to kill you. You might not have acted yet, John or June or whatever your name is. That's my justice, and I'm going to take it however I want. So watch your back.
Oh yeah? Well, maybe you should watch your back.
Shows how much you know. I'm blind, shoot sniffer.
Gallows Calibrator has blocked ectobiologist.
You stare at the screen, dumbfounded. Someone just tried to kill you. Not a brainless imp, but a real person. A thinking being wants you dead. You lean on the guardrail, singe marks from the jetpack's takeoff still smearing them. You don't know what to think anymore. This has been a weird day. And what's worse, you're no closer to your first gate. But what's odder is that there's something you can't get out of your head. Something that you've been pushing aside for a while. It's that name, June. A name you've heard over and over. You're pretty sure, even in your dreams. That's not your name. You're John. Right?
You all right, dearie?
You hear Nana ask. Her voice is just what you needed to calm down.
Yeah,
you say.
Sorry, just kind of overwhelmed.
I should think so, Nana chuckles.
After all, you're in quite the strange circumstance.
You follow Nana inside, finding a plate of mashed potatoes and a muffin. Not the most nutritious breakfast.
I'm sorry I couldn't make a proper meal, John, Nana says. But there's not much left in the pantry.
Oh, geez. You didn't think of that. How are we supposed to eat?
Well, there's food in your land once you reach the gate, dear, so I hate to speed things up, but you might need to get there sooner than later.
You pick at your meal, nibbling, going over things in your head. Terezi did try to kill you, but she might be right. Building up your house is taking too long, and it might be better not to bother.
Nana, you can fly, right?
You ask. Well, yes, Nana says, flipping in the air jovially.
Then, can you take me to the first gate?
You ask this, and Nana seems to hesitate. You expected as much. After all, help characters can't finish objectives for you, usually.
Well,
Nana says,
I can, just, well, you have your quest, and so, see.
It's fascinating. She's clearly torn between her Nana self and her sprite self. Half of her is your beloved grandma. The other half is a sprite.
Right,
you say, voice tinging with a sly tone.
I guess I'll just,
You sigh dramatically.
Starve. No, I mean, we have food for a while yet, dear.
Nana swallows. Sprites can't sweat, but she looks like she might anyway.
Right,
you say, still dramatic.
But geez, I mean, you're doing your best, and all we have is mashed potatoes and muffins? You're a better cook than that, Nana. I am,
she says hesitantly. Oh, yes, all according to plan. If there's one thing a grandma can't resist, it's a hungry grandchild.
Well, then unless we go through the gate,
you reason, trying to put on your biggest puppy eyes,
I won't get fed right. Right, John, but I can't just fly you to... I mean, I can't just...
Nana fidgets, tugging her apron, but a sound stops her right dead in her tracks. Your stomach growls, and the sound breaks her. Suddenly, Jane Egbert grabs a hold of your shoulders, and with what could only be described as grand matronly strength, she hoists you into her arms and blasts through your ceiling, hurtling towards the first gate.
Have another helping, dear!
She howls over the blistering wind as your Nana flies you, Superman style, into the land of wind and shade through the ring high above. Your name is the Sovereign Slayer, but your friends call you Jack. A dark night in a city that keeps too many secrets to speak. You're in your office, leaning back in a chair, sucking on a cigar the size of your thumb, relaxing, when Trouble walks through the door. Trouble, of course, is 6.5 feet tall, propped up on long, slender legs, topped with eyes so narrow and calculating, it makes the blood freeze in your veins.
Slayer,
Trouble says, parting those pretty lips to huskily whisper. In spite of your heart beginning to thud in your black-shelled chest, you play it cool.
What do you want?
You ask irreverently, kicking your feet up on the desk next to a large jester hat that you're conspicuously not wearing.
The air has gone through his portal,
She says, as if that means something to you. Her voice is stern, the kind of voice upon whose authority you've developed your anarchistic philosophy.
So I heard.
You say stoically.
Our forces have begun to draw power from the first kernel.
She says again in that tone that implies you should care more than you do.
So I heard.
You repeat, leaning back further in your chair.
I know the score. The runs all pass their first gates, and once we do, we use their kernel's first prototyping to power up.
In a sense.
Trouble says, her eyes narrow.
So you're not ignorant, just willfully misbehaving. Like a petulant child, as always.
Trouble, of course, is known by another name. The Black Queen. The sovereign of your own land, Durse. She runs the place, and on paper you're a hired assassin whose job it is to serve your sovereign by murdering the queen of your rival kingdom, Prospect.
Slayer, put on the fucking hat.
She says, arms crossing. She clicks a finger impatiently against her arm. You look with distaste at the hat in question. It's a royal policy to shift aesthetics to match with the player's prototype, but this gregarious jester hat is just wrong. You prefer the plain and the serviceable.
And what if I don't?
You challenge, voice even.
Then you'll be processing parking tickets for the rest of your natural life,
the queen says through gritted teeth. Oh, you can't help but smirk. You love getting even the smallest rise from your monarch. You're a pretty important guy, you think. The one and only Sovereign Slayer, the man who's tasked with killing royalty. Not a guy to be taken lightly.
Slayer,
she warns, but you're already on a roll.
You need me, doll.
Your hands politely folded behind your back, looking up at her.
I'm the guy who's gonna kill the White Queen for you. A job I can't do if I'm pushing pencils for you on account of some errant headwear.
You call her bluff. You can see her squirming, gripping her arms so hard you think they might crack. But to your dismay, she doesn't break.
Fine,
she says, snapping her fingers. Before you can so much as protest, 3 burly Dursites march in, stacks of papers in their hands, placing them like cargo on your desk. The burliest one takes the name plaque off your desk, replacing it with a new one. Shipment Servicer.
What the fuck?
You cry, taking a slip from the top of the pile.
These are all citations for tariff dodges.
Wear the hat, servicer,
she says, pulling rank.
And finish processing these citations before Sky arrives, or I'll find someone else to kill the White Queen for me.
Your monarch pushes you, placing a single clawed finger on your chest right above your heart. She could kill you with just a little push.
Do you see this ring?
She asks you. The ring of orbs fourfold, the source of her power.
This ring means I am your queen, and you will obey me. I cannot have anything less. She who wields the ring rules.
There's a long pause, allowing her words to sink in. You say nothing, eyes meeting hers, trying not to waver. As she turns away, you stare dumbfounded, heart racing, lungs panting. You called her bluff, and you paid for it in spades. As she walks out, the door slams, before sending some of the papers skittering across the floor. With rage in your heart, you place the hat upon your head, fists clenched. But of course, instead of beginning paperwork, you reach for the phone on your desk, calling your right-hand man.
Dignitary.
You spit into the receiver before he can say hello.
Well. From the dulcet tones I'm hearing, the Queen finally got to you about the hat,
he says in his trademark smooth drawl. The draconian dignitary is one of your right-hand men because he serves as the ambassador to Prospect, which places him in a unique info-gathering position. He's also your right-hand man because he's one of the most reliable people you know.
Shut up,
you say defensively.
no use trying to hide things from him. There's a pause on the other line.
Slayer,
He says, voice stern.
I know you and the old lady don't get along, but if you're thinking of doing something rash, I'd advise against it.
I know you do.
You hiss.
Are you gonna rat me out?
I didn't say that.
He responds. You know he means it.
Then get the boys together. You said you was ride or die, and if that wasn't just words, then now's the time.
Another silence. The dignitary is a contemplative guy.
We'll meet in the bar in an hour,
He says. As promised, an hour later, you and their 3 closest associates meet in front of an abandoned bar, a place you 4 have used for secret dealings for years. In the middle is the dignitary in his bowler hat, and on either sides are your 2 cohorts. To his right, the courtyard droll, the groundskeeper of the Dursite Palace, someone you keep close because he works under the queen.
Hey, you boss.
He squeaks. He's an earnest fellow, but he seriously lacks in smarts. To DD's right is the muscle of the operation, the hegemonic brute. Truth be told, he's just kind of a big guy who works as a guard in a nearby prison.
Boss,
He says, tipping his hat.
sorry I was late. We got a troublesome prisoner back at the jail.
You nod, and the 4 of you head inside. Unbeknownst to the upper echelons of Dursite society, you 4 comprise one of the most nefarious criminal syndicates in the Inciposphere, the Suits. And for a city as nefarious and criminal as Durs, that's saying a lot.
King says you got a job for us,
says HB, referring to the code name of the draconian dignitary. You stand, as you always do, behind the bar, pouring drinks for your cronies, greasing the wheels of your syndicate.
Are we really gonna off the queen, boss?
Squeaks the droll, slugging back his drink of choice. Chocolate milk. Outside the door of this bar, you are the dutiful Sovereign Slayer, the Queen's royal agent. But behind this bar, you are Jack Noir. You toss your hat to the counter. Jack Noir doesn't wear shitty hats.
Not so.
You reply after taking a sip of rich bourbon.
Not yet, at least. Killing a broad is one thing, boys. Easy as pie. Just put the knife in and twist.
You mime stabbing someone in the air in front of you.
Killing a queen's easy, see?
Your 3 compatriots listen closely, but you have a feeling only King really understands.
That's treason, though, ain't it, boss?
Asks HB, scratching his head.
Right you are, queen.
Your nose wrinkles. You never understood why HB went in for a code name like Queen, as such a feminine moniker doesn't suit his massive heft.
Why should we kill the old BQ?
Droll asks, cocking his head to one side and milk mustache on his upper lip.
Easy, Ace.
King leans back and answers for you. It seems he's figured out the score before you've even said it.
So we can be in charge.
That's right.
You agree?
And with the Black King all tied up all the way across the Veil on Skya,
we'll have an easy time of taking over back home.
King finishes. You nod, grinning.
All right, easy enough, Queen says gruffly. But how are we gonna do it?
easy.
You say, lighting a cigarette, biting it between your sharp teeth.
We take the ring.
Oh, the ring of orbs fourfold.
Ace excitedly says.
The ring what gives the old lady her powers.
Hold on,
Queen says, holding his hand up.
that ain't easy, dipshit, that's hard. The Queen's guarded at all times, and on top of that, she's stronger than the 4 of us combined.
Right.
You say, leaning on the bar, spelling it out for your slow friend.
But who's in charge of the guys at the castle?
Queen scratches his chin.
Me?
Right, dipshit.
You reply, smacking him upside the head.
You call the guards away to the prison, stage a little riot or something, leaving the queen unprotected. At which point, we can yoink the ring. Nice and easy.
But boss,
Ace squeaks, raising his hand. You roll your eyes.
how are we gonna get the ring if she's wearing it?
That's the beauty, ain't it?
King speaks up this time.
She doesn't, all the time.
She don't?
You ask, quirking a brow. You didn't know that.
She used to,
King says, speaking slowly. He's got an uncanny knack of speaking in such a way that you hang on every word, a power he's using right now.
But ever since the heir prototyped that jester, the queen's been taking the thing off, putting it in her safe.
King flicks a piece of lint from his jacket.
Seems like she doesn't like being a clown.
You think back to seeing the queen in your office. She didn't look happy about the dress code herself, frankly, her crown dotted with little bells. Unlike you, however, the queen didn't have a choice of attire. Anyone who wore the Ring of Orbs fourfold was mutated into the form of whatever those hero brats prototyped.
That hypocrite.
You hiss.
And our buddy Ace here knows the combination to the queen's safe,
says King, rubbing Ace's little bald head.
I do!
He says gleefully.
So, the plan's simple then.
You say, putting your hands flat on the counter. Your three stooges listen up.
First, Queen starts a riot in the prison, calls away the guards. Next, King drags BQ away to chat while the ring is off. Make up something about news from Prospect.
King and Queen nod.
Finally, Droll opens up the safe, nabs the ring, and we meet back here.
You look at each of your cohorts. Ace nods rapidly, excited.
And then
King finishes for you dramatically.
we kill the queen.
Silence takes over the dim, quiet bar.
Why not just kill her while the ring's off?
Queen asks. A reasonable question.
Easy,
King replies.
If we kill her, we've assassinated a queen. Any jackass can do that. What we're doing is taking over. To do that, we need to have power too.
The power being the ring. If I've got the ring, her little cronies become my little cronies.
You grin.
In other words, our little cronies.
Once Ace gets the ring, we'll regroup here to head back to the palace together to off Her Highness,
King says, suckling down the last few centimeters of his cigarette.
And then
The suits rule Durst!
Ace claims excitedly.
The suits rule dice.
You confirm, voice full of venom. The four of you grin wickedly, menacing laughter filling the whole bar.
I guess you really are the Sovereign Slayer,
King says, clapping you on the shoulder.
I guess I am.
You grin. It's going to be a long night. Your name is John Egbert. You hear your PDA buzz.
I need a favor. I'm occupied at present with some various errands, and my battery charge is running low. I need you to speak to anyone who bothers me. I hate to bog you down with this. I'll give you my login to Pestersham. Just screen some things for me.
Oh, okay. You look up from your phone at your surroundings. Hours ago, your grandmother just blasted you through your first gate. Since then, your life has been a blast. First of all, the land of wind and shade is beautiful. Your first gate, after entering, had teleported you to a massive valley full of wondrous sights. It all looks so alien and surreal, but you feel oddly at home. The rocks jutting up from all around you are deep navy blue, glowing neon teal mushrooms jutting from the rocks, giving the whole place a dim light. Above your head, the clouds you saw from your house are there, but underneath, they're dotted by the twinkling of innumerable fireflies.
Look, Nana,
You say, pointing skyward.
The fireflies have all been trapped beneath those smoggy clouds, kept below by the billowing smoke of Typheus.
Whoa, you say. He sounds like a jerk.
He is, dear boy, and in due time you'll take him down, but for now, we ought to get you somewhere to eat.
Your stomach growls again. You are pretty hungry. You grip your sledgehammer tightly, a grin on your lips. Whatever this game throws at you, you've got. You walk down the path laid out before you, a signpost reading Salamander Town, pointing in the path's direction. You decide to follow it. Nearby, you spot a patch of pitch black on the ground, squatting near it. Oil? You say, dipping a finger in it, giving it a sniff. Indeed, Nana says gravely. Another of Typhoeus's pollutions to this lovely land. The rivers flow with oil. Your Nana stops suddenly, pointing down the path. Imps. 6 of them sit around a little campfire, chattering to one another. Due to the cliffs on either side of you, you can't sidestep them. Your hand just tightened on your hammer. They look different, you quietly note, hastily hiding with Nana behind a rock. Are those jester hats?
Quite right, John. You see,
Nana indicated to her own jester hat.
the items you use to prototype your sprite, that's me, also is sent to the imps to power them up.
Okay, so, you think you understand. But all in all, you're just excited to get into some combat. Basically, they're little jester guys now. Maybe they'll be, trickier and more prone to mischief.
I'd wager so,
Nana says, rolling up her sleeves. You both nod at one another. The fight doesn't last long. Each imp comes up to your knees and explodes into a splat of oil when you swing your hammer. Soon enough, the camp is dispatched. Taking a break, you check your trusty PDA.
John, where are you? Our collective grist horde seems to be increasing. Please respond ASAP. You're not overwhelmed somewhere, are you?
Nope, I got through the first gate.
That's wonderful news for me. Building up your home was slow going. I'll bother Dave to start building mine with this new windfall.
Great. I'm on my land, and it's so pretty, Rose.
I'm glad. Thank you again for checking my messages for me.
What luck. The imps seem to have dropped some consumable loot as well as grist. You pick up what appears to be a package of chips.
Don't eat imp food, John,
your Nana scolds. Defying her suggestion, you pop it open. Tastes like Pringles. Relaxing on an alien world is surprisingly serene. You thought there would be more strife, but it's pretty peaceful. You could live like this forever. Your PDA buzzes, but this time it's from Rose's side of Pester Chum. Looks like one of the trolls is bugging her. You've never seen this troll before, typing in green text like Jade. Still, given your recent experiences with Car Cat, you're not inclined to give Greenie the benefit of the doubt. You crack your knuckles, detecting an excellent opportunity for japery.
Good morning, Miss Lalonde. First of all, I would like to say I am a huge fan.
New phone, who's this?
Oh, my name is Kanaya Merriam, one of the Myriad Trolls.
Right, more like one of the Myriad Losers.
That is hardly fair. I know my compatriots are somewhat uncouth, but it is prejudice to base your opinions on those interactions to a whole species.
Okay, you're right. I'll reserve judgment, even though you do seem pretty loserly.
They say never meet your idols, and I think this is that idiom in practice. Look, I just wanted to warn you about something.
Oh, that's really good, because I need to warn you about something too.
You do?
Yep, I need to warn you about a dangerous ligma.
Oh. At the risk of sounding like a fool here, but I am not familiar with the human ligma.
Ligma nuts! Ligma balls! More like lame auxiliatrix.
Sorry, I am very lost.
You know, ligma balls.
Okay. Am I to know what a ligma is? And what of the ball element? You're being needlessly confusing. I'm beginning to get the feeling that you're not as smart as I thought.
Joke failed. Never mind, you trolls suck so much that you can't even get japed.
What?
Tentacle therapist muted Grim Auxiliatrix for 12 hours.
Oh,
You stand back up, chips consumed, and depart on your path once again. You can't let a poorly executed jape attempt get you down. You're the best japist of all.
John, you'll get a headache if you walk around and use your little computer at the same time,
Nana scolds again. You can't help but be charmed by her matronly attitude, even though you completely ignore her. Rose, this is weird.
John, you're going to have to be more specific. The sheer density of weird happenings is at a level to which your specificity will need to increase.
The trolls. Apparently they're from another universe and played our game too.
I'm baffled that that was true all along myself. They fit in so well with the type of irritating trolls commonly found online that I hardly gave them a glance.
It's also weird they call me June.
Indeed.
There you go with the indeed again, Rose, but maybe you're right. Maybe there is something I'm sort of not addressing.
I will reserve my own musings for now, John. But do you like to be called June?
Yeah. But that's weird, right? It's a girl's name.
I don't think it's weird. I think you tend to overthink these issues, June. That's why you always get bogged down in trivialities.
You just called me June.
Yes, you said you liked it.
I do. But it's still weird. Not bad weird, just weird.
I'll ask another question, further reserving comment. You mentioned before this mess began that you often thought about being a girl. How do these fantasies make you feel?
You stare at your PDA for a moment. Your heart, for some reason, is thudding in your chest, like you're standing on a precipice you yourself can't even see into. I don't know.
This would be worth discussing further, June. I can keep calling you that, right? You at least know that much?
Yeah, that would be okay, I think. You breathe. Rose's words ground you at the edge of the cliff, which you feel yourself nearly stepping off of.
John?
Your Nana's voice breaks you from the stupor, realizing you've been walking and typing, barely noticing you were about to step right off a literal, actual cliff. Gah! You start, hopping back from the ledge, resuming your journey on a sandy blue road.
Put that PDA away. Imps could leap out at any moment, dear.
Looks like you'll have to wait to finish this later. Still, Rose calling you June makes your cheeks heat up, a thought that you can't get out of your brain as you and your Nana press on. That name feels good. Lost in thought, you bump into Nana's back, who sticks her hand out to quiet you. Up ahead is another camp, this time not just with imps, but with massive hunchbacked creatures with teeth jutting out from their bottom jaws. Each one is about double your height, wearing jesters' hats and boots.
Looks like imps aren't the only things we'll need to contend with,
Nana whispers. The cliffs on either side had fallen away, meaning there was a route around the camp, one you and Nana take, creeping into some foliage on the side of the path, large blue and teal trees that give you both cover. Nana has an easy time, able to float in the air above the ground silently, but you have to be careful, picking your way through the brush to keep from making noise. Your best efforts to this end, however, are in vain, as a twig snaps below your foot at the same moment your lungs suck in air. Huh? One of the big ogre-looking guys perks up and turns around, squinting into the forest. If it was brighter, he'd see you for sure. He makes a grunt and stands, hands swiping at the bushes and grass, making a beeline for you. The ogre is even bigger up close, each of his arms thick as your thigh, his breath snorting from his gaping, jagged maw, skin oil slick, just like the imps. Your breath is about to make your lungs burst, but fear makes you unable to exhale. Your Nana silently watches, eyes wide, as the ogre spots you. Its beady eyes widening as you both stare at each other, equally bewildered. You feel that breath in your throat about to escape in a scream, when you feel a hand on your shoulder. "Dad?" you squeak. Dead silence. Then, instead of an answer, from right beside you a gun fires. You clutch your ears in pain, swearing as the camp of ogres and imps scrambles to their feet, each exploding with a subsequent bang by whoever fired the rifle. Ears still ringing, everything sounds like it's underwater, as the man, whoever he is, wrenches you to your feet, dusting you off.
He has a mustache, a monocle, and a pith helmet, looking like he stepped right out of Jumanji.
Cover your ears when a boy's about to fire, boy.
You can barely hear him over the ringing as he shoulders his weapon. What? You loudly announce. I said, boy, cover your bally ears when a fella's about to fire. That's just common sense. Okay, you say, bewildered. He sticks out a calloused hand. You shake it. Jacob Fitzgerald Harley. At your service, dear boy. The person appears human. You ask the first question that enters your brain, dumbly. How did you get here? You rub the back of your aching head. Can't say myself, dear lad. I was checking a peek at some old ruins nearby abode when, poof, I'm suddenly inside some manner of curious alien land. Out of the sci-fi books, eh, what? The man strokes his mustache, looking around. Are you a local? He asks, adjusting his monocle. Not really? You consider. Your house is in this land, but you don't come from here. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave, dear lad, says the man. I'm sure you're looking for the first ticket out of here, but I'm bound for my own goals. Tally-ho. Before you say anything, the odd, confusing man blunders back into the woods from whence he came. You guess that was lucky? Sort of. You could have gone without a gun being fired a foot from you, your right ear buzzing angrily. You collect the grist and loot from the camp. Nana, you call out. Coast is clear. Your Nana emerges from the woods, looking over her shoulder, back towards where the man had come from, with a strange expression you can't entirely read. That was weird, huh? You offer. Nana seems to snap out of her trance, still looking towards where the man departed from. Quite so, quite so. Did you know him, Nana? You ask. She clears her throat. No. Can't be. He just, well, it's nothing. You can tell the confusion is coming from Nana's own personality, not the sprite's. Who was that mystery man? Still, you're too polite to bother your Nana about it, so you leave it be for now. As you continue on the path, you push the incident from your mind as you crest a hill and see the place promised by the way signs. The town of the Salamanders. Oh man, you say, beginning to trot more quickly. I love salamanders. Your name is John Egbert, Sr. Moments ago, you ducked into a back room, peeking out into the bar you'd just ducked into in the first place to evade the man. The man being black carapace jailers who captured you after a long fall outside your own garage. You're a little confused about the series of events, frankly. You'd gone out into your lawn to see a big meteor bearing down upon you and re-entering into your garage to make peace with your own death and your son, John. But moments later, you felt a flash, and moments later still, you felt a great crack and your garage began to feel weightless. At the time, you'd assumed this must have been what it felt like to die, and counted the blessings of your life. But to your shock, the garage really was, in earnest, falling. And like Alice through the looking glass or Dorothy and Oz, you awoke in the rubble of your trusty garage in a different land. The plants dark blue, the ground a deep black, and high above you, stars underneath gray clouds. Unable to get your bearings, you'd been arrested by Carapacians, dragged off to jail for being such a fucking patriot. The rest is history. Now you're here.
You got the stuff?
One man says. He's clearly their leader, by the way he stands behind the bar, the other three men sitting at the stools. Each one of them takes off a large ornate jester's hat, the leader most angrily of all.
Sure do, SS,
the shortest of the three goons says.
Here's the stuff.
Good,
the man says. This is clearly a handoff of some sort.
And I told ya, I'm not using SS anymore, dipshit. I'm Jack. We're using code names.
Oh, right, boss,
says the short guy. Jack peeks into the package and nods, grinning. Careful, boss, the middle-sized henchman says in a smooth drawl, lighting a cigarette. Don't count your turtle eggs before they're hatched. We ain't one yet.
True,
Jack relents.
But we got the tool what with to do it. Queen!
Jack smacks the largest henchman, a gargantuan fellow who grunts.
Grab some celebratory wine from the back.
Shit, the woman you've just met hisses. You're trapped in this back room with two other people, Jacob Harley and a very striking, gorgeous woman whose name you have not yet obtained. Queen traipses back towards the back room, right towards you. Jacob grips his gun.
Not that way, dingus,
Jack suddenly says.
The celebratory wine, not the shelf shit.
Oh, right, Queen says dumbly, changing course, simply reaching for a shelf. The three of you sigh.
It sounds like those guys hate the Black Queen too.
The woman hisses.
We're trying to kill her, so why not get their help?
Simple, Jacob whispers back. The four of them continue chatting while drinking, none the wiser. It's because they're the most cutthroat group of rebels on Durst,
Oh,
the woman says.
what's Durst?
The planet we're standing on. Now hush, woman. You like the cut of Jacob's jib, but the way he speaks to the woman doesn't sit right with you. As your dear mother once said, all women are queens. And you live by that.
To crime,
The leader toasts. Your blood boils, but begrudgingly respect these rebels for fighting against the system. In short order, they leave, and your party of three emerge from the storeroom with a collective sigh of relief. I don't think I caught your name, ma'am, you say politely, taking the woman's hand to shake. She blushes, and you can't help but smile, charmed.
Oh, Roxanne. But you can call me Roxy, handsome.
She replies. Handsome? You feel your taciturn man-heart flutter. No time for flirtation, you, Jacob says, rolling his eyes conspicuously. You're snapped from your affections by him cutting between you two to walk out the door after the criminals. You walk through the Dursite streets, a little bewildered. To be fair, though, the Dursite streets are bewildered back. The Carapatians aren't used to seeing humans, and they turn their heads upon seeing your group pacing through the place. Not far now, you two, Jacob says, uneasy. I'm not a fan of walking in the open, but not to worry. I have a getaway ship arranged. As you walk, your thoughts turn to your son. Last you saw of him, he was running into the house in a panic. You hope he's okay. You're a little pained by the realization that last time you spoke with him, you reprimanded him for his birthday gifts from his little internet pals. Then something strikes you. You say, walking behind Roxanne. Pardon me,
Yeah?
she says, hastily folding up the compact you'd just been using to do whatever ladies do whenever they pat powder against their faces. Some kind of makeup doohickey, you figure. How is it that our kids know one another? Roxanne blinks. It appears that she, like you, hadn't considered that coincidence,
That's kind of crazy, huh?
she says.
And how'd you survive the meteors and stuff?
So it's true. You survived the meteor somehow. There were more than one? You ask. But from her expression, you can already tell the answer.
Aw, jeez.
She rubs the back of her neck.
Well, that's... See, you remember the dinosaurs?
Well, yes, but dinosaurs are all... You stop suddenly. Roxanne sucks air through her teeth.
Yeah...
Enough said, you suppose. You take off your hat, running a head through your raven hair. Roxanne allows you this moment. We're here, Jacob says, stopping. Saying this is redundant. After all, the building you're standing in front of is a palace to end all palaces, possibly large and imposing, the front dotted with guards. Oddly, though, they're all running about in confusion. Is the security detail always quite so hectic, you ask? The three of you are across the road, a wide, empty street, from the castle, which itself is across a moat, drawbridge raised. Negative, Jacob says, eyes narrowed. I don't know what's gotten them into a fuss. Probably some intruder. They have a problem with those, us included. No matter. There's a side entrance we're going to use. A friend of mine set it up. You realize suddenly what you've signed on to do. You might be risking your life for no reason now, saving a city you've never seen. But at the same time, what is there to fight for at all? The Earth is gone. Your son is... Don't just stand there, man. We have to move! You're snapped from your musings by Jacob, and you steel your resolve. You follow the old man around the block. It's strange that a castle, complete with moat and drawbridge, is in the middle of a city, but this place is so strange that urban planning is the least of your worries. In you get, he says, opening the door to an apartment building on the far edge of the moat on the west side of the castle. Inside, another Carapacian is manning the front desk in a little jester outfit, but oddly, she's a white color.
Jacob,
The white Carapace squeaks.
who are these people? Have we been found out? Goodness me!
The excitable Carapacian frets, hopping from one foot to the other, but Jacob silences her. Hush, woman. These are friends, you hear? Jacob turns back to face you. This is Miss Paint. She arranged for the getaway vehicle and our side route into the castle. Miss Paint eyes you both nervously before leading the party down the staircase, her feet clanking on the purple concrete as you descend. She pushes open a door labeled Employees Only and peeks out furtively. Inside you hear rushing water. Looks like this tunnel leads under the moat. Lucky.
This used to be used by the Queen to escape the mobs that used to plague the castle,
Miss Paint explains as you all walk.
but it fell out of use when the moat was installed.
She must have had to deal with a great deal of mobs, you say bitterly.
OMG, yeah.
Roxanne agrees.
That'd totally never happen under, like, a democratic queen.
Quite right. You agree with a smile that you hope isn't too forwardly amorous. To your delight, she smiles back. Queens can't be democratic, you spinster, Jacob grumbles. You shoot him an alarmed frown, but before you can reprimand him, you reach the end of the passage, a ladder leading up into the palace proper.
I'll leave you here, Jacob, and get the ship ready.
Miss Paint squeaks, ducking back down the ladder once you're all up. The ladder terminates in a storeroom, a commotion of guards and palace staff outside. Looks like you're in. The easy part is over. All right, you say. What's the plan? Jacob quirks a brow at you. Plan, dear boy, he says, incredulous as if the word never occurred to him. That was the plan. We're in. Well, we're in, but we could be miles from where the Queen is. The castle looked massive from the street. We have to be sensible. Don't you have a map or a blueprint, or you're cut off by Roxanne of all people? Jacob points at the door, ignoring you both. All right, Mr. Egbert, here's our plan, since you're too much of a ninny to buck up and deal with things head on. Jacob shoulders his weapon. We run, I shoot, you two stick behind me and dispatch any stragglers. With that said, Jacob kicks down the door and utters a mighty war cry, every Carapacian within 50 feet, halting, their eyes wide as dinner plates. You're starting to hate this guy. To Jacob's credit, the next few minutes of your life play out just like he said. Once Mr. Harley ran out of bullets, he was more than happy to swing his gun like a bat, biffing and bopping carapaces out of the way. You use your trusty fists to fend off the guards, and Roxanne uses a hefty wine bottle she no doubt saved from her hiding place back at the bar. After several minutes of frenzied running, you find yourself in what appears to be a great hall full of tables and plates and such. No guards were inside, so the three of you duck into the kitchen, panting. By God's own hooks, that was exhilarating! Did you see me blast that poor bugger in the foot? Fell right into his body, he did! Jacob slaps his knee. You and Roxanne are considerably less pleased, panting. You resent that this old-timer is in better shape than you. All right, we're in the kitchen. Where to now? You pant.
Yeah, no offense, Pops, but I'm not into running around and getting poked at by shiny dude spears.
Roxanne concurs, using a nearby cork remover to tug the stopper from the wine, giving it a swig. She offers you one, too, which you take heartily. You two are no fun, Jacob says bitterly. The only direct way Jacob F. Harley knows is through danger. He senses you two don't share his sentiment by your dirty looks, and he reconsiders. Fine. We're close to the throne room anyway. Should be right above us, as memory serves. Jacob tugs his mustache, patting his pockets. And, perhaps we should move shrewdly after all. I underestimated the amounts of bullets old Big Medicine is going to need. You poke your heads out of the great hall doors and into the area outside. No guards. Quiet, Jacob says suspiciously. They've been short-staffed, I notice. Almost like there's been some kick-up before we got here. Lucky us, you say, creeping up the stairs. Soon, you three find yourselves in a long, ornate room, cavernous and dim. A long carpet extends through the room and terminates at the foot of a massive throne. On it sits the very face you saw in Jacob's photo. The Black Queen.
The jig is up, Jacob announces dramatically. His voice echoes off the tall panes of the ornate stained glass windows surrounding the room, giving a striking view of the city below. The queen sits, unguarded, slumped in her chair, legs crossed, her foot dangling casually, waving back and forth.
And just who are you?
She asked dryly, voice quiet from down the long hall. The three of you approach. She's unguarded, which puts you at unease. We're Team Regiserp, Jacob announces. You never agreed on that name, but you let it slide. And we're here to end your cruel reign. Now then, where's the ring?
Tch. The queen waves a dismissive hand. You're too late for that.
Too late? Jacob balks. What in blazes does that mean? You're all at the throne now, which the queen has descended facing you. She's about as tall as you, elevated by a crown and her heels, the former of which she removes, pressing into Jake's hand.
If you need a trophy of my defeat, take this, she says in her smooth, cruel voice like the edge of a knife. But the ring was plundered this morning. Without it, I'm hardly a queen at all.
She spreads her arms out.
Shoot me,
she says humbly. Jacob pauses. I'm out of bullets, he says awkwardly. The Black Queen sighs like this is all just one big inconvenience to her. She withdraws a knife and presses it into Jacob's hands.
Just get it over with already,
she sighs. Jacob hesitates. We'll see now, I can't just... This does feel somewhat strange. The queen is unarmed and willing to step down. Killing her now seems like overkill, literally. You're happy just to leave with her as a prisoner, but before you can voice this, blood splatters on your face.
Well, well, well,
a voice calls from behind you. It's familiar, strangely so, but you don't turn to look yet. You're too shocked by having seen the Black Queen be shot before your eyes.
Thanks for the help, you three,
says the harsh, grizzled voice. When you turn, you see that same carapacian from the bar, pointing a smoking gun right at you. You, Jacob says, aiming his own gun right back at Jack. What have you done with the ring?
Put down the pea shooter, Mac. You just said it weren't loaded,
says Jack, scoffing.
The ring's nice and safe in my personal vault. Don't you worry.
You're not sure who this fellow is, but the way he carelessly tosses his gun aside and shrugs after just having murdered someone makes your blood run cold. You hear roaring in your ears. Tell us where the ring is, you cur, Jacob cries. Jack simply laughs.
You're right here.
The roaring that you thought was in your ears turns out to be outside of them. The roar of engines that gets louder and louder. As Slick turns to leave, the roaring gets loud enough to shatter the stained glass windows, preventing you from giving chase after him. Out the window, something massive and golden suddenly obscures the view of the city, casting a shadow over the entire place. Get on! Jacob howls. The massive golden shape, it seems, is a gargantuan ship floating in midair. It looks to you like an aircraft carrier, impossibly massive with a flat upper deck that lowers itself to the lip of the window. You kick out the remaining glass and leap out into the deck, followed by Roxanne and Jacob. The crew of the ship is all made of white carapaced people who, curiously, are also wearing jester hats and other such things. This paint is there to hastily guide you below deck as you feel the ship churn underneath you, taking off into the sky. Below decks, the three of you pant, coughing from the whipping wind above. You clutch your head. Are you hurt? You ask Roxanne, who's clutching her arms, obviously rattled.
I'm fine,
she says, straightening up. You wrap a hand around her shoulder and notice that she's still clutching the swiped wine bottle. For some reason, this tickles you into smiling, which Roxanne mirrors sweetly. Jacob, on the other hand, is pissed. That was an abject failure, he says, pounding the hallway wall, teeth gritting. A failure? You repeat. If it was a failure, sir, it was because you were behaving like an absolute loon. I wouldn't have needed to pick up the slack on you two if you hadn't made goo-goo eyes at each other the entire mission. He spits back at you, prodding you in the chest. Look, Buster, you say, blood beginning to boil. You're a loose cannon. We saved those people from a cruel dictatorship. Some little trinket doesn't matter. Dictatorship? My good man, are you insane? Jake shoves you. Brace yourself and catch his wrists before he can shove you again. Insane? You cry, voice cracking. Maybe I am. I just had to watch my house get crushed by a meteor. I don't know where my son is. And through all of that, for some reason I can't presently fathom, I help you, and now you're saying us getting out unscathed is a failure? If you think freeing some alien hoodlums from some queen is all I'm here for, young man, Jacob grunts, trying to wrench his fists from your grasp, then you're as big as fool as this bimbo. Oh, that makes you see red. She isn't a bimbo, you disrespectful idiot, is what you nearly scream. Unfortunately, before you're able to speak at all, Roxanne does for you.
I'm not a bimbo, you disrespectful shithead.
She hollers, and to your surprise, throws a haymaker right at his mustache, clipping him rather powerfully in the face. Jacob, struck dumb, lowers his fists, looking from you to Roxanne, holding his bruised cheek with a sour expression. He relents, teeth clenched, staring bitterly at the floor. Sorry, he mumbles at last, storming off down the hall. This paint, witness to the madness, meekly speaks from behind you.
Well, I'll show you to your cabins then, she swallows. We'll be at Skya in an hour or two.
As you walk down the hall, you look at Roxanne, who looks back at you. Her hair is a mess, and the face powder she'd applied is now in streaks over her cheekbones. But she smiles at you. This is a feat, because you're sure you're no better. Your poor lovely hat in tatters. Boldly, though your heart is beating fast, you slip your hand into the hand that just struck Jacob, and to your delight, she squeezes back.
Your son,
she says quietly as you walk. Your heart's beating doesn't slow, but it cools suddenly. You have a feeling you know what she's going to say. He's dead, isn't he? You finish for her. He was crushed by that meteor. You feel fatherly tears sting your eyes, the worst tears to feel. I don't even have anything to bury. You're probably in the same boat with your Rose. Your hand squeezes tighter to hers, but to your shock, she cuts you off. And when you look at her, she's smiling broadly.
No, you frickin' ding-dong. They're alive. And if we're headed to Skya, we can see them.
The tears in your eyes in that moment ferment into fatherly tears of hope as you wrap your arms around your fellow parent.
Hey, Dave.
Yo, J-Money, J-Town, Jagbert.
Haha, what's with the nicknames?
Okay, full disclosure, with the shit going on with your name, I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm using nicknames.
So to avoid getting my name wrong, you're calling me the wrong name?
No, fuck.
Relax, Dave. Just ask my name like a normal person.
Okay, what's your name?
Oh, well, I don't know yet.
Come on.
Look, that doesn't matter right now. How are you since, that stuff earlier?
What stuff? You mean getting badass time abilities?
No, I mean, with your friend.
My new friend Dave Sprite, who's also me? I basically get along with him by default, J-Cash.
Dave.
Okay, fine. I'll stop being depressingly cagey. You're talking about Chad.
Yeah.
Still super fucked up about him, but coping.
Yeah? You're not just saying that to make me feel better?
No. I'm not okay, but I'm not okay. Okay?
Okay.
I got so excited when you said your sprite brought back your Nana to life. I was gonna use my sprite to bring Chad back, but I already prototyped it twice. Plus, I don't know if there's anything, left.
Yeesh.
And then I tried to use time travel to save him, but Dave Sprite said, preventing his death would cause a time paradox.
Oh, wow. So there's no way to save him?
No. But weirdly, that feels okay. that I can't do anything about it. If there was, I would be even more messed up, I think. It's like 10 times as sad that he's gone and I can't do anything, but it's also 100 times less existentially horrible than if I could have done something. Is that fucked up?
No. If I could time travel, I'd try my best to save him, so I know what you mean. I'd probably even try if it would fuck things up if it was one of you.
You're too good. Just don't worry about me, okay? And, shit, this is awkward. But, no matter what sort of person you want to be, guy or girl or whatever, we're still buds, right?
Sure, Dave.
Tight. I love you. Wait, shit, that's not what I meant. No homo times 100. Also no straight either times 100 if you're a girl. Fuck.
Dave, Jesus Christ. Relax. I love you too. You can tell your friends you love them, dumb shit.
Okay.
Anyway, bye, Dave. I'm gonna hang out with my salamanders.
Your what? Your name is Dave Strider, but you're not the only one. We've got to decide what to call you, my man, you say, leaning back in your chair, regarding your winged orange doppelganger. Yeah, 2 Daves could get confusing. Shit's gonna be even more confusing with other time loop Daves running around. Bird Dave floats in midair, hands behind his head. You sure you don't want these? They look pretty badass, you say, indicating to the turntables he'd given you as a gift. Nah, he waves his hand. I'm done with time travel. You get how it works, right? You recall Bird Dave's explanation on time travel, something you hadn't really had time to process yet, but when he sees the confusion on your face, he shrugs. What about David, you offer? You both scoff. Nah, son, that shit stinks. I think I'll just be Dave Sprite. Fair enough, you say. Sorry about your, timeline, by the way. Everyone else there is just dead? Dave Sprite shakes his head. No, it's more like they never existed, or their existence just doesn't matter, or something. They're reincorporated into the timeline. You have a feeling Dave Sprite is talking out his ass, but you aren't going to call him on it. So now you're a Sprite. Are you going to get weird and cryptic about the game, you ask? Nah, he admits. I do have a bunch of new info about the game, but I'm not going to hold out on you, who is basically me. We're going to optimize this bitch. We're talking speedrun any %. You grin. You think you're going to like hanging out with yourself. Now that we're both here, do we kiss? You say. Dave Sprite laughs. Nah, dude. Maybe if one of us was a hot girl version of ourselves, he says, rubbing his chin. Not that you're not hot as hell. Yeah, of course, you say, smiling at your bird self. The two of you stare at each other for a moment. No homo, you say hurriedly in unison. Yeah, it's like, we like girls, you know? No way we're gay, you hastily finish. Totally, just girls, Dave Sprite says, then more quietly, only girls. You and Dave Sprite share a nervous chuckle, suddenly unable to look each other in the eyes. Anyway, you say, clearing your throat, let's get to work. Cool, Dave Sprite agrees. I know some cool tricks to build Rose's place up so she can enter the gate, now that I'm plugged into the game rules. Yeah? You say. He doesn't take his eyes off the screen, focusing on Rose's house. How do we have internet right now, anyway? This place we're in, the Inciposphere, it has a local network that pervades the entire place, as well as an archive of the internet before the destruction of a planet that anyone playing the game can interact with, he states simply. How? You ask, a little dumbfounded. He looks at you with a plain expression and says 2 syllables, which instantly clear things up. Magic, DS says, shrugging. You have a strong feeling it doesn't matter, and looking further into it would just cause you unsatisfying misery. Done, says Dave Sprite. Damn, dude, you work fat. The compliment to Dave Sprite dies on your lips. What do you think, big man? He says, grinning. The tools of Spurb allow for the creation of walls, floors, ladders, stairs, and various other things found in the structure of homes, but DS has bypassed this. Instead of a reasonable staircase or a series of rooms connected to ladders, he's created a single 100-meter-high pole
against which rests a massive white ladder. You squint.
This sucks, man.
What? Dave Sprite looks offended. He looks back, considering for a moment. Then he relents.
God, yeah.
You look down at your phone, sucking air through your teeth. Rose is going to be pissed about this. The idea of that makes you amused. On DS's screen, you see Rose looking with disdain at your doppelganger's ladder tower.
She's gonna kick my non-existent ass for this one,
he says, wincing. Rose is furiously typing at you into Pester Chum, but you both wisely decide not to respond.
Do you seriously not have an ass, bro?
You lean over to DS, unable to keep yourself from looking.
Nah, man, he says, shrugging. I'm a brainless feathery Ken doll now.
You both decide the ladder pole is good enough. The ladder is attached to the ground and isn't going anywhere due to whatever magic is keeping the suburb-constructed objects stationary.
I'm gonna need another computer,
Dave Sprite says. He's right. He can't just jack in your swag after all. After a quick trip to the alchemeter, you combine a Paradox clone of your own phone with one of your weird bugs trapped in amber. It creates a horrid phone in the shape of an insect, like an orange organic handheld computer.
This is pretty sick,
Dave Sprite admits, admiring his new bug phone.
And it's color coordinated.
You both high-five. From the roof, you can already see Jade working to build up your own house, walls appearing around you. Soon, it's not your roof at all, your apartment building growing higher and higher. While you wait, you also take a moment to get Dave Sprite a weapon, combining your half-sword as well as a Paradox clone of turntables, giving him a badass sword with a blade that looks like a broken record's edge.
Wait, shit,
you say, realizing in the process your own sword was consumed. For yourself, you make a Paradox clone of your old shitty broken katana as well as a pair of your bro's spare triangle shades. Your new sword is now jet black and ready to roll. You watch Rose climbing her shitty ladder, giving up on pestering either of you. You'll deal with those consequences later.
We'd better get going,
Dave Sprite says, walking out to the balcony. He looks upward to where Jade is building your apartment, shaking his head.
She's got a real eye for architecture. Too bad we won't need it.
We won't, you say.
No, dipshit,
Dave Sprite scoffs.
I'm gonna fly us up there.
Dave Sprite opens his arms.
Hop in.
Awkwardly, you climb into your own arms, leaning against Dave Sprite, his torso remarkably strong and firm against your hands. He's so powerful compared to you now, something that should make you jealous, but doesn't. He's you. You're him. You're here to help each other. Taking a deep breath, you and Dave Sprite nod to one another. He grips you under his arms, and you both fly to your first gate. Your name is John Egbert. You think. You're not sure yet. You never disliked being a boy, really. But you've never liked it in particular, either. When you were younger, you remember getting a manga from the school library, some old run of a Pokemon story, one that had ads for other manga the publisher also put out. You remember sitting on the floor of your room, sitting on your stomach, rereading one of the ads over and over. An ad for the manga Ranma 1/2. You don't remember the ad's exact words, but you remember being enthralled by the concept. A boy, when splashed with cold water, turns into a girl. Something awoke inside you that made your heart race, and every night before bed you'd reread the ad, trying to make yourself dream about being a girl. You know, regular guy stuff. When you finally got your hands on the stories, you loved them. You'd mutter stories about yourself in Ranma's universe to yourself each night before sleep, all written in a tiny composition notebook by your bed. Every time you visited the bookstore, you'd beg your father to buy you a new volume of Ranma 1/2. You wonder if the crate of your old manga is still under your bed. If you make it back to your house, you'll make sure to check. But you're realizing that, unlike you now assumed, that was not a normal 13-year-old boy experience. That it might have awoken something more in you than just an interest in Japanese graphic literature. Nana, you say slowly. You're currently sitting on a bed in the upstairs room of an inn in Salamander Town, in the land of wind and shade. She's on a bed adjacent to yours, even though she doesn't have to sleep now that she's a sprite. Yes, dear, she says curiously. She might be your help character now, but she's also your grandmother, someone you feel you can treat as a confidant. You died when I was 13, you say slowly. Nana kindly smiles.
That I did, dear. I apologize, but that's just the way of the world, I'm afraid. I hope you remembered me fondly.
I did, you nod, smiling to yourself.
And I'm really glad you're back, because I always admired you.
Well, I should hope so, Nana laughs. Not to toot my own horn, Pumpkin, but between your pops and me, you got a good raising. You got my smarts and his strength.
Heh,
you nod, gripping the blankets.
That's not what I mean.
Oh? Your Nana cocks her head to the side, letting you speak. You look out the window. The town of the Salamanders is bustling, even though it's ostensibly nighttime. The distant light of Skya faded below the skyline. The yellow-skinned bipedal amphibians trade glowing mushrooms for various goods with each other, blowing bubbles from their frothing mouths. To you, they look so cute. The inn you're sleeping in is quaint, manned by a tall salamander, or at least taller than his contemporaries at a noble 4 feet tall, a squeaky-voiced old man salamander who demanded 5 glowing mushrooms to stay at his inn. It feels nice, but it's not home. You clutch the covers tighter.
Nana, I always loved looking at the scrapbook pictures of you. You were really beautiful when you were younger.
Words spill from your mouth and you can feel yourself shaking.
Pictures of you and your brother, Jacob. Pictures of you opening up your joke shop, teaching Dad how to cook. Pictures of you and Grandpa's wedding.
Nana is quiet, watching intently.
I always wanted to be that beautiful myself.
Your throat clenches, but you force yourself to speak.
I always wanted to look like you.
John, Nana's voice is soft. You can tell you've either caught her off guard or she's carefully choosing her words.
I'm a woman. Wouldn't you rather have looked like your great-uncle Jacob? Or like Grandpa Sassacre?
You shake your head.
I wanted to look like you,
you say, unable to meet her gaze. Your grandmother sits on the bed next to you, the weight making the whole thing sink, gravity making you lean on her shoulder, her hand gently on your back.
I want to be a woman, you say.
That thought has been in the shadow of your mind for decades, and as you speak it, it's like the floodgates have opened. Every time you push down, that single wish comes pouring into your conscious mind, and every beautiful woman you'd so painfully wished you could be flashes in your skull. Tears sting your eyes.
Oh, dear,
she says quietly. You feel shame well inside you. It's not the horrid shame of guilt, though, not the shame that has made you push down your true feelings for 2 decades of life, but a new shame. The shame that you know that you're something horrible. After all, you're not a woman. You're a gangly, broad-shouldered creep with a mustache. You're flat as a board. You're a hideous, masculine body.
I'm sorry,
you say through silent tears, squeezing your eyes shut, taking off your glasses.
I can't.
Sweetheart, Nana says, voice stern.
I won't pretend to understand what you're going through, but how to say this?
Your heart sinks. You knew this was coming, and you nod, willing to face the facts, willing to accept your Nana telling you it can never be. But to your shock, she says something you never expected.
I know you want to be a woman, dear.
Nana speaks, and you look up at her suddenly. Her expression isn't pitying, it's not disgusted, it's amused.
Huh?
You blink, tears falling from your eyes, no longer welling behind them. Okay, now you're confused.
I mean, John, dear.
Nana puts her hand on your shoulders.
No offense, Pumpkin, but you took any excuse to root through my closet when your dad brought you over, and you'd insist on wearing heels, and you were the mother in Hairspray that one year in your school play, and...
Nana continues, but you stop her, cheeks heating up.
But you knew?
Your jaw hangs open.
Oh, of course. And since we started this quest, people have been calling you June. You haven't even corrected half of them. But,
you stammer.
So, of course you want to be a woman, John, or should I call you June, too?
Nana uses a blue hanky to wipe your eyes. You don't think I'm a creepy weirdo? You croak, looking down at your hands. I mean, I look nothing like a woman. I've got a man's body. A creepy weirdo? June! Nana frowns. Don't go talking about my grandchild like that now. You gasp a laugh, stifling a sniffle, nodding hastily. Sorry. You swallow thickly, taking a shuddery breath.
Look, if you really want to be a girl, June, no one can stop. I certainly don't give a hoot. And frankly, I can't begrudge you for wanting to join the fairer sex. Hoo-hoo.
She winks at you.
We have more fun. You'll see, dearie.
We. Your Nana said, we. She hops back into her own bed, and you lay down in yours, feeling... You're not sure. You still feel wrong, like you're trapped in your own body, like something in your very soul is off-kilter, but though you still feel that, you also feel far better than you had expected. You feel like for the first time in your life, that your horrible body isn't a prison, but something that's in your hands to change. You'd envisioned yourself falling asleep as an outcast or a deviant tonight, after admitting something you hadn't even admitted to yourself, but instead you're falling asleep a loved person. You thought you'd be falling asleep John Egbert, but instead, you're falling asleep June. The bustling noise of salamanders blowing bubbles outside lulls you to sleep. You wake up as June Egbert. You're not entirely sure where the hell you are or what the hell is going on. You're not entirely sure you've ever been awake before this moment. You look down at yourself. You're wearing golden robes, laying on the floor next to a golden bed inside of a golden room. It's all very surreal. You have to sit up and check the rest of your body because your boobs are in the way. Wait, what? Something is wrong about that, but you can't place your finger on it. You rub your head, frowning. Why do you have a headache? Feels like someone beat you with something hard. Hello? You call out. The bright golden room you're in is rather harsh on your eyes, but after some adjustment you manage to see clearly, locating your glasses on the bedside table. You stand up, trying to remember anything. All you know is your own name, a vague recollection pulled from somewhere in your memories of which you seem to have none. None except faint dreams which you can barely grasp. Your most recent one was about an old woman? You exit the room. Hello? You repeat into the hallway outside. Seems like no one is there. Odd. The room you woke up in and the hallway look almost too pristine, not lived in, like no one has visited in ages. You step out into the hallway, stretching tiredly, and to your right, you hear footsteps. Someone is coming up the staircase. Hey, you cry out. I'm June Egbert. Can you tell me where I am, please? You watch as a burly man in a suit appears from around the staircase corner. John, the man says, his eyes going wide as he sees you. Behind him is a sweet-looking woman holding a wine bottle half full. Oh, no, I'm June. Sorry, you say. The man blinks, adjusting his hat. Sorry, miss, he says. You look like my son. He sounds disappointed, and something about him rings familiar in the back of your head. You stare at him dumbly. He looks so familiar, like you've met him countless times before. But that's silly. You've been locked in a gold tower all your life. You're snapped out of your musing by the commotion below. You reason that whatever it is causing a fuss these two are concerned about. Something makes the ground rumble beneath you, and a glance out the glassless window indicates that you're up many stories, fighting going on far below, mostly centered around a strange winged man clad in black. You point, about to ask, when the dad grabs your wrist. Wait, you shouldn't profile him like that. He might just be an older man. Not all older guys are dads. Is this person his girlfriend? Wife? Something about that warms your heart. Come on, says the man, pulling you down the stairs. Hey, you stop in front of another window, pointing out of it. Why don't we just fly out? The man and woman look at each other. You can, the man asks, squinting. Can't you? You quirk a brow. Can you get us there? The dad man points upwards, towards the luminous blue ball high above, the planet around which Prospit orbits, Skya. You're not sure how you know that name, but you nod. I think so. We're pretty close right now. You link arms with both of these... Who are they, anyway? Refugees? You float skyward, or more accurately, skyaward, looking down at the kerfuffle below. They're tiny dots by now, but you see an army of white-shelled Prospidians fighting a singular figure, a strange man, a sort of mix between a harlequin, a bird, and some fashion of tentacle monster. "Do you know him?" you ask. "Unfortunately," says the woman. Below, another two figures join the fray, a strange tan figure, and your heart jumps in your chest. "That's my sister," you proclaim before you even realize it. You look at your two charges, distressed. You're about halfway between Skya and Prospit now, the moon of the planet, and the surface of Skya visible from about 100 meters up. "I'm sorry," you say hastily to the dad man. He shakes his head. "If that's your sister, ma'am, then you ought to help her. Nothing for it. Take us back down." This guy strikes you as a fine man, but you don't have time to contemplate that right now. Considering your options, you choose something foolish. "See that bush down there?" you ask, nodding towards a patch of greenery down below. "Yes," the man stammers. "Miss, I'd rather you didn't toss us. Really, it's okay. We can come back down with you. It's..." The behatted man sees your plan forming before you execute it. With a heave, you toss the duo down towards the planet, the man howling, the woman whooping like you just boarded a roller coaster. You watch to see them land safely, then fly back down to Prospit. Below is absolute bedlam, alarmingly so. Blood spatters the gold streets, a stark red against the robust gold. You land on a nearby roof watching. The black-shelled man is howling in agony, faced down now by only your sister and an old mustachioed man in a pith helmet and tan adventurer's garb. You don't know what the fuck is going on, but you don't like it one bit, least of all the look of the black-shelled demon in the middle of it all. Your name is Rose Lalonde. You're presently climbing a very tall ladder up towards your first gate, out of spite for your friend Dave, and apparently his bird clone as well. As if one Dave wasn't enough.
"Don't worry, Miss Rose. I'll catch you when you fall,"
says your sprite Jaspers helpfully.
Shouldn't it be if I fall?
You hiss exasperatedly. Jasper's ears fold back.
Sorry.
You relent.
I'm just rather high in the air now.
Jasper's floats at the ready. You'd asked him already if he'd carry you, but according to him, you have to get there on your own. June and Dave got their sprite's help, so you can't help but resent your kitty a tiny bit. You're starting to think this game kind of sucks.
This game sucks.
You huff as you pull yourself up through the first gate. You feel weightless for a moment, then beneath you, sand seems to materialize. Or more accurately, you materialize. The portal has taken you to the coast of some beach.
"Here we are, Miss Rose,"
Jaspers announces gleefully.
"The land of light and rain."
You can see the light part, but not the rain. You squint in the frankly irritating brightness, clutching your wands tightly. Jaspers eyes them nervously. About an hour ago, you'd used your ectobiology equipment to combine your knitting needles and your tome of the zoologically dubious in the hopes of making a formidable weapon. Your hopes were affirmed when you obtained two potent magic wands. Wands that appeared to make Jaspers rather nervous.
Miss Rose?
Jaspers points at your weapons tucked into the waistband of your skirt.
Don't you want to get something less, scary to defend yourself? Aren't those kind of grimdark?
Yes.
You say confidently, beginning to walk inland.
Miss Rose?
Jasper says hesitantly.
That way is all trees and stuff. Look, there's a path here. Did I mention about how there's an evil monster in—
You did?
You say patiently. Frankly, you're not in the mood for games. Something else has caught your eye. In the distance, rising above everything, is a large mountain with a steep staircase leading up it.
Miss Rose,
Jasper speaks nervously.
You really should get on your path. Don't you want to complete your quest?
This time, you ignore Jasper's. You enter the sparse forest of alabaster beech trees, the sand giving way to pink and yellow grass.
I don't think you should go that way,
Jasper's wails.
Jaspers, I know you're my help character, but if I desire help, I shall ask for it.
You say sternly. He is a pet, after all.
So until I do, companionship will be all I need, all right? Don't worry about me, I have these.
You pat the wands in your waistband.
Those seem too strong right now,
Jasper's whines. You know he's not trying to irritate you.
Too strong? Wouldn't it be better if they were powerful? After all, if what you say is true, and there is a monster, wouldn't it be prudent to dispatch them right away?
But
Jaspers doesn't have an answer to that.
it's not the right order.
You roll your eyes. You emerge from the forest at the foot of the mountain you'd seen in the distance after about 10 minutes' walk, placing your hand on the rock. Marble. You're familiar with this, comprising your floors at home. You walk around the base of the mountain, searching for the staircase you'd seen.
It's just, there's a certain order you're supposed to do these things in,
Jasper says, unsure of himself.
First, you find the first village, and then you fight the beast on the mountain.
There's a beast on this mountain?
You find stairs and begin traipsing up them. You notice there are no enemies around here.
Ah,
Jaspers catches himself.
oh, I've said too much.
All the better, you think, to try these wands.
You're not thinking of using those wands, are you, Miss Rose? Remember, you nearly burnt my fur off.
You smile fondly. Upon alchemizing them on your roof, you'd immediately tested them, pointing the tips together at the chimney above your mother's fireplace. Upon focusing, 2 black blasts of energy had shot out, obliterating the bricks into atoms.
I do remember.
You say. You look out over the land from halfway up. You appear to be on a small island, smoke rising from the distance, coming out from little quaint thatched-roof cottages. Surrounding the island is the same pastel-colored water that surrounded your home.
Quite a hike.
You remark, huffing.
Tell me, is the water here safe to drink?
Oh, no, Rose, it's very bad to drink.
Do you know where I could find some water? Or something to eat?
Well, the Turtle Village. We should be there right now.
Soon.
You say. You manage to reach the top of the mountain, leaning down to catch your breath on your knees for a moment.
Rose!
Jasper's eyes suddenly go as wide as golf balls, pointing a shaky paw towards the middle of the plateau at the summit. There sleeping is a massive ogre-like creature, made entirely of marble, snoozing peacefully. You crouch low, narrowing your eyes.
We need to leave, Rose. That's a marble uber ogre. He'll knock you flat.
Jasper's wheezes, racked with fear.
I think I can take him.
You reason, much to Jasper's terror. Before your kitty companion can stop you, you step forth. As you do, the ogre turns over. He must be at least 15 feet tall. His head would easily clear the roof of your home, each leg making the plateau around you rumble with each heaving step, as he regards you like a playground child might look at an ant. He opens his foul mouth to speak, voice reverberating across the sparse forest of white beeches.
Oh, I am lord of this mountain. Who dares disturb my sleep?
You don't let the ogre finish, aiming both wands squarely at his head, braining him in milliseconds. You shield your eyes as shards of marble rain down and brace yourself as the giant topples sideways onto the mountain, motionless. Moments later, he explodes into grist.
Rose, are you okay?
Jaspers hugs you with his arms and tentacles tightly, but you shoo him away.
Don't be silly.
You comfort.
I was never in any danger.
You have a seat on the ground, fishing your phone from your waistband, primly placing the wands back where they belong.
Hello, all. I've made a rapid grist windfall. Please use this for something constructive.
Tight.
Thanks, Rose.
It appears the ectobiology system is somewhat broken. An oversight, I'd say. I think I've just inadvertently broken the sequence of a fairly important quest.
Oh, jeez. Were you supposed to do that?
I doubt it matters. Finishing is the only thing we need to accomplish. According to my sprite, the goal is to challenge this Black King. I figure the more time we have to spare, the better.
I agree with Rose. Blazing through and getting some OP weapons seems like the best option. This isn't a game after all, this is like our lives.
Still, be careful. Stuff like that can mess up games too. Like when you soft lock yourself by doing glitches.
Noted. Thank you, June.
June?
Yes, John likes to be called June.
Cute.
Oh, well, it's okay. It's not a big deal. It's just sort of a nice name that the trolls called me.
I'll call you whatever you want. A John by any other name and all that shit.
Dear God, everyone. Batten down the hatches, Dave has made a classical literary reference. I fear we may be in some fashion of bizarro world.
Lol. Eat shit.
I do need a favor, Dave. Can you put an ectobiologizer down where I am now?
No can do, Rose. Once we leave our houses, we can't see each other anymore. But there are machines in towns and such.
Got it. Thank you.
Looks like your course is clear. Head to the Turtle Village Jaspers spoke of. You stand, but oddly your phone buzzes again.
Hello. You are in danger.
Goodbye.
No, wait. I assume because you have not blocked me, you are indeed waiting, so I will just say you are on a dangerous course, Ms. Lalonde.
Didn't ask. You're a troll, then? You know my name and you're not dead on my old planet?
Yes.
Right. Well, all due respect, I'd rather not speak to you.
Oh, I see. Then you have changed your mind since our last meeting, then.
We have not had a last meeting. Wait, you trolls can somehow speak to us out of order, right?
Yes, but I do not cotton to that nonsense. We just spoke a moment ago.
I have no idea to what you're referring. Please be specific about your complaint, and for the love of God, tell me your name. You cretins have this awful habit of just throwing around our names without introducing yourselves. Do you know how irritating that is?
I told you my name before, Ms. Lalonde. You are remarkably bad at mind games, but I will play along to give you the illusion of satisfaction, so we may continue without you whining like a wiggler. It is Kanaya.
Astonishing. Well, hello, Kanaya. What has inspired your earlier threat?
Threat?
You said I'm in danger?
No. I meant that you are in danger from within your game.
Right.
Well, my advice is to listen.
Advice considered. Advice rejected. Goodbye.
You lock your phone. You curse yourself for not charging it earlier, as it's now at a mere 5%. You hope there will be some option to charge it as you don't know how to get home from here. To your irritation, your phone buzzes again. Against your better judgment, you answer.
Rose, I am trying to give you advice that will save your life. I'm not like my friends. I admire your writings.
My writings?
Yes, you wrote a game guide that we came to use in our session of the game you're playing now.
I see. Just make this quick.
Very well, then. Your reckoning is about to begin.
Pardon? Our reckoning isn't even close. The Black King has to be in danger for that to happen. As I understand it, that is one of the last steps to beating the game.
You are right. The reckoning on Skya heralds the end of a game session and signifies the final challenge, under a significant time penalty.
But how? Is it because I'm finishing the game too early?
Indirectly.
Good lord, Kanaya. Do you have to explain things in such meandering paragraphs? I have an economy of time left on this battery charge.
Okay. That is amusing coming from you. But okay. I will be brief then, your human highness.
Ugh.
You're nervous now. 1% left. You have a feeling Kanaya isn't fucking with you, and the early reckoning is bad news.
Here is my advice condensed in the smallest possible format. Do not allow the little man to perish.
And with that, your screen goes blank.
You groan, putting your face in your hands. You hate electricity,
Jaspers,
you say sternly.
fly me to Turtle Village.
But Miss Rose, he stammers.
Do it!
You say. Your irritation is plain on your face, and you'll apologize for it later, but for now, Jaspers gathers you up, holding you in his secure tentacles as he flies you in a beeline towards the turtle village in the distance. Sadly, Jaspers drops you from about 20 feet up, and on the way down you hit your head on like 10 branches, knocking you out instantly. Your name is now Jack Noir. In your hand, you hold the ring of orbs fourfold. In the palace, the Black Queen is a corpse. You're on top of Durst, grinning like a fool.
We did it, boss!
Ace cries, his little legs excitedly doing a jig underneath himself.
Good job, boss,
says Queen, clapping you on the back, which makes you wince.
Couldn't say it better myself.
King finishes the congratulations, slipping his hand into yours, entwining them. With your free hand, you grasp Queen, who holds Ace, who completes the chain with King.
To the suits!
You cry, each of you raising your arms to the skies. You all cackle as Ace's feet leave the ground due to his diminutive height.
But the job ain't over yet,
you say, relinquishing your partner's hands, pinching the ring between your fingers. Inside the bar, your hideout, you slip the ring on. What happens next is electric. Inside your body, you feel a great well of power building, like a crackling force threatens to crack your shell from within. You gasp, crying out, and Queen catches you in his strong arms. When you steady yourself, you feel a surge of strength, accidentally toppling Queen's massive body to the ground.
Watch it,
he says, but his voice cuts off as he watches wings sprout from your back, tendrils from your ribs, a harlequin twist curling around your head and your feet. 3 of the 4 orbs glint on your ring. The power of 3 prototyped kernels flows through your black-shelled body. Your comrades watch in awe.
Looks like you finally had to wear the hat in the end, huh, boss?
King teases, which you respond to by smacking him upside the head good-naturedly.
Ow,
he exclaims.
Oh, sorry,
you say sheepishly.
Didn't know my own strength.
You look at your hands, or more accurately, hand. One of your arms now terminates at the shoulder.
Ah! What the fuck?
You cry, feeling at your arm.
Relax, boss,
King reassures, patting your missing limb, or where it should be.
The harlequin got prototyped with one arm, just like the bird got prototyped with a sword through its chest. Once you take off the ring, you'll get your arm back.
You look down. Sure enough, there's a black sword coming out of your chest, which you remove. Like a sheath.
Heh, cool,
you remark. Queen makes a face.
Friggin' gross,
he says.
Doesn't that hurt?
Nah,
you say, resheathing the sword in your abdomen.
I feel great.
Well, what now then, guys?
Ace says, blinking, looking from you to your cohorts.
Well,
King says, musing, scratching his chin all casual-like. You can't help feel a little excited. You love King's brain, and you can't wait to see what he's coyly come up with.
We got one monarch, but why stop there? Our good fortune can keep keeping on. Maybe the Black King can be next. Maybe after that, the White Kingdom.
You little fucking weasel,
you say, giving King a much more light smack upside the head, now appropriately jocular.
We could make this whole insiposphere ours. The rulers of the medium. Bitches, riches, and booze.
Bitches, riches, and booze,
Ace repeats. Queen conks the little fellow on the head.
Don't fucking swear, Ace,
Queen says sternly. There's something beautiful about that. You picture it. The whole of the medium under you and your boy's thumbs, kissing your shiny black feet. You want it. You've been held under the Queen's thumb for too long. Your heart swells at the prospect, the now very real prospect, that things might actually turn around for you.
Before all of that,
you say, holding up your singular hand, testing your wings, spreading them behind you, casting a shadow over the bar.
We got some cleaning up to do.
You step behind the bar once again, looking around the place. Soon enough, you'll have your own palace. The thought fills you with giddy, sadistic glee. We do? King seems surprised.
Yeah,
You say, face turning to a frown.
there were witnesses.
Witnesses, boss?
Ace squeaks, leaning on the counter. Queen swats him for putting his elbows on the table.
But why's that matter? Ain't we gonna take over anyways?
That won't work.
King shakes his head.
Our story is that BQ died tragically and handed power over to Jacko. Otherwise, the Black King will come running to off J money before we get a chance to do anything.
You're right,
You nod.
but don't call me Jacko.
What about, Jacticle's, Noir Lacroix?
Offers Queen. The other three of you stare at him until he feels appropriately ashamed. Using your new tentacles, you pour yourself and your cohorts their drink of choice. Cherry Cola. The four of you drink, everyone clinking their glasses together.
Any leads?
King asks.
Big one.
You reply.
Those graveyard stuffers left in a piss ship, so they're headed to either Prospect or Skya. That and the humans, like the players. Probably strays who got caught up with them.
Best thing for it'll be splitting up. Gather intel, keep in touch.
King's plan is sound. Still, you look at Ace, followed by King and Queen. As the three of you look down at him, he grins obliviously. To your team, Ace is indispensable. He's enthusiastic, the hardest worker, and a great face for the PR because he's so damn peppy. He also single-handedly got the ring for you, but even still, he'd be worthless on a recon mission, so Queen wisely puts a hand on his shoulder.
Ace, little buddy, you'll have the most important job of all,
He says gruffly. Ace's eyes widen excitedly.
I will, Queen?
He squeals, nearly falling off his seat.
You sure will. You'll,
Queen falters, but King picks it up for him.
You'll guard the Dreamers,
King says hastily. You sigh in relief. Guard the Dreamers was your shorthand for sit on the bench. The sleeping Knight of Time and Seer of Light slept dreaming in towers high above Dursa's moon, and guarding them amounted to sitting around watching kids snooze. Still, it was an easy job to foist on Ace when you needed him out of the way. Luckily, Ace either hadn't caught wise to the ruse or he didn't care, placing a hand on his chest.
You can count on me, fellas,
He says earnestly.
I know you won't let us down, Squate.
You say?
But no more sentimental bullshit. We got work to do.
King and Queen head to Skya, while you head to Prospect to comb the place for wayward witnesses. Yes, sir. This will be an easy job. No complications whatsoever. None at all. I hate a moral coward, one who lacks a manly spark. I just detest a man afraid to go home in the dark. I always spend my evenings where there's women, wine, and song. And like a man, I always bring my little wife along. I'm a member of the midnight crew. I'm a night owl and a wise bird too. Home with the milk in the morning, singing the same old song. Rise with the moon, go to bed with the sun. Early to bed and you'll miss all the fun. Bring your wife in trouble, it will never trouble you. Make her a member of the midnight crew. Make her a member of the midnight crew. Your name is Rose Lalonde. Last thing you remembered was screaming, then a freefall, then feeling the stinging thud of branches braining you. Now you're in bed, wearing a purple robe.
Hello?
You call out. No one answers. You squeeze your eyes shut, remembering what's just happened to you, like trying to hold on to a dream. A dream. Your eyes shoot open. A dream. You're inside a dream world. You've heard about this before.
Holy moly!
You hear a squeaky voice nearby, whipping your head around, hand moving for your knitting needle wands, which are no longer there. Failing that, you leap to your feet and grab the interloper by the collar, pinning him to the wall.
Who are you?
You demand coldly. The fellow is about 2 heads shorter than you, which is impressive because you're a mere 5'0".
Gah! Let me go, you friggin'...
The little guy struggles for an insult.
rude lady!
The failed insult catches you off guard, and you fulfill his request, releasing him.
Apologies.
You say,
I'm not entirely sure where I am, and it's left me discombobulated. My name is Rose.
I know who you are, the little man says.
You're the Seer of Light, and I'm the one who's supposed to be saying he's discombobulated.
You squint down at the little fellow.
Why do you have an Italian-American accent?
You ask.
Who?
Never mind.
You say, waving your hand.
I assume you're some kind of guard?
That's right, Miss Seer. The name's Courtyard Droll, but you can call me Ace.
What's Ace short for?
That's just my ectogenetics, okay?
Ace says.
Sheesh.
Something from your dream, that is to say, something from real life, gives you pause. Something Kanaya said before Jaspers dropped you into that tree.
Do not allow the little man to perish.
Is this the little man in question? You figure it can't hurt to keep him from perishing either way.
What are you looking at?
He asks, crossing his arms.
Nothing.
You say.
Just, I really am sorry for manhandling you, Mr. Ace.
Ooh, Mr. Ace. I like that. You're all right, Seer.
The anachronism of the word seer being spoken from what sounds like a chipmunk Tony Soprano throws you off, but you continue.
So, your job is to guard me? Is that job dangerous? Any death-defying or dangerous activities involved?
You ask, trying to sound innocent. From you, it sounds like a threat.
Nah,
he shrugs.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure my boss only tells me to do this to keep me out of trouble.
That's rather patronizing.
You say, but Ace shakes his head.
Nah, I mean, I'll be the first to admit, I'm a clumsy sort of guy. I couldn't catch a cold or carry a tune.
Ace shrugs.
That's not my specialty, see? But I got other skills.
Ace taps the side of his nose coyly.
You know, I was the one who stole the ring for Jack.
You say. That means less than nothing to you.
Impressive.
Bah! Now who's being condescendifying?
Ace leans on the wall.
But still, I wonder why you woke up. You ain't never did before this. Your brother is still asleep, you know?
Your brother? As far as you know, you're an only child.
I didn't know I had a brother.
You say. The idea makes you feel dread for some reason.
Sure. Hey, why don't I take you to him?
Ace offers.
He's in that tower way over there.
Ace points out the window to a structure rising high above the purple spires of the city below. Another tower, one you extrapolate to be similar to the one you're in now.
Sounds good.
You say.
Lead on, Mr. Ace.
Ace beckons you to follow down a long flight of stairs. For a guy on stubby legs, he's fast, clearing a flight before you so much as get halfway.
Come on, he says impatiently. Can't you kids fly or something?
Oh, right.
You say, flying down after him. You didn't know you could fly, but at the same time it doesn't surprise you. This planet is very strange.
We're about halfway... Oh.
An errant trip, and to your shock, Ace falls down a few steps, rolling towards the window, nearly falling out. You reach him, grabbing the back of his suit jacket, heart thudding. Kanaya's words echo in your mind.
Allow the little man to perish.
Ooh, thanks, lady, he says, huffing. I would have been a goner.
Safe on solid ground, the two of you enter the streets of the city, but he pauses.
Ah, jeez. People seeing you awake's gonna cause commotion. We're gonna have to take a different route, Toots.
Lead on, my good man.
You say, a little wary. This guy wasn't lying about being clumsy. To your dismay, he peeks around the empty alleyway you two emerged onto and grabs a hold of a gutter pipe, scuttling up it with alarming dexterity.
We'll run along the roofs,
he says gleefully. The next 10 minutes of your life are spent catching Ace every time his scurrying feet cause him to nearly fall off a building and splat his melon-like head onto the pavement below.
Whew. Touch and go, Rose, but we made it.
Ace seems oblivious to the danger he was just in.
We certainly did.
You say, breathless. Flying around is exhausting when you're trying to preserve a clumsy little guy like him. Furthermore, the purported goal of trying to lay low failed abjectly. Essentially, the whole city of black-shelled laborers saw you. You're fairly sure you even heard someone shout,
Hey, the droll's going to the Knight's Tower!
Still, he's not dead. The little man is still alive. You follow him back up the stairs leading towards the other tower's peak.
Is your boss nice?
You ask, making conversation. Ha! He laughs a single amused syllable.
He's the roughest, toughest, meanest, nastiest guy in the medium.
Sounds difficult.
No way. That's why I like working for him. He let me be one of his right-hand guys account of my enthusiasm, even though I am kind of an airhead,
he says cheerfully. You're beginning to understand. This is an Addams family situation. Bad is good for these folks.
I was in deep with this guy. He made me do some work for him. I'm good with numbers and whatnot, so he made me fix some bets for him. A bookie.
You listen, watching carefully every time you two pass a window.
And the boss, not my bookie, my man Jack, he stepped in. Said it wasn't right pushing around a little guy like me.
That's nice of him to elevate you from that situation.
You affirm.
Yeah. You should pick on people the same size as you, I think. And I live by that.
The droll pauses, the strain finally catching up to him. He huffs, leaning on the wall with one hand hunched over.
Anyway, the bookie wasn't happy, so I still gotta watch my back. But...
Below you, you hear a commotion. Someone just entered the bottom floor of the tower. You can see them from above, leaning down to look.
Oh, shit, Ace hisses. Speak of the frickin' Lord of Double Death, and he shall appear.
Who's that?
You ask. Below are three men, one burly fellow wearing a purple-colored brass knuckles, the other two smaller, but no less mean-looking.
That's,
Ace gulps audibly.
That's that bookie I was talking about.
Shit. This must have been what Kanaya meant. Well, you're not about to let this little man die, even if it was just because a troll told you to do so. You're going to do it because you're beginning to like him.
What are we gonna do?
Ace whispers, hopping from foot to foot. You have an idea.
Hide!
You hiss. You have no weapons to aid you at the moment. No weapons, at least, but one. Gravity. On each landing, the massive spiral staircase leading up the tower's peak, there are small vases full of purple-hued plants, which both of you crouch behind. From below you hear the group climbing, their shelled feet clacking on the purple stone. You clench your teeth. You don't feel super great about a plan to push guys down 50 meters of stairs, but on the other hand, you're pretty sure they're not going to care who they find. Your heart hammers as you wait, the footsteps getting closer. You can hear one of the little guys speaking.
Why'd they make this with so many stairs?
He says, wheezing.
Why'd they make you so whiny?
Returns a gruff, deeper voice. Soon, their feet touch the landing you're on, and you hold your breath until you see one's knee from behind the vase.
Ace!
You cry, shoving with all your might. Ace follows suit, and together you topple all three of the goons, watching them clatter down the stairs. A small one lands first, followed by the burly one who crushes him under his weight. The third follows the rear, skidding a foot or two on his face.
The bigger they are,
You say, dusting your hands off.
The harder they fucking die,
Ace finishes.
close enough.
You grin, motioning for him to follow. Before long, you reach a door. No doubt this is your brother's room. Ace pushes it open, and as he does, your fears are realized.
God, he even sleeps with those fucking shades.
You hiss under your breath, staring at the prone form of Dave Strider.
Looks like he's still asleep,
Ace says, prodding Dave's cheek.
Looks like whatever woke you up didn't affect him. Oh, shit!
Ace grabs a walkie-talkie on his hip.
Sorry, gotta make a call.
You lean down by Dave's bed, watching him distastefully. You're glad your friend is here, but still... Brother, you're both only children, raised halfway across the country from one another.
She's awake. Yeah, not the night, though. Uh-huh.
Ace speaks just outside the room on his walkie.
You got it, King.
Ace re-enters, hopping up on Dave's bed.
What do you say we fuck with him?
he says impishly, a smile growing on your face. The next 5 minutes are spent fucking with Dave's sleeping body. First things first, of course, is the writing on his face. Ace provides a pen, and you take turns sketching things on his mug, pushing his shades up onto his head. A dick, the word drip, dark circles under the eyes, the complete makeover. Next, you locate a weird-looking doll with a blue tuxedo nearby, placing it in bed with him, simulating a Puppet Dave cuddle session. Finally, the coup de grace. From a nearby bathroom, Ace produces a warm cup of water.
I heard when you stick their hand in water, they piss,
he says gleefully.
Then by all means, Mr. Ace, do the honors.
You step aside, grabbing Dave's wrist. He snorts in his sleep, but doesn't wake.
Piss City, here I come!
Ace approaches, but suddenly, the cup of water explodes in his hand, splashing over Dave's face, who stirs. Both your and Ace's heads whip towards the door. Standing in the doorway is the massive goon from before, leg bent at an awkward angle, leaning heavily on the doorframe, holding a smoking gun.
You fucking rat!
The burly bookie bellows, pointing a shaky barrel at Ace, who freezes in terror. Dave groggily moves, hand locating his wet face.
"What's going on?"
Dave mumbles, but you don't have time to reply. You step in front of the little man, teeth gritted.
"Oh, I get it,"
the bookie says, sliding up the doorframe.
"Jack ain't here to protect you, so now you're using the players, is that it? You're nothing but a little bottom-feeding shit."
You rush the burly man, planning another push, but this time he's ready, shoving himself out of the way, his gun clattering across the floor. You sail into the hall past him.
Ace!
You cry, and he takes initiative, scuttling forward to grab the gun, pointing it fearfully at the bookie, who freezes. Without hesitation, Ace fires, but for his trouble, instead of a bang, he hears a click. As he squeezes the trigger again, there's another click.
Who are you guys?"
Dave says from inside, lowering his shades over his face. The duo ignore him for now. The bookie chuckles, taking out a small knife.
"No one to protect you now, huh, Ace?"
Before the galoot can lunge, you leap onto his back, arms around his neck, trying to weigh him down. What happens next feels like an eternity. The blade leaves the bookie's hand, his aim severely misaligned due to your tackle. The knife sails straight for Dave's head as the bookie falls backwards, directly on top of you, knocking your wind out. You push him off with a pained grunt, and he bellows as he takes his other promised trip down the stairs. And as you sit up in terror, you watch the knife careen towards a groggy Dave's face. You feel a scream leave your lips, but it's cut short as something jet black blocks the knife.
Ace.
Dave catches the small frame of the little carapacian in his arms, blood beginning to blotch his black suit.
"What?"
Dave looks bewildered. He had just woken up and a dead man had fallen into his arms. You rush to the bedside, hands shaking, indecision filling your mind.
Ace.
You stammer. Ace groans, his eyes squeezed shut.
I did it.
He hisses, coughing. Blood drips from his lips.
I guarded the dreamers.
You failed. You let the little man die. You didn't know him for long, so you can't say you're incredibly racked with grief at Ace's death, but a weighty sadness falls over you. You don't have tears for this little man, but you feel that you might have grown to like him. From his belt you take the walkie-talkie, speaking into it, turning around, letting Dave hold Ace.
Hello? Is this the king?
You speak into the receiver, waiting.
"This is King. Who's this? Where the hell's Ace?"
A suave, irritated voice replies over the scratchy radio.
I have bad news.
You say solemnly.
"All right, but again, who's this?"
The voice repeats.
This is the Seer of Light.
You say, repeating the moniker you'd heard Ace call you.
Ace is...
Silence on the other end.
Ace is dead.
You finish. Another long silence.
You'd better start talking fast, little lady, or I'm liable to come unglued. What, you steal Ace's walkie or something? This ain't a prank.
King's voice is tinged with a terror that makes your heart ache. He sounds frightened for his friend, but his fear is too late.
Ace died. Someone nearly killed the knight, and he blocked the knife.
You speak austerely.
Rose?
Dave speaks from behind you, but you wave him off.
Fuck. If I find out you're lying, kid, I'll skin you alive. You hear me? My Aces.
The pain comes through even on the low-quality call.
Rose?
Dave repeats.
Not now.
You hiss at Dave, turning back to the walkie.
He's...
King's voice cuts off.
Get rid of this radio.
You hear him whisper to himself.
Oh, God, I gotta tell Jack.
You oblige, tossing the radio out of the window, watching it sail above the purple city below.
Rose!
Dave says one last time. You look down at him. His purple pajamas are bloody, but the body is nowhere to be found.
What?
You blink.
Where the hell is the body?
You demand.
I don't know,
Dave says defensively.
He turned into fucking grist. You're the one who just handed me a corpse like a sack of goddamn apples.
You pinch the bridge of your nose.
And another thing,
Dave says, looking around.
Where the fuck are we?
Your name is Rose Lalonde. Again, but, later on. After the ordeal on Durst, you wake back up on Lolar, head ringing, the back of it pounding. Ah, right. Your waking body got beamed by branches. You're in a bed, a cozy fireplace crackling nearby.
Kanaya?
Good morning, Rose.
I have bad news.
You let the little man die.
I'm afraid I did. He seemed very kind.
I'm afraid I fear this outcome was inevitable anyway.
Why was it so important anyway? I mean, he seemed to just be some fellow. A guardsman on the towers of Durst.
Yes and no. According to the information I have, he was friends with someone who comes to be very important in your session. His death is the first of 3 tragedies that causes your game to become unwinnable.
Oh, good. Well, how do we stop the other 2?
I do not think we do. Paradox Space has a certain course that is set, I fear.
Paradox Space?
Yes, that is the world in which we live.
I thought the game was in the medium.
Yes, but Paradox Space is the empty void in which every universe hangs. I'm actually very passionate about the finer points of space, if you would like more information.
Thank you, Kanaya, but I'll pass. No offense, but it will make my head hurt more. Maybe later.
Lovely. In that case, I hope to see you again soon.
Very well.
You check your other messages.
Roll call.
Sup, Rose?
Hi, Rose.
Long time no talk.
Har har. Dave and I have some good news for later on, but I fear it will have to wait.
Oh, God. You're not...
Don't finish that thought.
Are you two dating?
No,
June, I will
fuck.
skin you alive.
You fuck.
Never say anything
Take
that
shit
disgusting
back.
again, June. You're better than this.
Okay, Jesus Christ, hop out of my ass.
Just never say any shit like that again and we're cool. Ugh, glad that's cleared up. Any word from Jade?
Nope. She said she's finished exploring, but she kinda sound annoyed.
I guess we should all just continue beating the game then. I'm doing pretty good on low hack. This shit is easy for DS and me. Right now he's dispatching some boss while I'm setting up a grist grinder. Should make getting stuff easy.
When Jade gets on, I'll have her join. I have an urgent matter we need to discuss.
I'll try to reach her. If she's still on her island, I can use Spurb to get in contact, maybe.
Thank you, June.
You lay back on the bed. Even though your dreams were fraught, you feel rested. enough to swing your legs out and stretch. You think it's high time this game stops fucking around. Your name is Jade Harley. Right now, you're holding off on entering your first gate, and instead searching your island, which has been transported to the land of frost and frogs. Your sprite said it's called that, but you can't help think that, at present, there is only the former. Right now, your sprite is not here. You'd rather not deal with her right now. You sigh, wiping a tear out of your eye, resolving yourself. It's cold as balls here. You have a coat, but it's way too big for you, once belonging to your grandfather, Jacob. The path towards the frog temple is clearer now, the lagoon having been frozen over, making it easy to simply cross and climb up. You shrug the rifle over your shoulder, but you haven't yet run into any imps. Good. While you walk, your phone buzzes. Jade.
Hi, Dave. Did you change your handle?
Sort of. What the fuck is going on here? Not right now, man.
Oh, is one of you Dave and the other Dave Sprite?
Oh, no. I'm future Dave. Oh, gotcha. And I'm past Dave, right? Close. Present, TG.
What?
Just relax. I'm from the future and I need a favor, Jade.
Oh, okay. Like in Terminator. I've never actually seen it.
You're in your frog ruins, right?
Yeah.
Tight. Listen carefully. You know the flower thing?
The one I got your discs from?
Yeah. That thing is sort of like a sort of time capsule thing. It's too much of an ordeal to explain. Just write down Dave with the date April 13th, 2009 on something and stick it in. Then set it for an hour.
Oh, okay. I assume this is for time travel purposes.
Yep. No time to explain, though, which is, like, ironic. Oh yeah, PTG? Yo. Make sure to do this later, okay? Cool. AR will remind you, no worries. No idea who that is, but that's okay. And Jade, it's nice to hear from you. Just, it's been a while.
Aw. Well, it hasn't for me, but it's nice to hear from you too, Dave.
You could say it's been a dog's age.
I guess you could? Wait, is there a joke I'm missing?
Oh, right, I guess it's too early for that. Anyways, later. You oblige future Dave, a little confused, but hey, you're here anyway. You're now in the main room of the ruins, a large ovular room with the flower capsule in the middle, now open from when you got Dave's discs. You don't have anything on hand to write with, so you look around at the place. To your surprise, on a desk, there's a large scrapbook and a journal. You hadn't noticed that before, tucked away near a wall on a panel on the floor you recognize as a transportalizer, like that is in your room. You tear a page from the journal and scrawl on it, Dave, tossing it into the time capsule. You're very curious about the journal, but for now you promised your friend you'd help him out. Even so, you notice writing on the wall in old chalk that makes you curious, right above the transportalizer. To Lois, do not enter. There will be plenty of time for investigation later. You set the little digital readout to the capsule to 60 minutes, pressing a button. To your shock, however, as the meter begins to count down, the whole ruins begin to rumble. Confused, you move to ask Dave what's happening, but as you reach for your phone, he's already messaged you. Oh shit, I forgot to mention. Once you set the timer, it'll launch the entire ruins into space. So, I would run. You wish you could stay to bitch Dave out, but sadly the rumbling is only getting worse. You hoof it to the entrance of the ruins and leap, landing in a roll on the ice below, hissing as your knees buckle. Behind you, the ice near the base of the ruins is cracking, making your own footing unsteady. You scramble to the edge of the lagoon, frigid water splashing on your back as the ice gives way under your feet. A rocket beneath the ruins exploding in a deafening crash, which wrenches the ruins from the very soil at the bottom of the lagoon. You go flying like a doll, landing on the hard butt of your rifle, face down in the snow, your coat soaked. You flip over, gasping for air from lungs that have been knocked empty, watching helplessly as the frog ruins sail into the sky above, towards Skya. You pant, trying to stand, but the cold is too much. Your last thought before you pass out is,
I'm going to kill Dave.
Your name is Jade Harley, the Witch of Space. You awaken with a start in your bedroom on Prospect. You were just having one of your dreams again, but oddly, something about it strikes you as different this time. You're starting to think they might not be dreams at all. Your back still hurts, and you feel the chill of the icy water from that lagoon, and the memory is much clearer than usual. Miss Paint is nowhere to be found, which strikes you as odd. She did say she was helping someone today. You stretch, looking out the window, watching Prospect bustling below. You're sure of it now. Those dreams of yours are real, and they're not dreams at all. There seem to be two of you somehow, one here at home on Prospect, and one down below, now in the land of frost and frogs.
Excuse me,
says a gruff voice behind you. You turn in shock to see something. What you see is hard to describe. It's a mass of carapace, but there are ways in which he's different to anything you've ever seen before. For starters, he's black-colored, unlike the white-shelled Prospidians. Second, he's about 2 heads taller than you are, which is saying something, since you're 6'2". And third, he's wearing what is clearly Miss Paint's bonnet and apron. You say, blinking.
Hi.
When the guy doesn't speak, you do.
Who are you?
I'm your new nanny,
he says simply. There's so much wrong with that, you're not sure where to begin.
I don't believe you,
you say. He deflates.
Oh, man,
he says, tugging on the undersized apron.
It's the apron, isn't it? Boss said I looked fine, but I could see him trying not to laugh.
Oh, no. It's not the apron, sir. Ma'am? Spam? It's the fact that you're super clearly a bad guy.
You cross your arms.
Oh, shucks, he smiles. That's real sweet, Miss Witch.
How did you get here?
You ask a little dumbfounded.
Are you from Duras?
Yep, he says. Me and my boss are here to find the guys what killed our queen.
Oh,
you say.
So you can get revenge?
Revenge? The man laughs. Nah, so we can kill him in order to take the throne. See, the Black Queen's a real piece of work. We just want to eliminate any sort of challenges to our power.
You're a rebel group, then?
You sit on your bed. This guy doesn't seem dangerous to you, more like a big friendly bear.
Yeah, he says, nodding. They call us, he pauses dramatically, the Suits, led by Jack Noir himself.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, but that doesn't answer why you're here.
Oh, he says, wincing. I'm, on guard duty, making sure you're not causing any trouble. You're interfering.
Okay,
you say. You don't feel much like causing trouble for such a noble band of rogues.
What's your name?
I'm Queen,
he says proudly, hands on his hips. You can't help but giggle.
You sure are.
You agree. You share a good-natured chuckle, but the atmosphere is drained quickly. A walkie-talkie on the guard's hip hisses, buzzing to life. When it does, he snatches it urgently, speaking into it. That must be the boss. You only hear Queen's end of the conversation.
Boss? Oh, hell. What? He's... Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
He looks back at you hastily.
No, boss, the witch is, asleep. I can be there right now.
He hangs up, looking panicked.
You,
he says, pointing at you.
Stay right there and don't...
The massive man is silenced, as to your abject horror, his head is blown clean off. Blood paints the door, his body falling to the floor as you feel your lungs start to piston without your consent, air moving too fast through you, heart racing. Over Queen's body steps a tan boot. You follow the leg up to the man's face, which makes your terror only increase.
JD Cakes!
The voice of your deceased grandfather is the last thing you hear before you pass out. Your name is Jade Harley. You awaken in your living room, panting and gasping, bolt upright. No doubt about it now, your dreams are real. You look at your hands, shivering.
You're up.
You hear the voice of your sprite speak from nearby.
You saved me?
You ask. Your sprite drifts into view, and you cringe.
I guess,
she says half-heartedly. Earlier in the day, after hearing of Dave's success with prototyping himself, you'd remembered something. Your taxidermized clone up in the attic that had been wearing your Prospect robes. Sadly, unlike Dave, you and yourself do not get along in the least. Worse still, Beck is nowhere to be found.
Well,
even in spite of all this, she did save you.
Thank you.
Jade Sprite sits on the couch opposite you, the fireplace crackling. The silence stretches long.
You're her, aren't you?
You say.
Me. I mean the other me. The one I control in my dreams.
Jade Sprite looks at you, nodding slowly.
Stop being so miserable.
You growl.
I don't get it. We love Prospect. Flying around, miss paint. Why are you so fucking sad? I don't remember being this sad.
Jade Sprite doesn't speak, huddling into a hunched ball on the sofa.
And how did Grandpa even get you? Has he been to Prospect? Was that him who killed...
You're cut off by Jade Sprite's quiet sobbing.
What does this mean?
You demand, feeling rage rise in your chest. You're sick of this. You're supposed to be the one with answers, the one who understands, the one who's on top of things. You've been awake in Prospect the longest. You know most about the game. But now, you're as in the dark as anyone, and the only person who could help you make sense of things is a sobbing weirdo who killed your dog. You pinch the bridge of your nose. Okay, she didn't kill your dog.
I do love Prospect,
Jade insists, struggling for words.
That's why I'm...
You sit up, wincing. You don't feel like anything is broken, but your back aches from where you fell on your rifle.
Does something happen to Prospect, Jade?
You ask. The question makes Jade wail miserably, so you give up, cupping your hands over your ears. Sprite Jade sobs while you try to drift back asleep to see what's happening on Prospect, but you can't doze off. Not with this drama queen around. Ugh, and Dave. He conveniently didn't mention the fact that the ruins were also a rocket, so now you can't even read the journal or explore the ruins. All you can do is angrily turn your back to Jade Sprite, shoving a pillow over your head as you text someone, anyone, to get things off your mind.
Rose? You're the only one online. I'm in such a shit mood. I think something bad is happening on Prospect.
That's rather uncanny.
What is?
I was about to warn you of that very thing. I've also got some information about the dreams you've been having.
Oh, well, fuck. I can't get to sleep right now. This is the worst.
I'm sorry, Jade. And I need to give you an apology. All those times you talked about your golden city in the clouds, I never believed you.
Really? Thanks, Rose. Even if it did sound pretty crazy.
You were right. None of us ever got to go to college. Northern Illinois is probably just gone now.
Rose, I'm really sorry, but I can't hear that right now. I'm in a bad place.
It's true. The world is gone. We're alone. The only thing to do is tear this wretched game apart, brick by brick. Indeed, the world is dead, so in this place, we need something to fight for, no matter how arbitrary.
Rose?
I cannot even say if we'll prevail. It might be hubristic to even suggest some things. Maybe we ought to just lay down and accept fate.
Rose! Stop being such a fucking downer. Oh my god, you're so grimdark. This isn't Warhammer 40k, you insane weirdo. This is real life. I don't want to die, and I don't want you to die, so just stop.
There's a long pause where you realize you've been panting heavily, the space under your pillow hot with breath.
I'm sorry. You're right, Jade. You're clearly in no mood for my normal patter. I'll keep this brief.
Okay.
Things are happening on Durst and Prospect. We may need to accelerate things. The reckoning is going to begin very soon unless we can stop a man called Jack Noir. He is going to be initiating the reckoning.
Oh, jeez.
Dave and I are all the way on Durst right now. You and June have dream selves on Prospit, so you two need to stop him yourselves.
Huh?
I know. I'm sorry to heap this on you right now. But you said it yourself, Jade. You want to live.
Rose is right. You do want to live. Your anger turns into resolve in your chest, and you sit up.
Jade?
You say, addressing Jade Sprite.
Knock me out.
Jade Sprite looks absolutely miserable suddenly, but she sniffles, nodding.
Ask her,
she says, pointing to your phone.
Hey, idiot, I need you to put me to sleep. I know you can, with your shitty, stupid mind control powers or whatever.
Ugh, don't just ask me to do it. It's not fun if you want it.
Wow, thanks for saying that incredibly fucked up thing. Just do it.
I'm not your sleep aid, Harley. Crawl into some soaper slime and sleep like a normal person.
Sleeping in slime isn't normal.
Humans are so weird. But fine. You're bugging me now, so here you go. Give the Wiggler her grub loaf. Sleep. And just like she said, you sleep. Your name is Jade Harley, or used to be. Now, you're Jade Sprite.
Woof.
You say to yourself, leaning back on your sofa. Across from you is the real Jade Harley, snoozing peacefully, but you know from experience her dreams are fraught. You fish Jade's phone from her pocket.
Dave?
Sup, Jade? Dave's making some sick money moves, but I can chat.
Oh, this is actually not Jade either. This is Jade Sprite.
Tight. What are you, some kind of clone? Doom timeline?
I need to ask you something about that, actually.
I'm the resident time expert, so go ahead.
I'm just confused. Everyone in this game has, like, an extra life on Prospit or Durst?
I wouldn't know anything about that personally, but I know the concept. Main Dave told me about his dreams.
Right. I think I'm Jade's dream self. She said my body was in the attic.
Gotcha.
But that's impossible because, well, my dream self died. I died.
Shit. Well, you've come back to life, it seems.
Woof.
I think it's likely that you're not a Doom clone like me.
Then what am I?
Probably you're you. A version of you from the future somehow.
From the future?
Yeah. And if you died and Jade is asleep now, then, well, she's you in the past. About to die.
That's horrible! Dave, I have to stop this.
No can do, bromigo. Things have to shake out in a certain way. If she doesn't die, it probably means you won't exist. Paradox. The fact that you exist means that she's already doomed.
So I just have to watch her die.
No way. You can help her.
But I'm so miserable, Dave. I can't get my final moments out of my head.
What happened to you, if you don't mind me asking?
I was on Prospit. I just found my grandpa and everything was so confusing. Then the guy we were fighting, it's too horrible.
Easy. No need to rehash that shit. If you're her dead dream self, then all you can do is help her. You know what she's going through. You have to make sure she wakes up safe. Cared for.
I can do that.
Good. And Jade?
Yeah, Dave?
Thanks for calling me Dave.
Of course.
You log off. Using your newfound powers, you lift Jade bridal style, traipsing out into the snow around your island, looking skyward to the first gate. You have to help Jade. You're her sprite now. You love Jade, even if you don't get along. You love yourself, even if you're not that self anymore. You crouch, then leap into the sky towards the gate, flying through it. Unfortunately, this was the worst mistake you ever made.
Back?
You cry as your snow-white pooch tackles you, sending you both rolling through the first gate. You and Jade pass through the portal, landing in the snow 100 meters from your house. Your portal just transported you back to your island. You don't have time to worry about that now, though. Something is happening. Beck's paws are on your shoulders, his dog face gazing down at you, and for the first time in your life, he looks terrified to you. He whines, paws sinking into your glowing, effervescent skin.
No! Beck!
You wail, sobbing, feeling potent dread as before your eyes, your beloved dog simply vanishes with one final confused bark. Your name is now Jade Harley, like the main one. You're on Prospect, confused beyond belief. Your grandfather had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, killed a black-shelled guard, and dragged you down the stairs of your own tower. This was all while you were asleep, or awake on the land of frost and frogs. But now that you're waking up, you're in a Prospect street, disoriented and confused. Before you could so much as demand how any of this was possible, you both come face to face with some kind of Birdman?
Jack!
Your grandpa bellows. The dead bodies of Prospedians are littered around the Birdman. Jack, as he's called. You recoil in horror. Just moments ago you'd been speaking to a nice burly man in a maid outfit, and now, this horror. Jack's wings are unfurled like a noir angel, and when he turns to face your grandpa, his eyes are wild with malice. The murderous intent almost knocks you over.
You,
he says coldly, snarling above the commotion.
Give it up, you blackguard!
Grandpa says, aiming his rifle.
That ring belongs to me.
Jack raises his hand tauntingly, a gold ring on his finger glinting against sky as light.
Grandpa?
You ask, eyes swimming. Your grandfather has been dead since you were 13, even among the horrid scene around you. You can't help but meekly ask.
You killed my men!
Jack bellows.
Ace! Queen!
He clutches his head, red-colored tears streaking his black-shelled face.
My boys!
I only killed that galoot making eyes at my granddaughter, you scurrilous scoundrel!
Your grandpa narrows his eyes.
Oh!
Jack's voice tinges with unhinged, bitter sarcasm.
So you only killed one of my crew. I guess only one of the corpses are your fault. Goodness me, sir. I feel all fucking better.
Jack advances on you both. You don't know who this is or why your grandpa hates him, but you hide behind your pop, feeling like you're 13 again.
Not another step,
your grandfather warns. Jack, grinning wickedly, takes another exaggerated, mocking step. Before your grandpa can squeeze down on the trigger, though, another black-shelled man grabs your grandpa from behind. He drops his rifle, which clatters across the yellow bricks.
Grandpa?
You whisper in horror, picking up the rifle, holding it shakily.
Well, well.
Jack says, wings folding, breath hitching in his chest.
Well, well. The little brats are awake. Cute. I don't have any beef with you, Squirt, so why don't you run along while I kill your pet Pep?
You hold the gun before you, unable to hold it steady. You curse your nerves. You've shot lots of deer in the past, but this is a person, no matter how evil his eyes glint at you. Careful, Jack's henchman warns. He sounds almost caring, like he doesn't want to see you get hurt. Distracted, you feel Jack snatch the rifle from your grip, tossing it aside. You fall backwards onto your rear.
Jade, honey,
Grandpa chokes.
Save Grandpa now, dear. Just, remember what I taught you.
You can't respond. You're frozen. All you can do is watch, a spectator of your own paralysis, as Jack takes out the sword sheathed in his chest and...
Back off, dickhead!
You hear a voice and see a body, in pajamas like yours, slamming into Jack from behind.
Fuck!
Jack curses, toppling into Grandpa and his henchmen, your grandfather rolling out of the way in the fracas. Next to you lands a familiar face, one which makes you cry out in recognition.
Oh.
The figure of your sleeping sister snaps you out of your terror-induced inaction, like her presence alone soothes your nerves. She even manages to smile at you.
Sorry,
she says, helping you to your feet.
We can't meet up now. We've got to get out of here.
Get out of here?
Jack says, wings unfurling again, this time tossing his murderous intent your way.
I'm gonna make fucking corpses out of you.
Jack lunges, but Grandpa tackles him out of the way, causing a scuffle between them.
Where's the other guy?
June says, taking a chance to look around.
Jade, Grandpa calls out. Nab his sword!
The sword in question clatters to the ground, which you grab. Now that his weapon is gone, Grandpa can engage in fisticuffs, something he's famous for being good at. He's on top of Jack now, pummeling his face.
Take that, and that!
Grandpa spits onto the ground nearby, cracking his knuckles.
Gotta learn a man like you to mess with my...
You see a flash. The ring on Jack's finger seems to glow. Before, 3 of the 4 pearls on his ring were illuminated, but now the 4th was coming into focus.
Oh.
Your eyes widen.
Oh no.
Before you can realize what's going on, it's too late. Glowing a pure, bright white light, Jack throws Grandpa off him like a doll, and... Jack rears his head, his mouth drawn across his fangs, howling at Skya above like a dog.
No!
You cry. You know what's going on, and you're helpless to stop it.
That idiot!
You strike the ground with your fist as Jack hunches forward, his face twisting and changing, morphing into the profile of a dog. Your dog. Every time a player crosses their gate, the forces of light and darkness obtain the power of whatever was prototyped into the player's sprite. A one-armed jester from June, a squid doll from Rose, a black crow with a knife through its chest from Dave. And from you, the most powerful being on planet Earth, Becquerel the nuclear dog. When Jack snarls again, it's from a snout you recognize. You feel like you could cry.
Back!
You wail. And to your shock, Jack blinks in response. He cocks his head at you, curiously, his murderous intent seeming to evaporate.
Back?
You repeat in awe. You take a step towards Jack, holding out your hand. You'd assumed all along that your foes obtaining Beck's power would spell your doom, but it appears this being also obtained Beck's loyalty to you.
Jade?
June, terrified, puts her hand out cautiously, but you step past her.
Beck, put the sword down, boy, okay?
You say calmly. Jack blinks again, and drops the sword after a moment.
What are you?
He begins to speak, putting a hand to his temples.
Cut it out!
You laugh. Grandpa gets to his feet, clutching his arm, blood dripping from it.
It's okay. It's okay. Just calm down and...
You feel something sink into your back. Something wet trickles down, soaking into your golden robes.
Jade!
Your grandfather and June cry out in unison as you black out forevermore. You can no longer be Jade. Jade is dead. Instead, you are June. You watch in horror as Jack's henchman plunges the knife into your sister's back. Jade falls down limp, alarmingly lifeless in a way that makes your blood turn to ice.
Got her, boss,
says the henchman. To your surprise, Jack doesn't look pleased. In fact, he looks livid beyond words. Green nuclear energy crackles around him, and the henchman takes a step back.
Boss,
he stammers, a pained look on his face.
Boss, it's me, King. Boss.
You killed Jade, you fucking monster.
Jack howls, voice snarling and animalistic.
Young lady,
the old man says, hand on your back. You blink blearily. Over his shoulder is Jade's body. Jade's corpse. Huh? You say dumbly. The old man grabs your wrist, tugging you down a back alley. You look over your shoulder on the way, only to see Dog Jack plunging the sword into his own henchman's limp face over and over, red tears streaming from his eyes as he screams. Jack's howls make the whole planet shake, audible and deafening even as the old man, Jade's grandpa, tugs you across the gold bricks of Prospect.
You can fly, can't you, girl? He demands.
Yes, sir.
You say hastily. Then go! Leave me! Fly up to Skya! I've got a feeling our doggy friend isn't going to let this place stand for much longer.
What about you? What about...
Your voice catches in your throat.
I've got a getaway plan, he says urgently, letting your wrist go. Now go, woman!
You obey, head swimming. For the second time today, you fly away from Prospect's moon, not daring to turn back until you reach the same bush you dropped that mom and dad on. You've only been awake for an hour or two, but you're still forlorn about what you see. The spires and steeples of the city planet below, now above you, crackling and falling, green electricity crackling through the streets, the forlorn, pained howling of a madman. After a few moments, the rumbling stops. But just like the delayed rumble of a strike of lightning, Prospect's moon explodes into green, horrible flames. You never got to see Prospect. You never got to walk its streets with your sister. You never got to fly over it, laughing and giddy. You never got to watch the clouds of Skya high above and see visions in them. You never got any of these things, but you mourn their loss all the same.
You are now Jacob Fitzgerald Harley. Over your life, you've had adventures out the wazoo. Your old hands are as aged and storied as the rings on trees, and you've run the gamut of loss and love, but today takes the cake. 13 years back, you'd come to an island off the west coast of America, on an island that hosted a mysterious set of frog ruins in a lagoon. With your crackerjack team of scientists, you'd opened up the ruins and inspected the technology within, finding impossibly advanced gizmos, all of which your boys reverse-engineered to be usable. From that research came the foundation of SkyaNet and your own tech empire. Cookalizers, transportalizers, ectobiology stations, all made based on the gadgets inside that ruins, plucked clean. But you'd also found her. Jade Harley, your little angel. Though quite inexplicable, you raised Jade Harley as your own. Now today, even more inexplicably, you'd found that girl on this golden planet on your search for treasure, and in that same day you'd seen her die.
Mr. Harley?
A voice tears you from your reminiscing.
Ah, Miss Paint,
you say, sitting up.
I hate to be insensitive, but,
Miss Paint squirms, pointing at the corpse of your daughter.
But what, woman?
You demand bitterly. You know it's downright sacrilege to have laid your bleeding dead daughter on the sofa, but you're not accepting critique at this time. Miss Paint eases off, cringing.
Right,
she says. Presently, you're on the escape ship that you'd used to travel from Durst to Prospect before, now a rescue vehicle for the second time today. You'd hopped in the last moments before that Jack fellow obliterated the planet.
Are you still going to try to get the ring?
She asks. No, you sigh. This treasure proved far too much for me, I'm afraid. I ought to head home. I have to tend to poor Jade.
Where is your home, Mr. English?
Miss Paint asks.
When we found you, you were wandering about on the land of wind and shade, but you never explained how you got there.
I suppose I don't know myself, dear. You tug your mustache. I live on a planet called Earth, you see. I was researching this particular set of ruins, inside of which was a mysterious panel that zapped me here.
Miss Paint listens, awkwardly leaning on the wall, since the sofa was taken.
It managed to zip me away, but I'm afraid that somehow displaced me in time or something.
In time?
Miss Paint cocks her head.
Oh, yes,
you say, sadly looking down at the dead adopted granddaughter.
The Jade I know isn't nearly as old as the one you're looking at.
There's a long silence. You have a feeling Miss Paint doesn't know what to say. You don't either.
We're almost there,
Miss Paint says. She beckons you to the window on the wall, pointing at the blue sphere of Skya outside.
Look,
she implores. A stray meteor from the ring of space dust around the medium falls lazily towards Skya, but before it can strike the planet, a small window opens in space, swallowing it whole.
Goodness, you say.
Skya is said to take things and deliver them where they need to go, in time and space. You see?
Miss Paint asks. To you, this sounds like hokey superstition, but it's not like you have anything to lose. As you watch, however, something odd catches your eye. Heavens to Betty! You cry, pressing your nose against the porthole. That's... To your confusion, another piece of debris sails towards Skaya, but it isn't a space rock. It's the very ruins of your lagoon, sailing through space like a rocket. Follow that frog! You cry, gripping Miss Paint's shoulders. The ship mightily changes course, sailing through the empty medium towards Skaya. You watch as a portal opens, swallowing the frog temple, the ship speeding towards it. Before your eyes, another portal opens above Skaya, and through it you see your island, just like you left it. You and Jade seal yourself into one of the ship's escape pods, and just as the massive ship dives upward out of the way, your little pod breaks free and you sail back home. You live out the rest of your days caring for your beloved granddaughter until an untimely accident claims your life on her 13th birthday. You are now Jade Harley, this time awake. You sit bolt upright, fear seizing you. You feel over your back, writhing in place before you realize you are no longer on Prospect at all.
You're up,
says a quiet voice nearby.
You
croak, pointing a finger at Jade Sprite, who's prodding a green-colored campfire.
I decided to take us through the first gate while you were.
Jade Sprite begins to say, but you cut her off.
You ruined everything.
You say, hand shaking, feeling tears come to your face. Jade Sprite's brand new dog ears, Beck's ears, fold back.
I know, but
She stammers, but you cut her off again.
You knew that taking me through the portal would power up that Jack guy. This is all your fault.
Your head is pounding. You appear to be in front of your house.
Didn't the portal take us to my land?
You say, sniffling.
Oh, well...
Jade Sprite shifts in place.
That's...
Snow falls gently. High in the sky, you can see a faint green sphere floating near the dot of Skaya in the distance.
It turns out your gate just led back to your house,
Jade Sprite says.
Since our land is already here, I guess there's nowhere else to explore for now.
You look out over your island. The lagoon now empty. The volcano. The woods at the mountain's foot.
So, it was pointless.
You conclude.
You took me through a pointless gate for nothing, and now there's a guy with Beck's powers running crazy around the place.
You let your vindication sink in, watching Jade Sprite look down in shame. You feel bad, but at the same time, you can't bring yourself to apologize.
Sorry.
She stammers.
Just...
You stand up, pushing your glasses up, pinching the bridge of your nose.
It doesn't matter. Maybe Rose is right. Nothing matters. Come on. Where are you going?
Jade Sprite kicks snow into the green flame, putting it out, hastening in after you. Above the treetops of the forest at the foot of the mountain, smoke is billowing.
If I'm on my land already, I might as well, I don't know, play the game, I guess.
You say.
And you're my help character. So keep up.
Turning your back, you hear Jade Sprite follow you, both of you gazing into the sky above, filled with foreboding. Your name is June Egbert. You just had a horrible dream. Well, you know it wasn't a dream. You'd seen Prospect explode in front of your face before miserably crawling into a cave on the surface of Skaya to sleep. Dear? Your Nana places a hand on your head. Oh. You sit up in bed, now back at the inn on the land of wind and shade. Hi, Nana. It's all right, dear. Something horrid has happened, hasn't it? You nod solemnly. Nana sits on your bed looking, to your surprise, nervous. Is this part of my quest? You ask. No, this is wrong, I'm afraid, she says. Something is terribly wrong with the game. That sounds familiar to you. It seems unfair, you say simply. Unfair, dear? Yeah, we managed to be the only people in the world who made it out of the apocalypse, and now our game is messed up. You're surprised to hear yourself say all that, but it's true. Well, Nana puts an arm around your shoulder. It might be broken, and the sprite half of me is panicking, but the Nana side believes that we can still make it. So no talking doom now. You manage to smile. She's right. You're not alone, either. Oh, she snaps her fingers. We didn't cover this before, but should I call you June now, dearie? Since you seem so set on that and such. Oh, you look down at yourself. Your body in the dream had been so much nicer. Your waking body is all wrong. You can if you want. I think I shall then, she says. Now, I'll try to figure out what in tarnation is going on around here. You catch up with your pals. You decide that's a great idea. Guys, we have a problem.
Is this about the green Skya explosion? I feel like it might be.
Yeah.
Things aren't going terribly well here either. Something's wrong. The imps from before have powered up dramatically. They overran the village Jaspers and I've been staying in.
Same here. I had to run off and avoid some nasty guys. Now I'm hanging out on a giant record, which is apparently a thing that exists on Lowhack. It appears the imps and other various enemies are somehow superpowered with lightning and shit.
Indeed. Green lighting to boot, the world's most ominous lighting form.
That's, I think, my fault.
I was afraid you might say that.
Wait, what? I don't believe that.
It's true, June. I'm so sorry, everyone. I've really messed things up.
As I've said, once we pass each gate, our primary prototypings influence the enemies in the game. For me, a tentacle doll. For June, a clown. For Dave, a crow.
Right, but didn't Jade just prototype her dog? Shouldn't the enemies be like imp dogs?
Beck is a very special dog. I don't really know why, but he's always had doggy superpowers.
What the fuck? How come this never came up?
I thought it's how all dogs were.
Wait, didn't you watch TV and shit? You had to have seen other dogs even though you grew up alone.
I did. I saw, like, Airbud.
I'm afraid that Airbud is an outlier, not a standard, Jade.
Airbud was real?
What? No, we're getting caught up in dog stuff. No, she's right, Dave. Airbud is 100% real.
Look, this is unexpected, but I'm sure that we will be able to overcome this. I've been able to handle the imps with my weapons. We'll just rise to meet the challenge. Just be more cautious.
That's a good idea, Rose, but, we have a bigger issue than that.
Are you talking about Jack?
I'm sorry. Jack Noir?
You know him?
Isn't he the little black-shelled guy's boss?
Indeed. One of Jack's henchmen gave his life for us. Why would he be a threat?
Oh, geez. I think he kind of might think you killed his henchman, Rose.
What? No. I didn't meet the little guy, but he seemed cool.
Indeed. Jack is something of a folk hero on Earth, in fact.
Well, he's not anymore. He just kind of blew up Prospit, and I think he might be heading for Skya. As if on cue, there's a distant rumble, and high in the sky, past the clouds, something flashes. Did everyone just see that?
I did. Skya just flashed in the sky.
Not a huge fan of this. I can fill in some blanks here, guys. I'm still a sprite, so I'm sort of plugged into what's going on around the medium. And, the reckoning just started. The Black King on Skya just activated it. My guess is this Jack guy just went in and had a heated gamer moment.
Hold on. The Reckoning? As in the final challenge of the game?
Couldn't this be good, though? What if Jack kills the Black King for us?
That would be basically the worst, unfortunately, June, my fair recently not a dude. There are certain things we have to do before we kill the old BK, such as finishing our various quests, none of which are done. Jack killing the Black Queen would be like sinking the 8-ball first thing in a game of pool. Except, if you lose the pool game, you die painfully.
Okay, we need to come up with a plan. Like, soon.
I agree, June, but I'm afraid I can't stay. The imps have found Jaspers and I.
Fuck, okay. Dave and Jade, while she's occupied, we need to fix this.
100% agree, boss, but DS and I have to bounce too. Some fucky shit is happening here.
Fuck.
I'm really sorry, June, but I have to go too. Something horrible is going on here.
Fuck!
Panic sets in. Up until now, you've taken your friend's help for granted, but you don't know what's going on.
June!
Your Nana opens the door to the inn room, looking panicked. You were so engrossed in your conversation that you hardly noticed the commotion outside. Salamander Town, the village you're in, is under attack. Just like Rose said, the imps looked more fearsome than ever, giggling menacingly as they zap to and fro, using green lightning to zap the salamander people of the little village.
We have to leave,
Nana says, snapping her fingers. In her palm, a little amulet appears.
Under normal circumstances, I was supposed to give you this after finishing your quest, but these aren't normal circumstances. That looks like my first gate,
you say as she pushes the ring into your hands.
Squeeze it in your palms and you'll be taken back to your house,
she says urgently. As if on cue, something slams against the inn room's door. Hastily, you squeeze the amulet in your hands and shut your eyes. The world around you going quiet.
Nana?
You ask, looking from right to left. You appear to be home, back in your house, jutting into the sky under the pillar it sat on.
Nana!
You repeat. No response. A pit wells in your stomach.
Guys? Guys?
No response. You're alone. You walk outside, slumping on your couch. Your couch. Something feels so surreal about being able to sit on your couch. Everything feels so normal, as if you hadn't just escaped a meteor into some horrible real-life game. Your phone buzzes in your pocket and your heart leaps. But as soon as you see who has greeted you, your heart sinks back down to its rightful place.
John!
What do you want? And it's June now.
What the fuck? June, John, make up your infantile human think pan. While you're doing that, listen to me.
I'm not really in the mood, car cat. Things are kind of getting fucked up here.
Okay, first of all, I don't care. Second of all, it's Carcat. I don't know how you ascertained my name, very rude, but you could at least spell it right.
Ugh, car cat, make up your infantile troll brain.
This is devolving into abject stupidity, so I'm putting a stop to it. Listen to me. I owe you an apology.
Whoa. A troll apologizing is everyone's dream.
Whatever, roll out the I told you so's and the hearty yucks, simpleton. I misjudged the situation when we began talking. I mistook you for the engineer of my undoing, but watching you, I have learned that that's not true.
You lost me.
My cohorts and I have been mercilessly trolling you due to our belief that you group of kids caused the problems that led our game to ruin.
You mentioned that. How do you even come to that conclusion?
If you stop rudely interrupting me, I'll tell you. Chill.
Chill, says the guy typing in all caps.
Choke, June. We thought you caused our problems because of that beast your session created. Bec Noir.
You mean Jack? The evil guy on Prospect?
Correct. He is not only your foe, but ours.
But I don't get it. You guys are in a whole different game session. You're not even human, are you? What are you guys?
To you? We're aliens. Aliens who played the same game you did. The aliens who made your universe.
Oh. Fuck.
Oh, fuck is right, dipshit. We were supposed to enter our new universe, your universe, as its gods, but before we could, that maniac appeared.
Like the same guy? How is that possible?
If I knew, I'd be presently bitching out the responsible party, but he's already here. All I know is what I can observe via your timeline.
Right, you said you have, like, magic time powers?
Not really, we can just see your whole timeline at any point at our leisure.
That sounds like magic time powers.
Magic isn't real, Bulge Brain.
Hold on, you can see me? Like, right now?
Yes, that is indeed what I just fucking said, June.
Carcat, have you seen me jerk it?
No, fuck! Stop saying dumbass things, you brain-dead, spear-sniffing fucktwit. This is your time to listen, and my time to speak.
Fine. It's not like you weren't doing that before now.
Shut. Now then, I am going to magnanimously offer my assistance to you, for free. I want to help you beat this Bec Noir being once and for all, to ideally prevent him from ever accosting us. Or failing that, find some weakness so we can defeat him ourselves.
Well, okay. I don't really see how we can do anything else.
Good. Consider this a contract.
Since you can see my timeline, then what should we do?
It's not that simple. We can see up until the end of the reckoning. After that, your future is just blank.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It looks like someone scratched out your future. I assume beyond that you all perished miserably or something, so let's work to avoid this.
Got it. I don't want to die miserably.
Everyone dies miserably, June. But prolonging that fate for you is an admirable goal for now.
Okay. Team June Cat, here we go.
We aren't Team June Cat.
How long till we get scratched anyway?
One day.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck is right. Again. My team breezed through the game, June, and even we took about a month before even beginning the reckoning. Yours began in one day. You're in for a fucking mess. I have no idea why your game is so brutally glitched and broken, but I'll die howling before I let some smug bark beast shitbag defeat me.
Aw, Carcat.
Don't use your smile text at me, you cretin. And don't smile in real life. I can see you.
You can't help it. It might be just because you're miserably alone, but Carcat's offer for friendship warms your heart back up.
Before we start, though, I should probably give you a rundown on us.
On the trolls?
Yes. After all, it's the story of how your miserable universe was created.
Ooh, I get to learn about an alien planet. This would be so huge on the internet back home.
Correct. We trolls are exceptional in every way. We would have been a viral sensation. Scores of humans would be vying to mimic us by wearing excessive body paint and false horns. There would be conventions abroad where noble gray body paint was banned.
Haha, I don't know about that, but you are pretty cool.
Enough chuckles. Sit still while I tell you the tale of my people. This is the story of the fateful day I was trapped inside my abode. This is the story of Hivebent.
You're no longer June Egbert. You are you. You are the listener, the reader, the flesh and blood and eardrums and eyes taking this narrative in. Narratives are so fascinating, aren't they? Have I said all this before? You'll have to forgive me, I do love to gush. Have you ever heard of the 3-act structure? Forgive me if you've heard this, and forgive me double if I'm being simplistic, but imagine splitting a story into thirds. The first third is the premise, the second third is the conflict, and the final third is the resolution. Now, they're not always an equal third. Sometimes they're unevenly distributed, sometimes they're fairly even. Still, no matter the medium, stories can almost always be broken up in such a way, whether intentionally by the creator or not. Isn't that fascinating? It almost seems limiting that stories in all of human creation can be dissolved into such elements, 3 simple acts. The more shrewd analysts of stories will also know that the end of Act 2 is the lowest point for our heroes. Full disclosure, this story of ours has more than just 2 acts, but what they say about Act 2's in this case is true. Our friends have overcome great odds only to be set back. June in her gender quest, Dave on his time journey, Rose in her endeavors to break the game, and Jade in her abject misery. And poor Jack Noir, alone, with all the power he ever wanted. Antagonists are also a staple of stories, aren't they? Jack Noir fits the bill nicely, I'd say. Who knows what that rascal will get up to now that he has the nuclear mutt's abilities? Oh, I can't wait to see who he kills. And we can't forget our plucky heroes. Aren't stories fun? But there's a hidden character in every tale, whether it be hidden behind a camera in film, or on the paper in a book, or in the recorded voice of a reader. The secret final character, the one pulling the strings, the puppet master who draws the curtain. Your humble narrator. Me. But breaking the fourth wall like this is so very cheap, isn't it? You're not here to be reminded that you're listening to a story. You're not here to see the very medium dissolve. You want to be engaged. You want to see your friend June win the game. You want to see her overcome challenges. You want to see them win. Well, that's a great place to start, but if I might spoil you a little, I should tell you that they do. They do win. They achieve the scratch and save their chances to make a new universe. Yippee! Aren't you relieved? I bet you're thinking that now you won't have to hear the rest of the story, that you know the ending. But you still want to hear it, don't you? Isn't that fascinating? A spoiler doesn't change how much you want to see something, does it? Not really. Because you're not listening to a story because you're waiting for them to win. You want to see how they do it. You want to see what they have to give up. And I wouldn't bet on their success being as carefree and lovely as you might believe. You know what they say, be careful what you wish for. But I've rambled enough. I have a fourth wall to fix, so I'll leave you to it. On Skaya, Jack's sword cleaves through the neck of the Black King, tears stinging his face. He holds the king's head in his single hand, but the violence doesn't change the fact that his friends are dead, one by his own hand. Somewhere else, a father and mother hold hands as they sip wine, walking towards a castle in the far-off distance. A world-weary Villain plows a field, squinting on the horizon, seeing meteors begin to fall on the Skyan surface. The reckoning has begun, and Skaya knows it is too early. Skaya knows this is not how things should go. A day ago, on April 13th, 2009, 4 kids began a game. They were supposed to have days to finish, weeks to prove themselves. They were supposed to be tempered in the flames of adversity by their lands, but sadly, a grieving man named Jack has other plans. Now, their only hope lies in their forebearers, the 12 trolls who forged the human's own universe. Jack throws the head of the Black King to the ground, snarling, howling to the heavens, a noise that reverberates through the medium, through the whole game world, a rallying cry for chaos to come to its aid. He raises his fist, his ring, to the heavens and plunges it deep into Skaya's very ground in frustration, causing the entire planet at the center of the medium to tremble. Prospitians and Dursites can feel it in their bones. This is beyond their petty squabbles now. This is different. The 4 kids hear the cry and feel righteous terror. The mother and father pause their date to gaze towards the noise, and a brother changes course, making a beeline for the sound. All of Skaya's forces, light and dark, now arranged against this invader, Jack, but sadly, he is ready for them. All that remains of his purpose for living is blood, and he will see so much before he's through. And all this because 4 kids wanted to play a little game. In a dusty, dim basement, down a hatch in the middle of a tan desert, on a planet long dead and decrepit, the stark, shiny shells of the exiles roam. Your name is the Aimless Renegade. Getting exiled from the Kingdom of Durs is no small matter. Laws in your home city are more like suggestions around which the loose social construct is crafted. Sadly, there are still ways to get people kicked out, ones that you perpetrated. Namely, selling secrets to the enemy. You used to be a stand-up authority regulator, the man who threw people in the clink, not the body that was yourself tossed in. Still, exile suited you fine. You'd always been a lone wolf, living off the land, hunting your food. In fact, just this morning you'd found a nice empty hatch to make your home. Except when you got back home to your dingy hatch, it wasn't empty. "Who the hell are you two?" you demand, looking from one interloper to the other. The one on your left, the Dursite, wields a yardstick with a rusty shard on the end. The other interloper looks familiar, making you pause. "Friend or foe?" demands the short Dursite. "Friend," you say hastily, annoyed. "What about you dickheads? This is my home." "You built this place?" the Prospidian broad says, quirking a brow. "Well, no, but it's still my home." The Dursite puts his stick away, and you spot his sash. "Oh, Mr. Mayor, sorry for getting all worked up," you say hastily. The Prospidian rolls her eyes. "He's not really a mayor," she says. "Bullshit," you say. "He's got a sash. If he wasn't a mayor, how'd he get the sash?" "Exactly," the mayor says, nodding. The Prospidian pinches her temples. "Don't I know you?" you ask, putting a bucket full of cans on the floor. You'd been feeling a sense of déjà vu around her for some time now. "Do I?" Recognition blooms on her face. "Oh, you're that informant, the authority regulator." "Wow, a real authority regulator." The mayor strokes his chin. "Are you interested in a job? I can pay you in cans." "Kind as the offer is, sir, I'm afraid I'm just an aimless renegade these days. Exiled." The 2 carapaces look at the floor. No doubt they're in the same boat. Sympathy pangs your chest. "Look, there's plenty of space in this joint for the 3 of us. Plenty of cans, too. Hunted 'em myself." You rattle the bucket of various canned items. "Impressive," says the mayor as you move to your can trove to stow away your gains. "Oh, hell no," you cry, dropping the bucket in anguish. "Somebody came and drank all my cans of Tab. My precious Tab." "That's awful," the mayor says, placing a sympathetic hand on your shoulder. "A Tab thief is as low as a murderer in my book. We'll find the rapscallion who did this." The mayor forlornly surveys the massacred Tab stash. "Are all Dursites this stupid?" the Prospidian says. You remember now, the postminister. "You're in the same boat as us, lady," you say. "Weren't you just some high and mighty bigwig? Fancy postminister delivering stuff to the heroes?" "I guess," PM shrugs. "Now I guess you can just call me the Peregrine Mendicant." "That's, a mouthful," you rub your chin.
What about the pathetic mongrel?
Just call me PM, she sighs. Before you can rib your white-shelled new friend anymore, there's a deafening noise from outside, the force causing your can stash to topple. The three of you exchange a look one by one, and you leg it upstairs into the dusty desert.
Was that there before?
The mayor asks upon emerging, pointing his finger at the massive cloud of dust settling before the three of you. As the cloud dissipates, a giant crater seems to have opened, in the middle of which is a frog temple. You and the mayor stare with disgust. Look, PM points skyward. In the sky is a familiar-looking portal.
Looks like Skaya sent us a gift,
you say. In silent agreement, the three of you skid down the crater towards the base of the temple. Inside is cool, and the base is still a little wet.
Maybe the boys back home are sending the exiles a place to live,
you reason, but PM shakes her head. I don't think so, she says. I think it's more likely it's just debris from the medium getting dumped here, just like us. The middle of the temple is a massive cavernous room with a single seed in the center.
What's this?
The mayor says, prodding the closed bulb with his meter stick. It looks like a time capsule. Skaya has a few of them. They're used to send things through time. PM responds, wiping the dust off the timer readout on the front of the thing. Oh, and this one's about to open. Just like she says, the capsule opens, revealing in its center a small piece of paper written in curly script. Dave, April 13th, 2009.
Who the hell is Dave? You ask, working a brow.
Hold on. PM looks shocked by the meaningless name. From her shawl, she draws a dusty pair of discs labeled with the same name. Dave. I think I'm supposed to deliver these. You and the mayor watch as PM kneels, setting a timer. The bulb of the capsule swallows the disc envelopes and squeezes shut before reopening, empty.
Happened? That thing ate your package,
the mayor cried, patting down the area where the discs had been. No, PM said, smacking him lightly. I sent them back in time. That's how the capsules work. She points at the readout on the front. Things can either come from the past by the normal way or get to the past.
So someone needed those discs on April 13th, you ask.
You hate time shenanigans. I guess so. Wherever they are, they're delivered now. PM looks around the rest of the cavernous room. Books and shelves are strewn about, as the trip from Skaya to Earth was likely a bumpy one. The mayor inspects some of the rubble, pulling free a dusty journal. Don't steal journals, PM admonishes, but the mayor isn't swayed, stowing the book away. You figure it's in a leader's best interest to bone up on whatever knowledge he can. Finding no sustenance inside the frog temple, the three of you exit, taking some chairs from within, sitting down around a fire made from the busted splinters of an old desk. Night begins to fall, the sky dotted with innumerable stars.
I wonder who that Dave fella is,
you muse. PM shrugs, uninterested. You figure that makes sense, given that she's a mail lady and all. The mayor is reading the journal, engrossed.
Well, I'm gonna grab myself a can of beans. You guys want anything?
You stand, walking back towards the hatch.
Tab for me,
says the mayor. I don't care, PM says, hastily adding, thanks, though. Looks like your little group is warming up to each other. Back inside the basement lab, you notice that one of the screens is illuminated. It shows a young lady running around what appears to be her house, accompanied by another blue woman. As you watch, your hand presses a large button on the console. The screen goes blank, a different one loading, this time portraying a strange blonde boy in a land of lava. You recognize him from your days on Durst, the Knight of Time. Noticing the keyboard, you type into it curiously.
Hey, kid,
you say. On screen, the boy hesitates. You hear him say. Another Knight of Time appears nearby.
You okay, dude?
The Orange Knight says.
Yeah, I just heard something in my head, like words.
Hey, you say again.
There it is again,
you hear him say.
I heard hey. Well, answer it, dude,
says the Orange Knight.
Okay, Dave here,
the boy says.
You're Dave?
You type. You're the person the discs were for?
Discs? I don't know what you're talking about, my guy. Who is this?
This is the aimless renegade. You're Dave, right?
That's what I said. What kind of edgy-ass name is Aimless Renegade, anyway?
Mind your business, you type, scowling. What a brat. Look, one of my buddies just sent you a package in some kind of crazy time capsule.
They did?
This Dave appears to not know about such a thing, yet it does seem to ring a bell. Yeah, you say impatiently. It said Dave, then April 13th, 2009. What are the discs for? I'm all kind of curious.
I don't know yet,
says Dave.
But I have a hunch.
Fat lot of help you are, you type. Dave flips a middle finger into the air. You roll your eyes.
That explains how Jade got the discs,
he says pensively. The kid's speaking in riddles. Who's Jade now? Whatever. You leave the console, grabbing 3 cans for your pals. You don't need a can opener, of course. Carapaces are plenty hard enough to do that barehanded. Before you leave, however, you notice the corner of the room. A group of 2 transportalizer pads, one labeled A2 and the other labeled B1. Weird. Back outside at your makeshift campsite, you give each compatriot a can, eating the innards. You got beans, the mayor tab, and PM a nice can of cold pasta. A true feast. Do you guys know where those transportalizers lead? You ask. I saw ones with the same labels in the Black Queen's palace one time. Maybe we can get back home with them. And do what? PM asks, her upper lip stained with red pasta sauce. They'd probably just exile us again. The White Queen had a panel like that too, but we'd reappear right behind her. We'd probably get into more trouble.
Yeah, plus,
the mayor gulps a swallow of tab.
Things aren't so bad here. There's you guys after all.
Heh, you lean back. Right you are. PM, in spite of her general saltiness, seems to agree. How'd you get exiled anyway? You ask. They found out I was selling secrets to the Prospidians, namely this broad. You point at PM. I got kicked out for failing to deliver a delivery to one of the heroes, PM sighs. It's my first day on the job, too. What about you, Mayor? You ask. The mayor sets down his book, looking at the dusty ground with an expression you can't identify.
Well,
he coughs.
It's complicated. I kind of came here on my own.
You did? You lean back, interested. PM remains silent, also curious.
You guys got exiled recently, right?
The mayor says.
So you know what's happening on Skya.
Yeah, but I've been in the clink up until recently. Same here, says PM. The mayor looks pained, sad beyond measure.
I came here to save myself.
The mayor points out across the sands.
You guys were sent here through Skyan portals, right?
Right, you say, nodding. Crash landed right near here. Same here, PM repeats.
Usually exiles get sent through portals, jettisoned from Prospect or Durst from the planets, but I opened up a portal from on Skya.
You did? You're very curious now. You were fighting the White King on Skya then? PM shifts. You're suddenly reminded that before exile, you and the mayor were on the opposite sides of a war to PM. It all seems so silly now.
No,
the mayor shakes his head.
I was in charge of a group of rebels.
The mayor takes a slow breath. From his expression, you guess things didn't go well.
But it all went wrong. I told my men to retreat. But
the mayor chokes. You don't have to tell us right now, you say slowly. PM nods in agreement.
I'll tell you guys soon, okay?
The mayor sighs.
It's not that I want to keep secrets, but, well, to make a long story short, I told my comrades to retreat with me, and I was the only one who ended up here alive.
You and PM are silent. That's what happens when you fight the kings, she says. Hey, you say. Don't be like that. That shit's behind us. It is behind us, PM agrees. so he should know how foolish he was to fight the kings. To your surprise, the mayor laughs bitterly.
The kings were nothing. We turned their armies against them both in a day. We were 100,000 strong,
the mayor says, clearly a little offended by PM's assertion.
That's impossible, she scoffs. No one can beat the kings. Don't be stupid. If you're so good against them, why is your 100,000 strong army all dead but you?
You're shocked. You're not sure if it's because the mayor is your countryman or if PM is just being excessively cruel.
It wasn't the kings who did us in, he says quietly. It was the demon, Jack Noir.
Silence whistles in the wind around you.
Stop telling lies,
PM says simply.
Jack Noir is the Archagent. He can kill kings, but he's not capable of killing armies.
You don't know Jack, then, you say. PM looks at you, shocked.
You're not seriously telling me you believe him, she asks, incredulous.
You haven't been out of Prospect Prison in a while, have you? Haven't you heard the news?
Your voice is bitter now. The mayor looks beyond dejected, but his own horrid trauma tossed in his own face.
Are you talking about the missing moon? PM asks.
You can't be serious. Jack Noir didn't do that. That's impossible. She sounds desperate now. The Archagent can't... He'd have to have...
Story goes he got the Ring of Orbs fourfold and went mad with power. Some say the heroes killed his gang. Whatever the reason, he's on Skya causing mayhem. You point at the mayor. Apologize. PM looks taken aback. She's clearly a jaded person, and you feel like she has her own reasons for that, but you can't excuse her rudeness. She relents, crossing her arms over her grimy shawl.
I'm sorry.
PM takes a slow breath, and the mayor looks up, shaking his head.
It's okay. I don't want to believe it either.
You're astounded at his ease of forgiveness. He's got a bigger heart than you.
I guess I just didn't want to believe someone could beat the monarchs.
PM sighs miserably.
Because if someone like you could, it means that someone like me should have tried harder.
The three of you sit in silence for a long moment. What's the other portal for, then? You ask suddenly, to break the tension.
What?
PM points to your basement hatch.
You mean in there?
Yeah, you say. The Queens have portals that say B1, which I guess lead here, but where does the A2 portal go?
We could always check, PM says, shrugging. Not like we've got anything better to do around here.
The mayor sheepishly speaks up.
I'm afraid I don't think we can.
You and PM quirk a brow.
I think I ate the energy source.
The mayor lifts his cloth above his stomach, a faint radiation glow emanating from it. The mayor seriously ate a chunk of uranium. You and PM both laugh, the mayor joining in jovially, having a laugh about this goofball's dietary habits. After a while, the three of you decide to retire for the night. Traipsing back to the basement, you set up some cots and beds using the chairs and planks from inside the Frog Temple, laying them out in each of the three corners not occupied by the transportalizers you'd discussed before. Night, Mayor, you say, yawning.
Night, PM,
the mayor says good-naturedly. Hard to believe that earlier had been such an unpleasant discussion.
Night, AR,
says PM finally, settling down. You're not sure if you can trust these two yet, and you're sure they think the same of you, but out of a newly formed allegiance between exiles, you doze off in peace. This is your life now, and it doesn't feel that bad. Still, something fills you with unease. There are so many questions, so many unanswered things that you can't help but feel entangled in, and it takes you a long time to rest. Sadly, before any of you can sleep for the night, a violent zap jolts you awake, a figure appearing in the unoccupied corner of the room, making the three of you howl in shock, a massive boulder landing in the middle of the placid lake of your peace. As the smoke clears from the transportalizer, a tall, white-shelled figure stands in the middle of the panel beneath. Before you realize who it is, PM lunges for her, tackling her to the ground with a scream. You are now Derek Strider, Some call you bro. For the last day or so, you've been wandering aimlessly throughout the world of the game, painstakingly cartographing the place. Beneath your feet, your hoverboard sputters. Needs a recharge. You skid to a halt on the surface of the land of wind and shade, hiding your rocket board in a bush, marking a tree nearby with an X using your sword. You trudge up a hill to a hut, decrepit and abandoned, kicking the door in and groaning with effort. You're so tired. You manage to forage some food, but so far you're severely overestimated the availability of sustenance. You suppose you could go into one of the many towns and ask for food, but that goes against your code. In the middle of a shack, there's a rickety table. Good enough. From your pocket, you yank a Slim Jim, the last of your rations, snapping into it with gusto, just like Randy would have wanted. On the table, you lay a sheet of paper and begin to write using a charcoal pen. Time to organize what you've learned. The place you've been transported to is called the Medium, a sphere-shaped, finite pocket in space that lies outside of your old universe, discarded like a frog leaving its eggs. The Medium is held in place by a thin membrane you've taken to calling the membrane. Might as well be straightforward. You draw a large circle on the page. At the center of the membrane is a shining blue planet, covered in black and white checkerboard. Skaya, the nucleus of the whole outfit. You don't know what's on the surface, but you figure it can't be good. Orbiting Skaya are 4 planets. 1, the land of wind and shade, where you are now. It's teal blue and covered in oil. 2nd, the land of light and rain, covered in iridescent oceans, dotted with alabaster islands. 3rd, the land of frost and frogs, a desolate land comprised of frozen forests and a lagoon with frog ruins and a volcano in the middle. And finally, the land of heat and clockwork, where you and Dave ended up. Dave. Your heart suddenly pangs. He's probably cowering somewhere, waiting for his death right now. The thought pains you and you grit your teeth, pushing it from your mind. You did all you could. It's not your fault. He's a failure. The 4 planets circle Skaya slowly, each one the same distance from the center, each about the same size, about 50 miles in diameter. Each one lies about 100 miles or so from Skaya proper. Just outside of the orbit of the 4 planets is a large ring of meteors, about 20 miles out from the planets and 50 miles away from the membrane. You're not sure what they do really, but every once in a while, one of the meteors slowly descends towards Skaya, only to be swallowed up by a portal, almost as if Skaya is catching it. You suspect these portals lead back to Earth. Finally, Prospet and Durst, the 2 city planets. Each one is smaller than the main 4 land planets, about 10 miles in diameter. Prospet, the Gold City, orbits Skaya closely. Its moon, attached to Prospet with a golden chain, orbits Prospet in turn and occasionally dips below Skaya's atmosphere. Durst, on the other hand, is deep purple, and its moon, also attached by a long chain, dips outside of the membrane as it orbits. You're not sure what all this means yet, but it feels good to have a map of the place. You wonder how the other 3 kids are doing. Maybe a map like this could help them out in lieu of a helpful co-player in your brother Dave. You sigh, rolling up the map. You walk back outside, sliding down the hill to your rocket board, checking the amount of fuel it has left. 5% reads the indicator. You suck air through your teeth. You've got enough for one last trip, but you have no clue where to go. Then, suddenly, the decision is made for you. A low rumble sounds in your ears and you look up towards blue sky in the far distance. Oh, shit. You're gonna have to update your map. Prospet's moon, a mere gold speck high above, explodes in a shower of green light. You retrieve your board from the bush, planting your feet as you rocket towards the green dot, teeth gritting. Good thing the membrane has breathable air. About 5 minutes after the initial explosion, you hear a great whizzing behind you. You look back and your eyes widen behind your triangular shades. Meteors. Thousands of them are coming towards Skaya en masse. They're moving slowly enough to dodge with grace, but the mass of them means they're sure to make an impact. One hell of it. No matter how slow they are. You swallow, but you find yourself grinning. Explosions like that aren't accidents, and they sure as hell aren't good. Someone did that. Someone you're going to find someone you're going to make pay. Homestuck Alternate Universe is written, produced, and read by Funk McLovin. Additional voices include articulately composed as Mom and Rose Lalonde, Janiyah Riley as Jade and Kanaya, Captain Laser as Jack Noir, and AE as Terezi Pyrope. Art is by Sunny D, and additional credits are by Funk McLovin. Please support Homestuck Alternate Universe by subscribing, liking the video, and leaving a comment. Homestuck AU is also on Patreon at patreon.com/funkmclovin.